Mark, 2 minutes until airtime on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield for our football game broadcast. Your next time cue will be with 1 minute until airtime. This is Michigan football on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield. Coming up on 1 minute until airtime. Mark, network stations, we are 1 minute until airtime on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield for our football game broadcast. Studios, please start your archive recording. Stations, if you encounter technical issues during the broadcast, please call the Michigan Studio Hotline at 336-464-1791. Coming up on 30 seconds until airtime. Mark, 30 seconds until airtime. Once again, stations, if you encounter technical issues. 9-1. Stations, your final time cue will be with 15 seconds until airtime. Mark, 15 seconds until airtime.
Over the middle, inside the 5, touchdown.
Catch and shoot 3, yes, sir!
They scramble around in there and score!
The following is a Learfield presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
A workmanlike offseason led into a workmanlike Week 1 victory. Michigan took care of East Carolina in last week's opener, with J.J. McCarthy and Roman Wilson shining offensively, and the defense coming one play away from a shutout. Today, once again, Michigan is a heavy favorite against a Group of 5 visitor, with the intrigue in this one coming from the Wolverines' head coaching plan. The full setup for Jim Harbaugh's suspension is unique, but today the most fascinating. Instead of a coordinator taking over, like Jesse Minter did last week, Sharon Moore will do it next week. Michigan will split head coaching duties in half today. Jay Harbaugh for pregame and the first half, and then Mike Hart for halftime and the second half. Two individuals who embody so much of what Michigan football has been, is, and will continue to be. Two coaches who should, and probably already are, on the radar of head coach needy programs. Two friends who will always work closely together and have furthered that each day this week. Two people who will try to compartmentalize the emotion of the moment to be, as Jim Harbaugh describes it, the guardians of victory. It's the second all-time meeting between Michigan and UNLV, the second of 3 games without Jim Harbaugh, and a head coaching scenario second to none in uniqueness in college football. We're previewing it all here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
What is it? It's football. Yes, sir, there are 5 seasons across this country every year: winter, spring, summer, fall, and football. Football season makes the barber cut hair just a little bit better, and it makes the butcher slice the steak a trifle thicker. Old cars, new cars, and motorbikes are jammed with riders wheeling for the stadium from north, east, south, and west, and the back roads are jam-filled. There's something in football for everyone. Some can cheer the player, some can second-guess the coach, some can listen to transistor radios and see how wrong we radio announcers can be, while some just enjoy the ballet of young bulls in battle. There's magic on the campus sprawling beyond the boundaries of the stadium, as once again small college towns across the nation become part of the big collegiate football season.
Kickoff is 3 hours away for your Michigan Wolverines, and we're getting you ready for today's game on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Blue Cross is ready to help with physical health, mental health, and everything in between. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Alongside former Michigan offensive lineman Jack Miller, here's your host, Brian Bush.
So, Mr. Miller, how do you think last week went logistically, consistently? You know, assuming the Wolverines came in and took care of business as they did, that game was never going to be remembered for the the stats, any individual plays, probably. It was going to be remembered for how the coaching situation played out.
Yeah, solid performance all around. I think Jesse Minter did a great job filling in as the interim head coach. Kirk Campbell did a good job as the offensive coordinator. I thought that it wasn't necessarily vanilla. They did enough of some different things and tried some different things, tried to get a feel for what they liked and what this offense could be, and defense for that matter, and different personnel and all those types of things. But didn't overdo it, didn't extend themselves too much. Being down on the field in the first half and just from the post-game press conferences and throughout the week, you couldn't tell that Coach Harbaugh really wasn't there, or Sharon Moore for that matter. So a very mature team that handled it well and was a solid performance.
Jim Harbaugh said he heard from a former staff member here at Michigan, Jim Minnick, who's logged plenty of time in the military as well. And here Harbaugh relays the message from Colonel Minnick.
There's a military saying that the truest sign of your leadership is what your unit does when you aren't there. For us, I thought it was really great. Our captains, our senior leadership, our coaches, all were phenomenal. When we started fall camp, I told the team that Moses had 70 leaders. How many do you think we need? More. We need a lot more, and I think we have that.
Jack, we discussed it last week. He's got some doozies.
Yeah, that's great. That is awesome.
We got some good ones coming from Coach Harbaugh. And he is this group well qualified to handle such a unique situation. The schedule unquestionably helps out, but this wasn't a sloppy win that was just aided by a mismatch on paper. Not perfect, certainly, but it was solid. It was effective. I think they did what they were trying to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And every coach, no matter at what level, will tell you that the more the players are leading the team, the better off the team is going to be. And this is a team that's got a lot of seniors, a lot of expertise, a lot of experience at different positions, and has really bought in. And particularly then when you're missing your head coach the first 3 games of the year, I think that only propels you a little more as a senior, a captain, one of the leaders on the team, to really rally the guys around you. And that's what you want. This is a mature team. We talked about it a lot last week before kickoff. A very experienced team, mature guys that know how to handle their business, what the expectations are, and that when it's go time on Saturday, it doesn't matter who you're playing or who's coaching you or what's going on, you and your brothers got to go get it done, and they did.
If you want a long-term statistical takeaway from Week 1, got to be the efficiency of junior quarterback J.J. McCarthy, 26 of 30 through the air, 200.
And everyone's been saying it for a while. We saw it as the year went on towards the end of the year. Being one of the leaders on this team and really making it his own, developing his game, becoming the type of quarterback who I don't think we need to shy away from it. He could be one of the best ever to put on a winged helmet when it's all said and done. And so very effective play. Very, very good, solid play from him. Some of the things he can do, you just can't teach. And if you watch the Lions and play Kansas City the other night, you see that in a guy like Patrick Mahomes, and that's been a comparable for Coach Harbaugh to JJ. So good to see the running game wasn't firing on all cylinders last week, and they have more than a good option to go to putting it in JJ's hands.
By the way, speaking of, you were at that game.
I was fortunate enough to be in Kansas City and see our hometown Lions pull it off. It was pretty special.
Yeah, I mean, Mahomes didn't look all that Mahomesian, which was nice.
Travis Kelce out made a difference.
Yeah, weird how that happens, right?
Right.
Yeah. We'll dig in as we go throughout the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show leading up to kickoff, but just the areas you want to see cleaned up or improved a bit Week 1 to Week 2.
Yeah, I think you got to run the ball. I mean, that is the identity of this team. And give East Carolina last week some credit, right? They had a good game plan, I think. They loaded up the box. So if you're going to put 8, 9, maybe 10 guys in the box at different times, you're going to have to throw. You're outnumbered. It's not going to work. So they had a good game plan. They wanted to stop the run, but they also played hard. I think that was a fast defense. They were moving a lot. I didn't think our offensive line played great, so they got to hone that in. There's a lot of talent there, a lot of experience there. I have no doubt that they will. Would love to see them run the ball a little bit better today. And then special teams, right? That's still a question mark just in my mind because of how good and how consistent it was last year. When the snow starts flying in November, when it gets down to it late in the season, those are the types of things that make the difference in a game. So that's got to be, special teams has to be an area for this team that continues to get better week in and week out.
Plenty to do here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show. We will scout today's opponent, the Runnin' Rebels of UNLV, coming up at 1 o'clock. I'll sit down with Keon Sabb, a sophomore safety who impressed last week, at about 1:25. John Jansen joins us a little bit less than an hour from now. We'll talk with Doug Karsh at 2:10. And then in the hour before kickoff, you'll hear from Colston Loveland, from the two acting head coaches, Jay Harbaugh and Mike Hart, and also on the sideline, Jason Avant. But throughout the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, we'll keep you updated on traffic and weather as fans flock to Ann Arbor for this one. And we have our first update of that right now.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We will hear from both head coaches for the Wolverines here today. First half, Jay Harbaugh. Second half, Mike Hart, as we discuss the week that was. I'm sure it was quite the week for those two as we continue here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, counting down to the Wolverines in UNLV. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Elevate your brand and make your business stand out with high-impact graphics from Source One Digital. Source One will customize graphics that showcase your facility, products, and services. Source One is designed, delivered, and installed. Custom decor, window signage, retail, events, concerts, sports, collegiate, and more. From concept to completion, count on us. Visit SourceOneDigital.com, a signage partner of Michigan Athletics. Go Blue!
Hey, Michigan fans, make game day memorable with your Buddies. Buddies, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, with its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, is now a proud partner of Michigan Athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top, Buddies, the award-winning pizza you know and love, can be your game day tradition. Whether you're cheering on the Wolverines at the Big House or watching the action at home, make Buddies your official taste of game day. Order now at BuddiesPizza.com.
You're listening to University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
Everything that's happening in the air and on the ground.
For the latest local news, go to WWJNewsRadio.com and find out everything that's happening right now.
In the air with AccuWeather updates.
And on the ground with the latest traffic reports.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950. Depend on us.
Before we look ahead, let's relive the week that was for Michigan football.
Be the guardian of victory is probably the number one job. You have making sure that the decisions you're making are complementary on all three phases. There's no offense, there's no defense. It's a we-fence, and making sure that putting the players in position to have their hard work achieved.
Once again, here's Brian Bush and Shaq Miller.
We fence. That was my favorite from the week.
Yeah, I mean, it's crafty and it's accurate because
Yes.
it really is. I mean, both sides of the ball need to complement one another. When you're playing, high-powered offenses, if you can keep them off the field because your offense is sustaining drives, that's sometimes the best defense, right? So it is a we fence, but in typical Coach Harbaugh fashion, he's He's very articulate and has some interesting analogies that he likes to use, or phrases,
those
or
are
sayings, whatever you want to call
them. They
them.
are well thought out. It is from the heart, is genuine.
Very
and,
much.
And it's great. And he was asked in that prompt there, that answer about what a head coach does, pretty broad, right? And my question to you is, what do you look for from your head coaches when you were playing, but specifically during the game?
I think confidence and expertise, right? I think the ability, it depends which coach, because each coach, I think, has a different style. You get some coaches that are real culture guys and rah-rah guys and maybe, more emotional with you, right, that know how to get you fired up to play your best in that situation. Then you get some coaches who are on the staff because they're X's and O's, and they're going to go out scheme and, hey, they're doing this, so we need to do that, or we missed this. This is what needs to happen next time. So I think it depends on which coach you're talking about, who you're looking at, but confidence is the main thing, right? When things are going great, a lot of times coaches are harder on players when things are going good because they want you to keep that up, versus when sometimes things get a little rocky or shaky, hey, we're going to be all right, we're going to be fine, that type of thing. So I think, just this confidence that you're moving in the right direction, that you have a good game plan, you understand what's going to happen. And I think that no matter what it is, it only comes through if they are authentic. And that is one thing that Jim Harbaugh is to his core, is he's an authentic guy.
And I think that carries over to the staff and to the two individuals who will be the head coaches for the Wolverines here today. We start with the head coach right now, getting ready for this game and through the end of the first half. That's Jay Harbaugh, currently the team's safeties coach and special teams coordinator. With the program, he's coached tight ends and running backs at times in his tenure. Here is Jay on this responsibility.
Any way you can serve the team is a great thing. Any opportunity to do that is a privilege. And, Coach Harbaugh has set it up in a way here that it's really, we get the opportunity as a staff to walk the walk in terms of what we tell the players. Hey, one guy's out, it's the next man up. You have a great opportunity to be able to, expand what you can do as a coach.
I think he has done a great job of being able to show the players that, I'm willing to take on whatever is needed. Despite the last name, despite being the son of the head coach, I do think he's somewhat off the radar in the grand scheme of this staff, right? And a lot of that has to do with the talent of the staff, the success that the program's had. But it does feel like he just puts his head down, he works, and he delivers no matter what position group he's with.
Yeah, I know he's got a ton of respect from the players and coaches, former players and coaches. He's earned that, and he's done a great job. It's got nothing to do with his last name. He's certainly earned his spot and the accolades and the opportunity today to be a head coach for a half. And you'd mentioned that he coached the running backs before, he's coached the tight ends before. Look at how well those position groups are doing, right? There's been some, they've figured some things out. Those have been two of the strong position groups for this team. So again, he's earned it. A smart guy, a hard worker who just is doing his job and helping try to propel this team to new heights.
So once halftime starts, the baton will be passed from Jay Harbaugh to Mike Hart, who explained this week that his approach really won't have to change a whole lot because he's kind of gone through the mental reps of being a head coach during his now 13-year coaching career.
You approach it as you do every game. To me, it's no different, right? You see how things go in the first half, and then you're ready in the second half with adjustments and doing what we need to do to win. But every game you prepare, you think, what would you do if you're the head coach? What would you do in this situation? So it's not something that mentally I haven't prepared for. It's something that, I think, like I always tell everyone, to play like you're the starter. And as a coach, that's how I prepared myself, is act like you're the head coach no matter the situation. Like, I'm not in charge of making that call, but what would I do in this situation?
Love that concept. Yeah. And the reality is with Mike Hart, if and when, and he reiterated he was asked at his availability this week if he aspires to be a head coach, and he was pretty firm, yes, I do. He said he plans to be a head coach one day, whether it's here or somewhere else. At Indiana, 2018 and 2019, he was the assistant head coach, and then 2020, the associate head coach. And remember, that was the Hoosiers' best season in a long, long time. They finished nationally ranked. He has this in him, and just an incredible opportunity for both Jay and Mike, two guys who know and have known for a long time what this place, this program means.
You said it best. That's a great clip from both of them. And, both coaches, they walk the walk, they talk the talk. they think like players, right? If you're telling your guys, hey, be taking mental reps when you're sitting on the sidelines or you're not in, be watching, try to understand what's going on and watch the, if you're an offensive lineman, I'll relate to that. You see the defense, what front, what would you call if they blitz, how does that get picked up, all those things. That they're preaching that and they're living to that expectation too, which you love as a player, because I go back to what I said earlier about being authentic. Players love that, and relatable coaches are guys you want to play for, the guys you want to play hard for. They're obviously relatable. You understand them. They understand you. And that chemistry, that camaraderie together leads to really, really good things. And Jay Harbaugh and Mike Hart are both great examples of that.
We have plenty to talk through from a position-by-position standpoint of the win over ECU, looking ahead to Week 2. That's coming up here momentarily. First, another check of traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Kickoff at 3:39 for the Wolverines and the UNLV Runnin' Rebels. We'll do our self-scout when we continue here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Next, this is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Ready to tackle staffing challenges? Team up with DQS Solutions in Staffing, an official staffing sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Backed by experts in automotive, manufacturing, and logistics, we'll help you with staffing and so much more. Elevate your business with top-tier security services, janitorial solutions, and even employee food trucks. We're here to help your business succeed. Looking for a job? Count on us for that too. Connect at dqstaff.com or call 1-833-FOR-DQS1. Let's get to work.
He's going MIA. Touchdown! Meadowbrook Insurance Agency and Auto Owners Insurance are teaming up to build effective insurance solutions for you, your family, and your business. And to predict today's big win, Auto Owners and Meadowbrook offer more than 65 years experience in home, auto, life, business solutions, and more. Score an insurance quote at meadowbrookagency.com/quote. Our agency offices are located in Ann Arbor, Jackson, Southfield, and Saginaw.
And we're back with the action. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an irresistible taste and zero sugar, Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any sports fan. So make sure you... Wait, Jim, I didn't mean try it right now. We're still on the air.
Best Coke ever? Take a taste, Jen.
Really?
No, not right now, Jen. We got a game to call.
Wolverine Nation doesn't back down from a challenge. Last season, the University of Tennessee set a world record for collecting recyclable material at a college football game. This season, they've issued us a challenge, and we've accepted. On September 23rd, during home games at the Big House and Neyland Stadium, we'll see who can recycle the most and set a new world record. During our game against Rutgers, we'll count every plastic, aluminum, and paper product put in recycling bins. Remember, when we all recycle, at home, at the tailgate, and at the game, we help the planet win.
It's a Michigan game day.
I mean, I think a lot of people are used to us running for Donald getting 100 yards, Blake getting 100 yards, running for 250, 300 a game. I think that sometimes the opponents you play dictate what you can do, and cannot do. And they were selling out on the run 100%, which is why the play action was so wide open. I mean, they had safeties lining up at 7 yards. I mean, when you only got 6 blockers, it's hard to block 10 people.
That was Mike Hart, who will have the second half as the head coach responsibilities here today against UNLV. And, certainly no panic from the run game's effort in week 1 against ECU, but a talking point. And when you win 30-3 and you hadn't talked real-life games in football for 8 months, you're going to talk about stuff like that. Blake Corum, 10 carries, 73 yards. To me, just getting double-digit touches and getting through the game, that's the story for me. And Donovan Edwards, 12 carries, 37 yards, had a handful of catches as well. You mentioned that's the thing you want to see here today. Just what can you take away from week one, other than, as Mike Hart said, tough to block 10 people?
Very tough to block 10 people.
Jack Miller could do it back in the day.
No, I could not. Nobody can pull that off. Nobody is that talented, I don't think. But TCU did that a lot last year in the semifinal game, right? And I think that's going to be the blueprint for teams until we prove that we can do something else with it. Now, good to know that the passing game seems to be in a good spot early in the year. But back to them loading the box like that, I still didn't think the offensive line played all that great. I thought ECU had a good game plan, moved around a lot, blitzes, stunts, twists, things like that. But thought the offensive line played a bit high, didn't have great footwork necessarily, maybe a little lackadaisical at times. So, you're going to have the opportunity to run. How much, we'll see. If you got to go throw the ball because they want to load up the box, you're going to have to do that. But when you do run the ball, especially with Sharon Moore back and everything kind of coming together, I look for the offensive line, Blake Corman, Edwards, to really try to get after it today and prove themselves.
Now, the goal is to have that pass game and the run game equally dangerous and of concern to opposing defenses. There's a lot of talk about the 50-50 run-pass desire, and Michigan hit that pretty much dead on last week, and it was slightly slanted toward the pass when J.J. McCarthy was under center. But to me, the 50-50 is much more about, can you get to a point where opposing defensive coordinators are 50% concerned about the offense and 50% concerned about 50% concerned about the run offense and 50% about the pass offense. And you talk about ceilings, right? The ceiling for Michigan involves J.J. McCarthy taking a pretty significant step or two. The ceiling of J.J. McCarthy, I think we saw that to an extent last week. Now, is he going to throw 87% every week? No, probably not. But to know it's there, I think that's something really important.
Well, and like you said, getting opposing defenses to view you as a 50-50 team, that's something that's going to take time. Even if we throw the ball really, really well the next few weeks, in the back of everyone's head, it's going to be, look, Michigan's a powerful team. They want to run the ball. That's just the style that they play with. So that's going to take time to be viewed like that. I mean, I think most teams throughout the season are going to say stop the run first and make them throw the ball just because they've seen the success that we've had running the ball, that way. But the sky is the limit if they can throw it like that. I mean, if you can be a balanced team the way we've been able to run and we anticipate getting on the right track with that, if JJ continues to play well like that, the receivers continue to get open, and they have the benefit of defenses loading the box, which allows them to get open a little bit easier, there's no reason this offense can't really, really get going to something special.
So what areas can the offense improve in? Here is J.J. McCarthy.
We left meat on the bone, obviously, with that last fumble on the goal line. We can't have that happen. Unacceptable. That was on me. I had a couple checks that I could have made where we could have got some big plays out of it, but I just missed them. But, yeah, it's just, continuing to bounce off the runs and the passes and just make it as efficient as possible.
JJ, by the way, will play with a heavy heart here today. He was close in 7th grade football with Ryan Keeler, a defensive end for the Rebels, transferred from Rutgers where he started his collegiate career. They played together at Nazareth Academy, won a state championship together, and Keeler passed away this past offseason due to an arrhythmia caused by thickened heart tissue. Rebels wearing a number 47 decal. They break huddles oftentimes with 47 on 3 for his number to honor Keeler. So he said this game is for Ryan here today. And it's obviously something JJ is very comfortable with talking about things along these lines. And you certainly wish the UNLV family, the Keeler family well. That's a heavy thing to deal with.
It is. And football is probably the closest bonding that I can think of, maybe besides family out there, right? And so when you lose one of your own, like UNLV did, that's obviously heartbreaking. And all you can do with it is try to use it to help you play with emotion, help you play hard, and play together and enjoy the opportunities you have as a college football player. Because John Jansen, I could tell you this thing goes by really, really fast. And so good to see them honoring him that way, and hopefully same thing for JJ as a friend to JJ. Hopefully he uses that to play well today.
Quick hitters defensively. D-line, I think there was a lot to like from the interior guys. Braden McGregor had some media availability this week and admitted it was frustrating with that quick pass ECU approach, but I think the edge guys are going to get there interior-wise. Michigan's got a ton of options.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about the defensive line. I think they played well last week. To your point, ECU got the ball out really quick, so difficult to get much of a pass rush in those instances. Their time will come.
Linebackers, to me, Junior Colson's so underappreciated.
Agreed. And I think part of that, too, is maybe the underappreciation of that interior D-line that keeps him free. It doesn't allow center guard tackle to get off the defensive lineman and get to him. So if he can run free, he's fast, he's physical, and he can go track down the ball, Junior Colson's set to have a great year.
And in the secondary, no Will Johnson, no Rod Moore, had to shuffle some things around. To me, several guys. We'll talk with Keon Sabb in a little bit. But Josh Wallace had that incredible interception that was taken off just because of the tip of the football by the ECU receiver while he was stepping out of bounds. That's going to help them when they have to run a lot of nickel when you get into some of these high-powered offenses, Big Ten play.
Yeah, absolutely. And those are the two names that I highlight, was Josh Wallace and Keon Sabb. I was really impressed with both of them. Good to see with some of your stars and your experienced guys out of there that it didn't really seem to drop off much. Now, an inferior opponent in ECU, no doubt, but playing with confidence, played like they knew what was going on. You didn't see many mistakes out there, things of that nature. Good to see a group of guys, not necessarily all worried about who's going to get the start today, but when I'm in there, I'm going to go make plays.
And they did. Wolverines took down ECU. They get UNLV here today. 3:39 the kickoff from the Big House for the Wolverines and the Runnin' Rebels. We will talk about the foe here this afternoon in a bit. First, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
It is a splendid day for football. Temperatures right around 70 degrees. Not too sunny, but there will be some sun to poke out. Beautiful day for Michigan and UNLV. Before we go any further, let's pause 10 seconds. Let our stations identify themselves as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield. Jack and I will break down the opponent today, UNLV, when we come back. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
From Ann Arbor to Allen Park, Dexter to Detroit, Michiganders love game day. At DTE Energy, we're proud to bring it to you. Whether illuminating a stadium or keeping your living room warm and cozy, we're happy to be team players. That's why we offer programs, rebates, and a variety of resources to help optimize your home's energy efficiency so you can save on energy bills. On behalf of everyone at DTE, we hope you enjoy all the action. Here's to another great season.
This Saturday, grab a Coors Light, press play on football, and pause on everything else. We know there's nothing like game day in Ann Arbor, so whether you're at the tailgate, the bar, or just watching from home, choose the one beer that's made to chill. Coors Light, mountain cold refreshment made to chill. 2023 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
Olga's Kitchen is bringing their great Mediterranean flavor to Michigan Stadium. Enjoy Olga's in the Big House on the second-level concourse at Gate 9, where Wolverine fans can get favorites like the original Olga, the Philly Olga, and Olga's Snackers. Can't make the game? Visit one of Olga's 24 restaurants to enjoy these classics or new items like the 3-cheese dip, Hellfire Detroit wings, or Brussels sprouts. Having a party? Go to Olga's.com for wing platters and hot buffet catering. The best fans in the world deserve the best bread on the planet. Olga's Kitchen, the restaurant you know and love, is more than you remember.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
Brian and Jack are previewing today's Michigan game right here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
We can't allow there to be chunk yardage in the run game and through the air. Their quarterback is a special player. We've got to do a great job in our coverage. We've got to have tremendous eye discipline. We've got to understand and be able to change zone and match up man concepts. And then also we've got to be in a position that we can load the box to try to stop the run. If they've got a weakness, I haven't found it yet. So they're really solid and a great team.
I think one of my favorite phrases in football is eye discipline. I wonder how you do that in real life. Like, do you have good eye discipline at work? you lock in on the computer?
I don't know. The computer's not trying to trick me a lot, though. I don't think. I mean, it feels like it. I don't think.
There aren't 11 computers there.
No, it's not. It's not trying to redirect me a certain way so that I get, it gets a quick step on me the other. So it seems to apply to sports a bit more.
True. I guess you can't just say, I've got to go out there and see good. It's like, well, yeah, obviously that would be helpful. That is the first-year head coach of the Rebels, Barry Odom. But that is the goal, right? You try to make teams equally concerned about the run and the pass, and that's what the key topic we talked about last segment. UNLV, the Barry Odom era began last year, 44-14, last week I should say, over FCS Bryant. Odom takes over for Marcus Arroyo, former Oregon assistant. Just 7 wins over 3 seasons. Previous 3 for Odom, he was an assistant at Arkansas after a head coaching stint at Mizzou that yielded a 500 record in 4 seasons. In getting ready for this, I knew UNLV hadn't really had a whole lot of success in football, but it's never. Like, 1 winning season since 2000, 1 conference championship ever, only 4 bowl appearances ever. I go back and forth, right? There are only so many group of 5 programs now that feel like, okay, maybe if things break right, they can elevate and move up to now what's a 2-tiered Power 5, right? Or Power 4 after this year. Vegas is growing. They've got 2 pro sports teams. 2 more probably going to be there in the next decade. Can they ever gain traction as a program and be somebody that can rise up like kind of a San Diego State has done to at least put itself on deck, kind of, if a Big 12 and ACC wanted to expand?
The interesting part is initially I'd probably say no, right? Just too difficult in Vegas between all the fun you can have out there, 2 pro teams and more probably on the way. It just doesn't get a whole lot of attention or a lot of buzz, and so it's really hard to recruit the right way and get things going. That being said, in the world today of NIL and transfer portal, you can be a flash in the pan real quick and get some momentum and then build upon that. Guys come to play for you, and all of a sudden something that can happen real quick. It probably isn't going to be like the old days of college football where a new head coach had to come in and you had to give him 3 or 4 years to see what he could build. Just flip on the Nebraska-Colorado game right now, right? I mean, it's a different day and age. It can turn around quickly for programs. So, Vegas, a cool place to live. Maybe they get, they have some things that go their way one day, and all of a sudden it can turn into something. But historically, it hasn't. But, I'll say about Barry Odom, when he was a defensive coordinator at Arkansas, he was a defensive coordinator for Sam Pittman there, who the head coach at Arkansas, who was one of my favorite guys when I was getting recruited in college football. And he is an O-line guru. And so, I know that UNLV's defense isn't very highly touted or anything like that, but this is a guy who had to match up every day in practice and was spending time with one of the bright minds of offensive line in college football. So, given what the offensive line for Michigan is, I don't think that that's something Coach Odom will back away from, and you never know. Maybe he's got a good game plan. I think East Carolina did last week, and maybe Coach Odom will put something together good too.
Some of the names offensively to look for: Doug Brumfield, second year as a starting quarterback last year, threw for 10 touchdowns, rushed for 6 more. Last week he was quiet because it was all about the running game. Tons of different guys they used. Vincent Davis, who was a Pitt transfer, ran for a 69-yard touchdown on the first play from scrimmage. True freshman Jaden Thomas had a couple of touchdown runs, and a familiar name coming in at wide receiver in Ricky White, the former Michigan State Spartan, just 2 catches last week. But as expected, a lot of transfers, a lot of new for a team that's under a new head coach.
Well, Brumfield is a dual-threat quarterback. They try to run up-tempo, go. They want to get you on your heels. And so it's a dangerous type of offense. When things are going good, it can be really good. And when things aren't, you stall out pretty quickly, and if Michigan's playing well offensively, you give them the ball back and you took 14 seconds off the clock. It's feast or famine when you run that type of offense. So they're going to try to have big plays. I think they don't have anything to lose today, so try to strike and attack in a surprising way. And if they can get big chunk plays, it's going to be very hard, I think, for UNLV to sustain drives. So they're going to need that big play ability, get Michigan on their heels, run back to the line, don't let Michigan sub, don't let them do anything exotic, and see if they can put a couple plays together to get themselves in scoring range. It'll be fun to watch.
Names to look for defensively, a 3-3-5 look. They have an Arkansas transfer, a few of them, but one in particular, Jackson Woodard, led the way last week with 11 tackles. Also a former four-star and former LSU Tiger Xavier Carter, someone to look out for in that defense, and a JUCO transfer by the name of Thomas Anderson. Had a pick, 7 tackles out of the secondary for a UNLV team that did come here to the Big House back in 2015. It was the first season for Jim Harbaugh, his third game as the head coach, and it featured 3 rushing scores by 3 different Wolverines, including this one, our throwback call of the game, brought to you by Pretzel Bell.
Pitch sweep left to Isaac. He's at the 20, breaks it back inside to the 30. The 35, and he breaks a tackle. He's at midfield. He's at the 40. He's at the 30. The 20. He can go. The 5. Touchdown. Ty Isaac. He goes 76 yards, and the Wolverines are up just like that, 20-0.
And that was our throwback call of the game, brought to you by Pretzel Bell. Whatever the occasion, Pretzel Bell is Ann Arbor's hometown favorite. Pretzel Bell on Main Street in Ann Arbor. Jehu Chesson with a touchdown run, and Sione Homa.
Yes.
Remember him?
I sure do. Yeah, I actually
2-yarder.
hosted Chesson on his official visit, and Sione was a great teammate. One of those guys who just put his head down and worked every single day.
Well, they all had touchdowns, and the Wolverines beat the Rebels by 21, back 3 games into the Jim Harbaugh era. Today, matchup number 2. We'll talk about some of the early action going on in the noon slate, including, as Jack mentioned, that Nebraska-Colorado matchup. First, though, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Michigan, UNLV coming up here from the Big House. Kickoff at 3:39. We'll have a look around the rest of the Big Ten in the top 25. Some games already in action. We'll tell you about those next with Rob Joyce. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's okay to be stressed, but it's also okay to realize that sometimes what you think is just stress might be something more. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we're here for you whenever you're ready. With access to support for physical and mental health wherever and whenever you need it, even from the privacy of your own home. We're here for it all and always will be. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Confidence comes with every card. Learn more at hereforital.com.
This is University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
The home of the Wolverines and everything else you need.
After the game and all week long, stay with WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8s.
It's everything you need on your radio, online at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950. Depend on us.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Stay hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure all-natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan or have water delivered direct to your home or office with their convenient delivery service. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, celebrating 35 years as the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Visit AbsoPure.com/go blue or call 800-4-AbsoPure to learn more.
Your neighborhood Auto Value Auto Parts store is part of a large Midwest-based company committed to the values of honesty and integrity in all of our transactions. From Detroit to Madison, from Chicago to Marquette. We have you covered. Selection, quality, knowledgeable staff, name brands, and with competitive pricing and fast, direct-to-home shipping, you can easily get back to doing what you love, working on your ride. Come see us at your Auto Value Auto Parts store today.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. In 10 minutes, you'll hear from a Wolverine player. Then in 20 minutes, John Jansen joins the broadcast. First, let's take you around the Big Ten and the top 25.
And indeed, certainly the story in college football has been Coach Prime, the Colorado Buffaloes, going to Fort Worth last week, taking down TCU in an absolute wild one. Tons of offense, plenty of fireworks, and as we welcome back Rob Joyce, we missed you last week, buddy. Hope you and the family are hanging in there. Man, so many points to talk about, right?
Yeah. Well, it's scoreless. So, yeah, scoreless, 5:46 to go in the second quarter, and it's not turnovers. It's a lack of offense to this point. Colorado doesn't even have 100 yards of offense. They just went 3 and out. Nebraska just doinked a 45-yard field goal off the upright. So Huskers will get the ball back, and that's pretty much Colorado was the story last night. Last week. Weather's the real story today so far on college football because a ton of games are delayed, including Purdue at Virginia Tech. Boilermakers lead 7-0, but the game is 6 minutes old. Kickoff was delayed by lightning. Then they played 6 minutes. They're still in a lightning delay. Ohio State beating Youngstown State 21-7. Penn State beating Delaware 21-7. Both of those in the second quarter. So everything else comes later on. Iowa State is intriguing. Tonight you have Wisconsin at Washington State, and then you have a lot of games in the Big Ten against lesser competition. Michigan State plays Richmond this afternoon. Northwestern, you hope they can beat UTEP at 3:30. Maryland hosts Charlotte, Minnesota, Eastern Michigan, and Rutgers Temple. So, guys, not the juiciest slate we've ever seen, but hopefully Nebraska, Colorado can pick it up a little bit.
By the way, I was curious. You know what the line is for Northwestern UTEP?
Go ahead and share.
-1.
That's not good. That's not
-1.
That's not ideal. Not a great slate of games, as Rob was saying in the Big Ten today. But I'll tell you what, if Nebraska is able to pull this off against Colorado, which Doug Karsh and I were talking about it before we went on air today, it's very, very possible in college football for Colorado to have a hangover game like that, right? And Nebraska under Matt Rule maybe playing hard and disappointing loss to Minnesota. Can they get back on in the right way? So that could be Colorado could be the story for the first 2 weeks, a big win and maybe a big loss.
Well, and here's why expectations, thoughts, they can change so quickly. If you were to have asked a Colorado fan or anyone just, hey, if through 2 games, if you're the Buffaloes, would you take 1-1?
Yeah.
I think they would have taken it in a heartbeat,
Probably,
right?
yeah.
And then you go down there and it's, we're ranked in the top 25. Coach Prime is
back.
the biggest. Yeah, totally.
We're back.
Right?
It's on.
And if they lose that game, which again, it could be a race to 2 there in Boulder. I mean, that could legitimately, be a talking point of, well, what's wrong at Colorado?
Well, the only concerning part is it'd be one thing if it was 0-0 and Nebraska was, doing something really, fantastic. I haven't watched all of it. It's on here in the booth. I'm trying to see parts of it. But the fact is that the Colorado offense isn't doing anything. When last week they just had their way, right? It was so explosive, so electric, so fun to watch. And through, a quarter and a half, getting close to halftime here, they haven't been able to do anything. Every time I look up, they seem to be punting. It looks like Iowa.
Well, wow. Ouch. Now, speaking of, Rob, I think I'm probably most intrigued by Iowa State. We saw Cade McNamara get off to a pretty solid start to that ball game last week against Utah State, and then Iowa's offense kind of Iowa offense, and it wasn't all that smooth the rest of the way. But that is always a bitter, fierce rivalry. Iowa's had a ton of success in it over the last handful of years, but to me, that one on a slate that's pretty darn ugly, that one's really intriguing to me.
Yeah, if you remember Iowa last week, they first 2 drives were touchdowns. You're thinking, who are these guys? And then the other 3 quarters happened. They only scored 1 more touchdown the rest of the way. But you're right. This game's pretty much always close. I mean, you go back the last 5 years. Last year was a 10-7 Cyclone victory. Iowa won by 10 the year before, a 1-point win, a 10-point win, 3-point win for the Hawkeyes. So case in point here, all of these games, they're not always the highest scoring, but they're always close and they're always interesting. And for, all the talk of, obviously it's non-conference, but we're going to play the parlor game again. Who could win the Big Ten West? Iowa, if they can figure out the offense.
We get one more. We get one more.
We got to Big Ten West. We got to cherish these. Iowa
cherish
State.
That, yes.
Yeah, Iowa's certainly going to be in the mix. Wisconsin, I think, has a test tonight at Washington State. Martin Stadium's not the biggest place in the world. That is a loud place, especially at night. It's going to be a little bananas. Washington State beat them in Madison last year, so those are probably your two front runners, and they have the two marquee games this week.
Well, and I know if you're Michigan or a Michigan fan, you never want to look past the game in front of you, and you never really want to think about anything outside the Big Ten. But tonight in Tuscaloosa, Alabama and Texas, that's got playoff implications, right? Whatever's going to happen there is going to set the table for one of those teams to maybe create their own destiny, and for the other one, they're going to have to battle back to get back into that conversation as the season goes on. So pay close attention to that one tonight, because one of those teams, Michigan might be keeping an eye on later in the year.
Yeah, totally. And if you're wondering why the 3:30 CBS game is Michigan and UNLV, and then the 7:30 is Maryland hosting Charlotte, it's because all these intriguing Big Ten games are on the road. So the Big Ten doesn't own the rights to those, which is why I really found NBC is going to get some great games, but I did find it very, very funny when NBC had their big pre-produced 30-second spots for Maryland and Charlotte coming up at 7:30.
Could be a barn burner.
Of all the games, that sure will be one of them. We do have one key cog from that Michigan secondary coming up, Keon Sabb. I enjoyed chatting with him this week. We'll share that with you here in a bit. First, check of traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Michigan football is brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Blue Cross is ready to help with physical health, mental health, and everything in between. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Keon Sabb stops by when our Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show rolls along next. Michigan, UNLV coming up. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Friday, October 27th, TVs and Practical Jokers are up to their usual tricks.
If you're not here, you are missing out.
It's the Tenderloins at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Sal, James, and Brian for 2 shows and twice the laughs. 7 and 10 p.m. Tickets start at $59. On sale now at the box office and etix.com. Don't miss the Drive Tour with the Tenderloins, October 27th. Party hard, laugh louder. Details at SoaringEagleCasino.com.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go! Run, James! No, first base! Go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear. Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
This season, we are introducing Sharifa Halal Beef Franks to Michigan Stadium. As a leader in the halal industry, the recognized brand has been on location in Michigan for over 45 years. Sharifa Halal Beef Franks will be available as a concession option at the Big House kicking off this season. For more information, check us out on Instagram at Sod Wholesale or on our nationwide delivery site, sodmeats.com.
We're heading into the Michigan locker room momentarily, but first a word from the presenting sponsor of the Tailgate Show, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan.
Week 2 is upon us, Michigan fans. Another early September Saturday and another non-conference foe. Here for it all, as always, is Andy Hetzel from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. How are you, Andy?
I am doing well, Brian. Thank you for asking. Another September Saturday and another electric game atmosphere at the Big House. Packed stands, busy concession stands here. With that in mind, I've got some food for thought for Michigan fans. Hey, y'all, have you ever wondered how eating a hot dog might impact your lifespan?
Andy, I've never been asked that question in all my years on the radio, so speaking for myself, I've consumed some, but I haven't really put much thought into it.
Well, I've got some bad news courtesy of the good people at the University of Michigan who did a study, and that study says that eating one hot dog can shorten your lifespan by 36 minutes. On the flip side, though, you can add 26 minutes by eating nuts.
So, Andy, is this study telling us we should never eat hot dogs?
Not at all, Brian. The point of the study, I think, is to get us thinking about how certain foods play defined roles in our health and longevity, and to help us understand how healthy behaviors make a difference in how long we live.
Andy, I agree. It's important to be aware that processed meats and foods high in saturated fats and sodium are detrimental to our health if they are always in our game day lineup.
And we don't need to completely deconstruct our tailgates, Brian. What we should monitor and, if necessary, reduce the amount that we eat. And we should add foods that are good for our health, things that are rich in fiber like chickpeas and raspberries, as well as foods that are good for our brain health like salmon and trout.
And we're lucky enough to live in a place where salmon and trout can go from the depths of the Great Lakes to our dining room tables in the same day.
Very true, Brian. And in addition to what we eat, we also need to be mindful about how much we eat.
Andy, I've read that portion size is a key part of a healthy diet, and that's something we can all use some guidance on.
That's right. And I want to let Michigan fans know that we've got a great podcast at Blue Cross that covers all of this and more online at ahealthiermichigan.org.
There's always helpful information at ahealthiermichigan.org and on the Blue Cross blog at mibluesperspectives.com. Thanks so much, Andy.
Thank you, Brian. Go Blue.
Now, it's time for this week's player profile. Once again, here's Brian Bush.
And we continue here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. We have a member of the Michigan defense, Keon Sabb, with us. First off, Game 1. Assess your performance, assess the defense's performance.
Defense performance, it was great. I loved how we worked as a team. There were still some things we can clean up, but the D-line played an amazing game, getting to the quarterback, getting some rushes, and the linebackers played an amazing game. You know, not too many balls got to the DBs, so it made it like an easier transition for me. And for me, playing-wise, the older guys made it a real easy transition for me for my first game out there. You know, they made sure that the communication was good, the play was good, and they trusted me out there, so I felt confident in my play.
There were several players who were out in the secondary, and on that first drive, a third down, you were thrust right into action. Take us through that play, a third down, where you have your back turned to the throw, and you're able to come up with a PBU and do it in a situation where if you make any contact there, you're probably getting penalized.
The D-line got an amazing rush that play, so the quarterback didn't really have time to look anywhere else. So it was really me just playing through the hands. Coach Klink taught us, you know, don't panic when the ball is in the air. So just play through the hands. So I was just thinking of that really, you know, in practice. I've done it so many times, just playing through the hands, being patient, not panicking. So once I got to the game, I felt really comfortable with it.
Coach Harbaugh said in camp at some point, he said, we should have played you more. So take us through last season into this. Where have you made improvements to where you're kind of saying, yeah, Coach, you're going to play me more because I've made these adjustments?
Last year, I don't think I was ready for it last year. You know, I was a incoming freshman. My mindset wasn't where it needed to be. But being around the older guys like Rod, Kari, RJ last year, Q, Caden, the older safeties helped me a lot. Maturity, understanding the playbook. So just getting older and, you know, being more versatile in the defense, it ended up helping me.
Jay Harbaugh will be the acting head coach for the first half. You obviously work with him a decent amount. Tell us about him, what kind of coach he is, what he's meant to you.
He's an amazing coach. Special teams-wise, he's the best special teams coordinator in the country. And he's put so much effort into special teams and taught me how important it is. It transitions into defense, like how you can't take for granted any snap. Like, special teams is a really important phase. And on defense, he takes some of his philosophies from special teams and teaches it with the DBs. So it gives us like an easier transition from DB to special teams and special teams to DB.
Did you even notice much of the fact that Coach Harbaugh wasn't there, Coach Moore wasn't there? Certainly, I'm sure it was a bit odd at times, but once you guys got out there, did it feel like it was as it was supposed to because everybody else was able to accept those responsibilities?
At the beginning, it felt a little weird not having them in a locker room, but Coach Minter did a great job, just filling up the spots, and it kind of felt like Coach Harbaugh was there, the way he handled his business, he took care of everything. So it didn't really feel like we took a step back or anything. We were comfortable, and everybody was out prepared.
Lastly, just improvements you want to see from yourself from the defense week 1 to week 2.
I just want to keep seeing us fly to the ball, some more ball disruption, some forced fumbles, more interceptions. Josh had that one, but they ended up calling it incomplete because the guy was out of bounds. But I just want to see the defense get more ball disruption and everybody keep playing as a team.
Keon, appreciate the time. Good luck.
Thank you.
Great stuff from Keon Sabb. He's going to keep getting better and better as the season goes on. Good, solid start to his sophomore campaign. Time now for the Tailgate Tip, brought to you by Meijer. Spend less time playing bartender and more time with your friends and family by making your go-to craft cocktails in single-serve mason jars the night before. That was today's Tailgate Tip, brought to you by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2023 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Wolverines and UNLV coming up a little bit after 3:30. John Jansen's here. We'll have him momentarily. First, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We'll hear from John Jansen as the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show rolls along next. Michigan and UNLV coming up, and this is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Hey, Michigan fans, make game day memorable with your Buddies. Buddies, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, with its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, is now a proud partner of Michigan Athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top. Buddies, the award-winning pizza you know and love, can be your game day tradition. Whether you're cheering on the Wolverines at the Big House or watching the action at home, make Buddies your official taste of game day. Order now at BuddiesPizza.com.
Rave Associates, importer and distributor of fine wine and Michigan craft beer, are excited to be back for another great season of Michigan football on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield. Family owned since 1974, Rave Associates has distributed some of the most unique, authentic, and complex craft beers and wines available throughout Washtenaw County and Southeast Michigan. Whether you're tailgating at the Big House or watching at home, elevate your football experience with the finest beers and wine Michigan has to offer. Think local, drink local.
Sports betting can be fun, just like football. There's excitement, winning. But imagine that sports betting is a 300-pound lineman coming straight at you. For tips that will help keep you on your feet, go to don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Michigan football season is here, and the MDN, the official retailer of Michigan Athletics, is ready to help you suit up in officially licensed gear from brands like Nike, Jordan, and Lululemon. We have everything you need to rep the maize and blue. Shop the largest selection of Michigan gear online at mdn.com or visit the MDN location nearest you today. The MDN on State Street, on Main Street, or at Briarwood Mall in Ann Arbor. The MDN at 12 Oaks Mall in Novi, or the MDN in Detroit on Columbia Street. Get your game on with gear at the MDN. Go Blue!
It's time to hear from the two-time captain, the national champion, the Michigan Sports Hall of Famer.
You get the sense that there's so much inertia and good stuff going on right now. I think we're going to see a few names by the time these first 3 weeks are done that we aren't anticipating right now that they're going to be real players as the season goes on. We get into November.
Only pregame show that you're going to hear big words like inertia. I mean, we are digging deep. I guarantee you, across America today, there is not going to be another football pregame show with the vocabulary that we have here.
You just said brig.
I said what?
You said, instead of big, you said brig. I don't think you should be bragging about your vocabulary. Inertia has 7 letters.
John Jansen is here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show.
So, listening back to that, I don't feel bad about the brig. I feel a little bad about the 7 letters. Like, that was a little harsh.
I was proud of
it. You can't brag about vocabulary when the word isn't longer than vocabulary.
Well, you can't use words that you can't spell. So apparently, I can't. We're in the conference of the 10.
It was.
I won't even be able to say Big Ten anymore.
It was good, and then it fell apart real quick.
Yeah.
We were humming along, and then it just really it got sideways quick.
You unearthed. You showed people the fourth wall. You talked about how big the words were, and then it just all
fell apart, which is a frequent occurrence.
We'll keep it more elementary today, maybe rudimentary, actually.
Oh,
yeah.
Look at this! Oh my gosh!
Whoa.
We should get a sponsor segment. Jack Miller's big word of the week.
No, they can't.
Brig word of the week.
Scratch that segment.
Yes.
So Jack was in Kansas City. It was a big week for you, John Jansen.
Yeah, I was in Vegas, baby, and
for what, about 12 minutes?
About 12 and a half hours, just long enough to see the game, experience the excitement of our teams, the Michigan Wolverines and the Detroit Lions, earning a 1-0 start, and then doing the show and hopping on a plane and heading back because we got to get to work today.
That's true. Have you gone into the pool at the Stadium Swim there?
I did that. So I've only been to Vegas 2 times. This was just the second time. Yep. We went a couple of years ago, and I did go in the pool at the Stadium Swim. And I got to be honest with you, now that I look back on it, it's a great environment. But I'm not sure. It's like going swimming in the kids' pool on a cruise. Yeah. Like everybody is sitting there drinking all day, watching sports, and nobody ever leaves the pool. Why is that? Like, what's going on? And so I don't know that I'm going to dip my toe in that one much longer.
Literally. But no, it's an awesome setup out there. Derek Stevens, big Michigan fan, awesome guy, and I'm glad you had a good time, a quick trip. Good to see you back. Just biggest carryovers you want to see from last week. Let's start there before we talk growth.
So the things I want to see carry over, obviously, the way that J.J. McCarthy played. If he could continue the accuracy, and I thought it was big when I went back and watched again, and I mentioned it a couple of times this week, and I think on the broadcast last week, where he's delivering the ball, and everybody can say, well, yeah, okay, quarterback throws, receiver catches, it looks nice. But when you could throw it and a receiver catches it, when they can actually catch it and do something with it, it's catch and run. That to me it's showing not only the accuracy, but understanding of where the defenders are, what the receiver is trying to do in evading those defenders and leading him away from said defender so that it could do something with it and gain yards. And there was one that was to Max Bredesen. He was wide open, but running away over his inside shoulder, that's a tough catch for a tight end to make, for anybody to make. But for J.J. to put it somewhere where it was easy to catch, and then he could turn up field and gain yards, I thought that's the biggest thing offensively I want to see carry over. And then defensively, I love, and Coach Harbaugh called it the run wall, the big run wall, big blue run wall. I want to make sure that they do that. I'd like to see. Well, I won't even get into what improvements I want to see yet. I don't want to. I don't want to jump. Yeah.
I agree 100%. I think that defensive line, how well they're playing, the ability to rotate that many guys in and out and stay fresh and not really have a drop-off at all. Junior Colson, we talked a little bit earlier, maybe being one of the more underrated players on the team. I think in part some of that might be because that defensive line is so good. He's allowed to just run free, right? Nobody's getting up to the second level and getting on him. He can just track down the ball. He's a fast, aggressive guy and go make plays. So it starts up front. It always does. That defensive line playing pretty well. And then, John, I agree with you. the continuation of J.J. McCarthy, if he keeps getting better and better, getting in sync with those receivers and tight ends and Donovan and that type of stuff to complement the running game, the sky's the limit. Keep going there.
Jack mentioned the run game is kind of the thing to try to improve on. I assume that's high on your list, too.
It is, and I'm not concerned. I know that there were some people that were, aghast that they didn't run for, 100 yards apiece for Blake Corum and Donovan Edwards. But when you have 8-9 guys in the box, all right, it's going to be difficult to run. And I don't care who you're running against. I would like to see them impose their will. And for a team to line up 9, to me, it shows respect. But I'm offended that you think you can even stop us with 9 guys. And you know what? You better bring 10 or 11, and we're just going to smash you. And that's where I want to see Zach Zinter, Trevor Keegan take over this offensive line and say, you know what? Hey, I don't care how many guys they line up. If I've got to block 3 guys, I'm going to block 3 guys. And that's kind of the mentality I want to see them take the field with. And if JJ continues to throw the ball the way he has, now a defense is going to be in extreme conflict. Do we commit our resources to the run and say, hey, we're not going to let them beat us on the ground? And then there goes JJ. Or do they say, you know what, hey, we're going to try and defend that pass and make them go consistently down the field. Now all of a sudden the run game explodes. So it's pick your poison.
Last thing, Jack, just your thoughts on that O-line. You mentioned Keegan and Zinter.
We're back to that
there.
vocabulary.
Yeah, that's right.
Those who throw stones.
The thing I was going to compliment your aghast. Like, not only was it a good word, but you really said it well. All right, you got like 10 seconds now. I'm sorry. Offensive line, I'm sorry.
I agree with John wholeheartedly. When you have an inferior opponent here, it doesn't matter how many they want to put in the box. You should still be able to get downhill on them, impose your will, and get yards running the football. That's what this team's based on. That's what the identity of it's going to be. It doesn't matter who you're playing. When you load up the box, you can still get something going. Look for the run game today.
Just stick with compliments.
Love you guys.
John and Jack, you're doing a great job.
Good job, everyone.
Doug, Jason, Rob, Tony, thank you all. You're all wonderful and fantastic. And gosh, I'm terrible. Let's do traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We'll come back and go in the trenches when we return. Michigan and UNLV coming up. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Football season is here, and that means it's time to kick off the excitement at the Pretzel Bell, an Ann Arbor institution featuring traditional American comfort food, including favorites like our Varsity Burger, Detroit-style pizza, hot wings, and our famous soft pretzel. Enjoy artisan cocktails, local craft beers, and an extensive wine collection. Ring the bell for your birthday, host a private event in our captain's room, or celebrate a Michigan win in our downstairs sports bar. Whatever the occasion, Pretzel Bell is Ann Arbor's hometown favorite.
Non-stop fun and entertainment is closer than you think at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Whether you're an experienced gambler, sports fan, or food enthusiast, we have something for everyone to enjoy. Place your bets on over 45 live table games or spin to win on over 1,700 slot machines. Plus, enjoy live entertainment every weekend and one of the region's only Forbes 4-star steakhouses, Final Cut Steak and Seafood. It's all right here at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
Dude, it's in the name. Wag and wash. Bro, I get it. We start with the wash, and then we wag. Dude, you can't start with the wash. All those sweet toys are gonna go outside and get dirty. You wag first with the food and treats, then you wash.
Who are you, the Wag and Wash police? Dogs get dirty more than once, you know? You just come back. Full service grooming, walk-in self-wash, bingo bango, we wash and wag. Whatever order you do it, come down to the new Ann Arbor Wag and Wash during grand opening weekend starting September 1st and enter to win 4 tickets to see Michigan take on Purdue November 4th.
Wolverine Nation doesn't back down from a challenge. Last season, the University of Tennessee set a world record for collecting recyclable material at a college football game. This season, they've issued us a challenge, and we've accepted. On September 23rd, during home games at the Big House and Neyland Stadium, we'll see who can recycle the most and set a new world record. During our game against Rutgers, we'll count every plastic, aluminum, and paper product put in recycling bins. Remember, when we all recycle, at home, at the tailgate, and at the game, we help the planet win.
This is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. In 20 minutes, we'll update the out-of-town scoreboard. The voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsch, will join the broadcast in 30 minutes. But right now, let's go in the trenches.
And In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, comes out 3 times a week during football season. The Wednesday midweek editions with a Wolverine player. Fridays, the keys to the game and the locker room speech edition. And then about 3 hours after the end of each game, the post-game edition will come out and will be available to you. Now, this week, plenty of great stuff per usual. One of the storylines early on the season, past, present, future, will be how Donovan Edwards is used, how he's aligned, the type of touches that he gets. Donovan was our player guest on Monday's Inside Michigan Football radio show, which is also available on the podcast feed on demand, and talk through the many options available to him and the offense.
This past week, you lined up at wide receiver. We saw you in motion. We saw the little flip pass. We saw him hand you the ball. How many elements can you add as an individual to this offense?
Whatever the team needs for me to do, I'm always going to stay ready. I'll play quarterback if the team needs me to. You know,
Have you asked Jim about that?
I talked to Coach Moore about it. Please believe, but you know, I'll read the coverages if you need me to. But for me, overall, I'm just sharpening my game at every element. You know, catching the ball, being the best running back that I can, being the best teammate, being the best leader that I can be. So everything that I'm doing right now, I'm just adding. Like, you know, everything that I already can do, I'm just, like, adding more to it.
Donovan later reminded folks he has the best passer rating in
Yes.
Michigan football history, thanks to that Big Ten championship game touchdown pass he threw 2 years ago. But, Jack, I'll start with you. Just how much do you expect Donovan to line up as a receiver with Blake Corum? And how can the work here these first few weeks set things up, prep them for Big Ten play from a uniqueness standpoint with those two tremendous players?
Yeah, I mean, how blessed are you to have both of those guys? I hope they put him in the wide receiver position. I hope they do a lot of unique things with him. He's such a dynamic guy on the field, and no matter what he's doing, he seems to always have a step on somebody, can just, you know, always strike and make a play. So I don't know. I mean, I think you don't want to show your hand too much early in the year in what style and then what type of play you think you can really hone in with him to have success. But at the same time, you got to try it. So I'd like to see that. It'll be interesting to see how much the coaches want to go to that early in the season, because I hope they got some sort of package up their sleeve that allows him to, you know, to get in unorthodox and strange positions that they can utilize and get a mismatch going with him.
I'll say this. I do think Donovan Edwards will have to defend that passer rating championship at some point this season. I think he's going to throw a pass somewhere down the line.
Oh, I think they would be. You got to use it if you've seen it. No, not today, but some point this year. Like, you know, you've got that in your arsenal, so why not at some point use that? Yeah. We've seen other guys, you know, come out and throw passes. So Khalil Mullins has done it. He did in the Ohio State game last year. 2 years ago, we saw Donovan do it. Like, Donovan, being able to use him in the backfield, like, that's the low-hanging fruit. To be able to use Blake and Donovan in the backfield, now you're sitting there going, okay, as a defensive coordinator, how do we address this formation? Then you got Blake in the backfield, and now all of a sudden Donovan's at a slot, or he lines up in the wing, or they put him in motion and they run that little flip pass, or they put him up as a wide receiver. Like, there are so many different ways to be able to use the personnel that you have offensively in terms of talent and skill set to create an advantage for you. It's simply by where they're lining up. Now all of a sudden, hey, you get Donovan on a linebacker?
Yeah.
That would be, I mean, that's a dream.
Teams would kill to have that mismatch all the time, right?
Yep, no doubt. Then Wednesday's episode of In the Trenches, we had walk-on defensive back Keyshawn Harris. Such a cool story. Earned his first start here to kick off year number 5 for him in the maize and blue. He joined the program as a walk-on in lieu of accepting a scholarship for track and field. Grew up in Lansing as a Michigan fan in a Michigan family, and he would have been one heck of a hurdler had he followed that track and field route. Instead, he's here making an impact and telling John who would be the best hurdlers on this Wolverines football team.
Have you ever lined up the hurdles and tried to do that and compete against some of the other guys on the football team? Say, hey, I'm doing what you're going to do. Can you do what I did?
No, I know they can't. I know they can't at all.
You're not even going to give them a chance?
No, at all.
Who would be the best hurdler?
The best hurdler? I mean, I'll probably say one of the running backs between probably Dono and Blake, because I've seen them, hurdle people. So I'll probably say one of the running backs for sure. Maybe probably throw a receiver in there. Maybe Roman, because he has a good speed. I know he did track before, so he'll probably be good at the hurdles. I was also talking to Marlon Klein too. I think he did hurdles before as well. So I think those people.
Do you believe that you're the fastest guy on this team?
In my opinion, yes. Yes, definitely. Definitely.
And on the line, okay, who is second fastest?
Second, got to give it to Iman Dennis, definitely.
So here's my theory. He took a long time figuring out the hurdle.
Yeah.
He's going to win that. But he said Iman Dennis really quickly. So I'd pick Dennis over Harrison, just a straight race.
Wow.
I mean,
I'll let him know that that's your opinion. And we'll see we'll see his reaction. I tell you what, the guy that I think could be amazing at hurdles, and I'm obviously not a track guy, would be Colston Loveland. With his ability to run, his athleticism, and the length of his stride and legs, I think he would have a great pace and pretty much just keep running and step over the hurdles.
Yeah, John, you and I definitely not hurdle type of people, so maybe next week in the segment we'll talk about who might shot put the furthest.
You can lump me into that, too.
We're more hurlers than we are hurdlers.
Don't go in the pool, then. All right.
That's exactly.
All right, that's In the Trenches. Stay tuned to that Go Blue podcast feed for the post-game edition coming up after the Wolverines and the Rebels here today. Kickoff at 3:39. Let's give you an update on traffic and weather now.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Before we take a timeout, John, you got the Big Ten availability report for Michigan. Some of the names that stand out to you, they have the out and they also have the questionable. Who are you looking for there?
Well, out is Marion Walker, Makari Page, Ben Hall. Those are the most notable. Jimmy Rolder at linebacker, they're going to be out. And then questionable, we won't see Darius Clemens, Will Johnson. Well, I said we might not see Darius Clemens, Will Johnson, Rod Moore, and Peyton O'Leary. All of those guys are questionable. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see some of them. But, hey, we'll see what happens as long as they're back by the Rutgers game.
No doubt. All right, we will keep tabs on some of those key defensive players for Michigan who are questionable. We'll also talk about big video boards and a promise that Jim Harbaugh made to John Jansen. That comes up next here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield.
Vibrant colors and crisp fall breezes. Autumn in northern Michigan is more than savory harvest menus and scenic winery tours. More than the perfect drive on the golf course or finding peace of mind at the spa. More than ciders shared around a warm bonfire. It's having all of those at your fingertips. You won't believe it if you haven't seen it. Get up and go at GrandTraverseResort.com.
Elevate your brand and make your business stand out with high-impact graphics from Source One Digital. Source One will customize graphics that showcase your facility, products, and services. Source One is designed, delivered, and installed. Custom decor, window signage, retail, events, concerts, sports, collegiate, and more. From concept to completion, count on us. Visit SourceOneDigital.com, a signage partner of Michigan Athletics. Go Blue!
You already know Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan gives you access to the largest network of top doctors and hospitals. What you may not know is that with our 24-hour nurse line, online visits, whole health support, urgent care, and more, you can access the care you need whenever and wherever you need it, giving you the confidence in knowing that you're covered anytime, anywhere. We're here for it all, and always will be. Learn more at hereforitall.com.
This is University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
You can depend on the Wolverines to keep you on the edge of your seat.
After the game, you can depend on WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8s.
On your radio, online at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
WWJ News Radio 950.
Depend on us on all of your devices.
This is Michigan football.
By the way, I'm curious. Did you listen to the radio broadcast at all?
We listened to the TV. The TV.
Oh, come on.
Dang, I didn't even think about it.
So now that you won't have Sharon to watch the game with, I would encourage you to listen, or you could do the Sync My Game, and you could listen to us on the radio and watch the game on TV. Sounds a little complicated, but you figured out the whole Peacock.
What's it going to be? Yeah, well, Sharon figured out the Peacock thing. I didn't have Peacock. Yeah, he had that one dialed in. Kelly Moore got that dialed in. And some really good sandwiches, too.
He mentioned the sandwiches several times.
Yeah.
My question is, what is the likelihood that Coach Harbaugh will tune in at some point this week? I feel pretty good about it.
Oh, you do?
I do.
Oh. Well, it depends on the to-do list that Sarah left him.
Sure.
Now, if he
en route to the big house.
yeah. If he is, hey, going to Home Depot, Bed Bath & Beyond doesn't exist anymore. Maybe Walmart, whatever he's going to
all
run
not a sponsor. All of them.
That's okay. You list off the sponsors.
Meyer.
Mr. Sponsor, man.
Meyer.
Okay,
presenting
he's going
in the trenches, John.
Okay. All right. He's going to Meyer for all his tailgate needs.
If he's in the car, maybe he'll be listening.
Yeah. I mean, then I think he's listening. Other than that, no.
No?
No. Are you kidding me?
I do love how you tried to pitch Sync My Game, and I'm sure he's like, what the heck are you? Sync My Game? What does that even mean?
Yeah.
But I appreciated the shout-out. That was great.
SyncMyGame.com.
Yes. Do you think he'll listen?
I don't know. We got Brad Nessler and Gary Danielson sitting right next to us here. So some legends from the TV side of things. And Coach Harbaugh is a tradition.
You guys are great salespeople.
Tradition-type guy.
Yeah. Legends.
This is tremendous. You guys are really selling the broadcast, the program.
Doug Karsh. I mean, what other legend do you need? Detroit radio legend. So much of a legend, we don't even turn his microphone on. Best audio of the day.
Hopefully he's listening. Hopefully Coach does tune in for some entertainment.
Yeah. Do you guys actually talk about football or just have a good time?
Just make fun of
pretty
each
much,
other.
yeah, a little bit of both.
Well, we've proven we do need Tony Butler up here. Boy, that was tremendous.
Yes.
Great sales pitch by everybody. Outstanding. And for those reasons, I'm out. Can you put into words, guys, it's got to be so weird when you're with a team, you're used to the rhythm, the routine, to not be there, especially in a circumstance like this.
I've been injured when I was in the NFL for a couple of seasons, and what happens is when you're not there, whether it's practice or games, there are things that happen, experiences that are shared, and everybody talks about, and when they reference something during the game, you feel like you're completely out of the loop. You're out of the friend group for a little bit, and it's a terrible feeling. And they don't mean to make you feel that way. It's just what you do, how you interact, and it's that experience that Jim Harbaugh won't have against East Carolina, against UNLV, and then next week against Bowling Green.
Yeah, I mean, as much time and effort and sacrifice as you give to try to win games on Saturdays, to not be able to be a part of it, it's heartbreaking. It's weird, whatever you want to call it. Disappointing, to say the least. But, I mean, I think Coach feels like he's got a good group of coaches here leading these guys through the first three, and then I'm sure Coach Harbaugh will we'll be happy to be back in the big house in a couple weeks.
Time to visit this day in Michigan football history presented by Buddy's Pizza. This day in 2011, the eve of the unveiling of a different new feature here at the big house, permanent lights. First night game was a day later. Jack was a true freshman. September 10th, 2011, that thrilling come-from-behind win over Notre Dame, 35-31. Denard to Roy Roundtree for the game winner. One heck of a way to kick off night games here at Michigan Stadium, and we'll continue the tradition next week for Bowling Green. This segment brought to you by Buddy's Pizza. Just like Michigan football, Buddy's has been an award-winning Michigan tradition since 1946. Another great sales pitch. Stop by one of their locations today to experience the original Detroit-style pizza. Thoughts on the new video boards? Most square feet of any scoreboard, video board in college football, and they are noticeable.
They're very noticeable. They're terrific to watch a game on, and Doug and I talked about it last week. There's so much information on those and that we've got to try and figure out, all right, where are the timeouts, where's the game clock, all of those different things.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot going on.
Yeah,
but it's great to be able to watch some of the replays and the highlights that they show. There's no better place to watch a game inside the stadium for what's going on in the field, but also on the boards.
Yeah, everything's a good seat. Now you can see all that. It's like going into an away stadium. It takes you a quarter or two to figure out, looking up on the boards where it's at. I think it's going to probably take us a couple weeks, but once everybody figures it out, you got all sorts of information up there. We'll be just fine and appreciate it.
And from all accounts, I joke about next week. Obviously, Michigan doesn't get to choose how night games are unfolding when they are at home. But from all accounts, some of the features for the lights themselves next week are going to be worth checking out. Hopefully Michigan will get a chance to show them off plenty of times. But, John, I'm sure that sells you on a night game, right?
Nope. I like natural light, and the sunshine is beautiful today. But we will get a chance to witness, and I have witnessed the light display, and it's a lot of fun. Yeah. I mean, we've seen it at different stadiums. 2 years ago when
Nebraska,
we were in Nebraska.
Does a great job.
We got a chance to witness it there, and it was ugly because there was a lot of red.
Sure.
Now we'll have obviously the beautiful maize and blue. It's going to be a lot of fun.
There is something special about nighttime here in the big house, so there's just an extra energy and an extra aura, I think, just because people aren't used to it, right? And so we've only been doing this, what would you say, that was 2011? So 12 years ago was the first time that we ever did something like that, and there is something special about it. So it'll be fun to watch next week for sure.
No doubt. All right, well, we'll get more from Jack during our pregame coverage. John and I will talk with Rob Joyce about some of the other games going on, including John's favorite non-Michigan college football topic, Coach Prime. That's coming up here in a bit, but first, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Some interesting scores early on in college football. We'll talk about the noon slate, break down what's to come with John Jansen and Rob Joyce as we continue to count you down to kickoff for the Wolverines and the running Rebels of UNLV. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student athletes. Champion Circle's mission is to empower Wolverine student athletes through NIL and ensure Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. Visit championscircleufm.com to learn about exciting upcoming events or to contribute to Michigan student athletes' NIL platforms. That's championscircleufm.com. Champions Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
You can afford to go blue. The University of Michigan's generous Go Blue Guarantee financial aid offer on the Ann Arbor campus provides free tuition for in-state families earning less than $75,000 who have less than $75,000 in assets. There is also tuition support for some families earning more, keeping a world-class education affordable for Michigan residents. Learn more at goblueguarantee.umich.edu.
The passion.
He's going to take it to the house. Dinner's cooking. Touchdown.
The fury.
Getting blessed. Down he goes.
The speed.
40, there he goes. Down the sideline.
Western college football.
For the end zone. Got it for 6 points. You cannot hitch the wagon. Put the ponies in the barn. Back to the end zone. 30, 20. Say goodnight to this one.
This is the College Football Bliss. Listen all season long on College Sports Now on the Varsity Network. Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
Travis Hunter through the backfield in motion. Snap to Shador. Drops. Scans. He's got time. Looking downfield. Now he's going right side of the end zone. Grab. Touchdown. Touchdown. Colorado. Tavares Dawson. The transfer out of Auburn. And the turnovers have resulted now in a field goal and a strike of 30 yards. And the Buffs lead 9-0 over the Huskers with 2:35 to play in the second quarter.
That is the great Mark Johnson from Learfield on the Colorado Radio Network. You want to talk about a voice. Oh, man. And he's called some bad football for a long time.
That's a voice that's been stuck in purgatory for a long time.
Oh, he is tremendous. Colorado leading 13-0 at the half. We'll break that game down with Rob Joyce here in a bit. First, though, let's pause 10 seconds. Let our stations identify themselves as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield. Back here at the Big House, 3:39 the kickoff for Michigan and UNLV. And Rob mentioned the score for the Buffaloes in front of Nebraska, 13-zip. What else are you watching for, and that's going on right now in college football?
Well, obviously, I want to be seeing what's going on with them. What are you laughing at?
I said Rob.
Oh.
That's okay,
Hey,
John.
Rob,
Go
sorry.
ahead. That's
Go
okay.
ahead.
No, I want to hear John. Go ahead, John. Let me see the impromptu John scoreboard. Go.
Oh, no. I don't honestly, I don't really care what's
one
going on in football right now. I just want to see what's going on here. Come on, Rob,
Okay.
what do you got?
Well, the only other two games that are technically being played aside from Nebraska and Colorado in the Big Ten, they're both against FCS opposition. Ohio State, Oliver Youngstown State, 28-7. Kyle McCord did start for the Buckeyes today. That was a point of controversy this week in Columbus, and then Penn State leads 35-7 over Delaware at halftime. Purdue leads Virginia Tech 7-0 in Blacksburg. That game has been in a lightning delay, going on almost 2 hours now, as lightning is wreaking havoc across the Carolinas. Wake Forest had a lightning delay. NC State, they got new video boards. They're trailing Notre Dame 3-0 in the first quarter. Lightning hit the video board, and there's no timetable to return. Yes, it hit the video board. Brand new one. I'm sure there's a facilities manager who had a heart attack. And that's kind of the story of these early windows, because there's not a lot of games going on because there's so many delays. One score of note, Utah, number 12 team in the country, trailing at Baylor 10-3. But in terms of Big Ten scores, guys, not a whole lot going on right now because most of the action comes later on this afternoon or tonight.
Good thing Doug Ganaki left before hearing about that video.
The scoreboard, yeah.
Holy cow.
Well, that's why we have a backup. We got two of them here, so if one gets hit, we're all right with the other one. And Rob, well done. You did a much better job than the guy that tried to hijack your scoreboard just a few moments ago. So well done.
So, John, we heard what's coming up, or what is happened already. What's coming up that intrigues you throughout the rest of college football?
Well, I mean, you're looking at this, and it's a whole lot of, Tennessee playing Austin Peay, nobody cares. North Carolina, App State, all right, there might be some people that are interested in that. Obviously, the big game tonight is going to be Alabama and Texas. So, is Quinn Ewers? We saw what he meant to that team last year. When he was out, it completely changed where that game was going. So I'm interested to see what happens in that game that's going to be on at 7 o'clock. Other than that, there's really not a lot of intrigue around football.
Iowa State, to me, that one's an interesting one. Just with how the West is, I'm curious what this Hawkeyes offense can do on the road in a series that, I mean, it feels like it's always Iowa minus 3.5 with an over-under of 35.5 like it is today. Like, that just feels like you could lock that in for 2030 of that rivalry.
Yeah, and it's because there's a lot going on the backside of that, too. Like, we just had a couple of guys that were charged with the underage gambling. We know what's going on in the Iowa program in a lot of different facets. And obviously the big story for us is Cade McNamara, Eric All. And I think Cade is going to continue to be a huge upgrade for that Iowa offense, and maybe they'll be able to hit that over one of these days.
Drew Aller and Penn State, they're rolling today as expected. Last week, what did that show you, beating a West Virginia team that's certainly not expected to do a whole lot in the Big 12, but still, that has some oomph to it compared to a lot of other Game 1 scenarios. It was a night game at Penn State, and West Virginia, they got some athletes, they got some players.
They do, and it's a Power 5 matchup, so no matter it's the best team in Power 5 or the worst, it's still going to be a respectable win. And what I saw from that game is exactly what we thought we would see in regards to Penn State. They've got a lot of athletes on both sides of the ball. They've got some playmakers. The thing I'm going to keep an eye on is, especially with Aller, is how does he continue to improve and grow throughout the course of this year. We know we're going to go to Happy Valley, towards the end of the year, and he's going to be a different quarterback than he is now. And I want to know, what are his faults now, and how much have those been fixed by the time Michigan plays them? Will they be able to, in an environment like that, and I know it's going to be comfortable for him because they're going to be in Beaver Stadium, but how can a team with the depth on defense, the speed on defense, the shift change that they can do up front with the front seven, how can Michigan force him into the bad habits that we may be able to see now?
Quickly, who wins, Bama or Texas?
Bama. It's going to be in Tuscaloosa. I think that's a game changer, and I'm not sure that Texas is. I mean, we hear about Texas being back, but I think the best that they've had over the past 8-9 years has been 8 wins. So, how back are they? And I think, Alabama's just reload.
And it would be a hollow feeling if Texas or Oklahoma won the Big 12 on the way out. I don't think they will. A lot of people pick that, but certainly will be a litmus test for both.
I know
those
Kansas looked good last night.
That'll
over my West champs.
We'll recap that at the Big Ten championship game. The Recycle Bowl takes place September 23rd against Rutgers. We're calling all Michigan fans to be sure to recycle your paper, plastic, and aluminum products while attending the game at the Big House. We hope to set a new world record on September 23rd. For more information, visit mgoblue.com/recyclebowl. Doug Carr standing by, but first we've got traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Wolverines and Runnin' Rebels coming up here at the Big House. Jay Harbaugh will have the first half head coaching responsibilities, and then Mike Hart will take over at halftime as the Wolverines' second non-conference game is coming up. Doug Karsh will slide in and chat with us next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Detroit's Atwater Brewery was founded with a philosophy that hard work deserves a quality beer. Atwater is a Michigan craft beer pioneer. Our beers pay tribute to the spirit of Detroit, the grit that built the city, the attitude that something is earned, not given, that nobody else decides when you're done. The same grit and attitude that our team grinds out every football Saturday. Tailgating with lovers of local craft beer, grab Dirty Blonde and cheers to football Saturdays in Ann Arbor. Atwater Brewery, Detroit, Michigan. Celebrate responsibly.
Imagine this, a day filled with indulgence, bursting with excitement, and packed with extraordinary moments that build memories to last a lifetime. A day that is unmistakably yours, at the place that is undeniably spectacular. Whether you're winning big, dining lavishly, or relaxing oh so comfortably, it's your getaway reimagined at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
Michigan fans, tailgate without the hassle this season through Rebel XP's full-service tailgating packages. Let us go to work so you can go blue. Turnkey package options for all group sizes are now available. Reserve your premium space for home and away games by visiting rebelxp.com or call us at 734-680-5170. Go blue.
Let's talk about the game with the man who will call the action. We welcome in the voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsch.
As we continue along here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, Doug, we've seen UNLV once before. It was the third game of the Jim Harbaugh era, and I think at that time most people believed that what is taking place right now would happen. But the journey to get to this point, Big Ten championships in back-to-back years, all that, it's been a pretty wild journey. I don't think you would have been able to predict how it's gone and the valleys that were included on that third game in 2015.
Yeah, it took a minute to get going, but hey, Jim Harbaugh's got it up and running, which is great. And, that UNLV team that came in, played Michigan tough. I was down on the field back then, and 28-7 was the final. And look, Michigan's won 26 of their last 29 games. And, we all know back-to-back Big Ten champs, back-to-back playoff appearances. Things have been good around here. It's a great time for Michigan fans, to say the least.
And these are the kinds of games that no matter what season, Michigan has been able to take care of business. They've been heavily favored under Jim Harbaugh. They've gotten the job done. Of course, he won't be here for that. You caught up with both of the two acting head coaches, Jay Harbaugh for the first half, Mike Hart for the second half. We'll have those conversations for all the fans during the pregame show. Just your vibe from them on, I think they've done a pretty darn good job leading up to today of compartmentalizing, right, and trying to not let this opportunity shadow and overshadow the actual responsibilities. But I wonder how they were feeling when they woke up this morning.
It's a great question. I mean, they both said during the week, and Jesse Minter said it last week, hey, this is an honor. This is exciting for them. But it doesn't change too much about the product the fans see on the field because the whole staff puts the game plan together. Jim Harbaugh, as the head coach, is the guy that's making the final calls, but everybody knows what he's going to do because they all collectively as a staff put together the game plan. So, I'll ask them, hey, is there any Mike Hart personality that comes out in the way the game is run? And the answer is really pretty much no. It's the entire staff's personality that's on display every week for Michigan football, and they're just the guy wearing the headset and maybe giving a pep talk or two or putting his arm around a guy or visiting an injured player on the field, whatever it is a head coach does. Those guys are doing some of those responsibilities.
Yeah, and Jay Harbaugh obviously has two people to please. He's got his boss, And his dad. So it's a little bit awkward in both situations. But, again, a great opportunity for both of these guys.
And that's how these assistant coaches are looking at this. They're, like, embracing it as, here's a chance for me to learn and to get some experience and, of course, be the guardian of victory, which is how they've described whoever's wearing the headset on a given day. But if you think about Jay Harbaugh, he's coached 4 different positions at Michigan, offense, defense. This guy's building a resume and will probably get an opportunity someday. And everybody has said that Mike Hart's going to be a head coach.
Yeah.
And many people think down the road he might be the head coach at Michigan. So, he's got a personality. The players love him. Oh, man, listening to Donovan Edwards speak this week about the relationship the running backs have with Mike Hart, it's tough love. But it's definitely love. And Mike Hart played so recently that those guys watch game film of Mike Hart.
Oh, yeah. And, I mean, you always have, whether it's a position group that takes on the characteristics of their coach or a team that takes on the characteristics of their head coach, the running backs have certainly done that with Mike Hart. First of all, they protect the football. They don't turn it over. That was a trait.
Protect the program. That's the words. We protect the program, and the program's the football.
Yeah, and so you watch these guys, and it'll be fun. Yeah, Mike Hart is going to be a coach, and I hope someday in the future it is here in Ann Arbor. And you mentioned the resume that Jay has put together.
Yeah.
You compare that to Uncle John Harbaugh, and it's almost identical.
Interesting, right? Because John Harbaugh was a special teams coach right before he got the opportunity. I remember going, really? Special teams, the head coach?
It's worked out pretty well.
It's worked out pretty darn well for John Harbaugh.
Areas, Doug, you'll be looking for week 2, whether it's carryover, improvements, whatever else.
So if you look at what teams have decided to do, and it started with TCU, stack the box, take away the run game, and Michigan then, they didn't lose the Fiesta Bowl because they couldn't throw it. They threw it all over the field. They lost the Fiesta Bowl because of not capitalizing on 2 opportunities inside the 5, some catastrophic mistakes that they don't typically make. But ECU did the same thing. Now, ECU, I know it's not a Power 5 program, but they brought back a top 20 run defense, and when they stacked the box, Colston Loveland said this week that when you're running routes against defenses like that, it's almost like running on air. There's one guy covering you. There's no safety help. You just need to make a move and get yourself open, and JJ's going to deliver, and he did with precision accuracy. I suspect, although UNLV runs a 3-3-5 and sometimes a 3-2-6 defensively, they're going to have to get some size on the field if they're going to try and stop Michigan's run game, and I don't know if that's in their defensive DNA.
Yeah, I don't know either. What I would really like to see from Michigan today is that they just simply impose their will. If we want to throw it, I don't care what you're doing, we're going to throw it. If you want to stack the box, I really don't care. We're going to run it. And I just want to see them be able to do what they want to do when they want to do it.
This reminds me of you against Iowa in '97, Jared DeVries.
Yeah.
Jared DeVries for Iowa.
We're running right here.
And you tell him, and you'd say, we're running right here, stop it. And Jared, you come to the line of scrimmage next play.
Yeah. Hey, we're going to run right here again.
They're
running the counter.
That final drive right down the field, and Jared and that Iowa defense, which was really good, couldn't stop. That's like John Jansen's perfect game plan.
Oh, yeah. We're going to tell you what we're going to do.
Every morning at 6 a.m. in the tunnel. That's the game plan.
And here's where I use the example of that. When you, obviously, if you have future Hall of Famer as your pulling guard, you're in a good position. But
not with Steve Hutchinson.
Yes. If you go out there and execute offensively, you know what the snap count is, advantage offense. You know where the ball is going. You know what scheme you're using to block. Advantage offense. So if you go out there and execute, you're going to be able to do whatever you want to do.
All right, we look forward to the call.
Can I just say something real quick?
Sure.
The Varsity Network app, I get to listen to pregame shows. I love college football. I listen to all of them all over the place. This is the best pregame show in the country. You're doing a great job.
Well, we just missed our out, so here's traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Wolverines and Running Rebels about an hour and 20 minutes away from kickoff. We'll get John's keys to the game for offense, defense, and special teams. When we continue here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, this is Wolverines football from Learfield.
In a world full of empty promises, like we can do that, oh yeah, no problem, you'll have it quick. Isn't it nice to know that one company delivers beyond expectations? The Three-Dimensional Services Group. When it comes to low to medium volume production parts and full assemblies, utilizing the latest manufacturing technologies and automation integration, count on the Three-Dimensional Services Group, where our team is your team. Learn more at the number 3dimensional.com or call 800-959-0804.
Michigan versus Michigan State. Mays out. Chrysler Center. You don't want to miss one of the biggest games of the season for Michigan volleyball, Friday, September 22nd at 7 o'clock. Not only are the Wolverines eyeing a win over the rival Spartans, but they're hoping to set a new home volleyball attendance record. So be part of it all for as low as $6 at mgoblue.com/tickets. That's mgoblue.com/tickets for a Michigan volleyball maze out against Michigan State on Friday, September 22nd.
He's going MIA. Touchdown! Meadowbrook Insurance Agency and Auto Owners Insurance are teaming up to build effective insurance solutions for you, your family, and your business. And to predict today's big win, Auto Owners and Meadowbrook offer more than 65 years experience in home, auto, life, business solutions, and more. Score an insurance quote at meadowbrookagency.com/quote. Our agency offices are located in Ann Arbor, Jackson, Southfield, and Saginaw.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear. Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
This is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
I had written down my keys on the back of a paper plate, and then I inadvertently used that paper plate for a bagel, cream cheese, sausage, and a boatload of bacon, and it seeped through.
But that would insinuate that there were leftovers on the plate, which is not how it works.
No,
it would still be clean if you...
Yeah, I don't use, like, people will take the bacon and put it on paper towel so it just kind of soaks up the grease. I use that. It's just for me.
I mean,
so
game-used memorabilia is a big thing, John. Like
I know. Well, I could sign. You know what? I could find it, I'm sure.
It makes me so sad that I just see a piece of notebook paper down there.
Well, we won last week, and I'm just going to keep this train rolling.
You weren't willing to try to mess it up from ECU to UNLV, huh?
Nope. I want to keep a good vibe going.
So did you have a similar plate, and did you clean the plate like you did last week?
I'm always a member of the
I don't know why.
Club.
Yeah, that was.
I mean, especially when it comes to bacon and sausage. So,
yeah. Do you like when Michigan runs the ball?
Master of the obvious.
Time to find out how the Wolverines are taking care of business today. Brought to you by Meadowbrook Insurance Agency and Auto Owners Insurance, starting with the Michigan offense.
Yeah, and I mentioned this one a couple of times already today, but I want to make sure to highlight it. Take what the defense is willing to give you. Hey, when it's there, you got to be able to throw the ball. When it's there, you got to be able to run the ball, and that's where I want to see growth in JJ, especially if he has that decision-making power at the line of scrimmage. Get the team in the best play possible for the look that you see. And then number two is be able to block movement. I don't know what they're going to do up front for UNLV, but I know if they are undersized, they're not going to sit there and just wait for you to knock them off the ball. They're going to be moving around, so it's another opportunity to fine-tune some of that footwork. And then at some point, I want to see the top taken off the defense. Take that deep shot, whether it's Roman Wilson. Let's see if some of these young freshmen can fly down the field. Take that deep shot down the field.
How about defensively for a Michigan defense that was that close to a shutout last week?
Yeah, well, I mean, I would say just as a general rule, hey, let's get that shutout this week. Let's get that goose egg. But number one, pressure the quarterback. And as we learned last week, it's not always just getting home. Kenneth Grant, put your big paw up, distract the quarterback. He puts a little more air into the ball. Mikey Sammer still comes up with a pick. Honestly, I'd rather have a whole bunch of those than putting pressure and getting sacks on the quarterback. But find different ways to pressure the quarterback and do it by only rushing 4. Solidify the coverage down the field. And you're going to be passing things off. This is a team that's going to play up-tempo. Make sure that you're very cued in to what the coverages are going to be, and that's going to obviously help with number 1. If you're going to drop 7 guys into coverage, those 4 guys up front are going to have a little extra time to get that one-on-one matchup and win it and get home on the quarterback. Give the offense 2 possessions on the UNLV side of the field, and that could be, hey, you back them up, and then all of a sudden, hey, they got a punt. The punt return gets them to your side of the 50. Or if it's a turnover, a sudden change situation, I want to create an opportunity for this offense to have a short field and possibly go out there. All the time we hear announcers, and I'll say it today too, if they get the ball on the 45-yard line or the 40-yard line of UNLV, that very first offensive play, I want JJ in this offense, even if the other team knows it. Take a shot into the end zone from there. Make it a one-play drive. Just go ahead and say, you know what, this time we want a one-play drive. We're going to go touchdown off the bat, and that's something that the defense can set them up with.
And lastly, special teams.
If they have an opportunity to return a punt, to punt the ball, I want punt coverage to allow less than 5 yards per return, and that's gunners getting down there. It's hang time from Tommy Doman. It's position on the field. A lot of those different things play a factor in it, but get down there and make sure that they don't get any more than 5 yards. Fair catch is always the best. Kick return, I want to get one out to the 40. That's the one where I was going to mention. If they have that opportunity, at one point today they'll have one of them.
Yes.
And then build trust. We saw that, Tommy Doman's feet on the back of the end zone on that first punt. Continue to build trust and use the special teams as a weapon.
Meadowbrook Insurance Agency and Auto Owners Insurance understand each client is unique and every situation is different. Let Meadowbrook review your current policy, listen to your insurance needs, and present you with coverage options that fit your lifestyle. Uncover your new rate today by visiting meadowbrookagency.com/quote. That's how the Wolverines are trying to take care of business. Our business continues with a pregame show. You'll hear from both head coaches, from Colston Loveland, Doug, John, Jason, Jack, and me coming up. This is Michigan Football from Learfield.
Thanks for joining us for the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Blue Cross is ready to help with physical health, mental health, and everything in between. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Stay tuned for the pregame show, which includes more analysis from the crew. This is Michigan Football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
You're listening to University of Michigan Football live on WWJ.
Everything that's happening in the air and on the ground.
For the latest local news, go to WWJNewsRadio.com and find out everything that's happening right now.
In the air with AccuWeather updates.
And on the ground with the latest traffic reports.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950. Depend on us.
Ann Arbor has a goal to reach 100% renewable energy by 2030, and DTE is committed to helping the city get there. Between DTE's wind and solar projects and local participation in My Green Power, we're already 30% of the way there. Right now, you can reduce your carbon footprint and join My Green Power at no additional cost to your monthly bill. Learn more at migreenpower.com. Together, we can power a sustainable future.
Ready to tackle staffing challenges? Team up with DQS Solutions in Staffing, an official staffing sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Backed by experts in automotive, manufacturing, and logistics, we'll help you with staffing and so much more. Elevate your business with top-tier security services, janitorial solutions, and even employee food trucks. We're here to help your business succeed. Looking for a job? Count on us for that too. Connect at dqstaff.com or call 1-833-FOR-DQS1. Let's get to work.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan Football from Learfield.
Watch it shoot three. Yes, sir! They scramble around in there and score!
The following is a Learfield presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
There's a military saying that the truest sign of your leadership is what your unit does when you aren't there. For us, I thought it was really great. Our captains, our senior leadership, our coaches, all were phenomenal.
Coach Minter did a great job. It kind of felt like Coach Harbaugh was there, the way he handled his business. He took care of everything.
We all had the right mentality and tell each other what we see, and just being able to have like the brotherhood with each other.
Everyone was connecting on all levels.
Fires end zone, Roman Wilson, touchdown. Fires intercepted. Mikey St. Bristol's got it. Pump fakes, fires end zone. Roman Wilson goes up and gets it. Touchdown, Wolverines. Wow, what a throw from J.J. McCarthy.
Talk last year was we could only run the ball, and we're making sure that does not happen because that's not who we are as a team. We're a complete team.
We're striving to do that every week, no matter the opponent, and was proud of our effort and look forward to trying to improve from week 1 to week 2.
I loved how we worked as a team. There were still some things we can clean up.
The biggest increase in cleanup is week 1 to week 2, so a lot to work there, but overall, pretty happy with how we performed, and just got to keep going.
Michigan football is on the air. Welcome to the pregame show. Over the next hour, we'll break down today's key storylines and chat with players and coaches. Wolverines football is brought to you by Absopure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Barbasol. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and great shaves start with Barbasol shaving cream. For whatever your day brings, choose Barbasol. It's a can of can-do. Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. And by SeatGeek, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of Michigan athletics. Now let's go live to the stadium with national champion John Jansen. Here's the voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsh.
It's Military Appreciation Day here at the Big House. We'll have a parachute jump, a flyover, Black Hawk helicopters, and, of course, the Michigan Wolverines. 1-0 and riding a 16-game home winning streak. They have won 26 of the last 29 as we welcome in the Rebels of UNLV. Hi again, friends. Doug Karsh alongside the captain, John Jansen, and welcome inside the biggest and best stadium in college football for Game 2. JJ, you ready to go?
I can't wait for this thing to get going again. Week 2, and we're off and running.
All right, so Week 1, quarterback J.J. McCarthy, methodical, precise. The Michigan passing game dissected East Carolina.
And the best thing that I saw from J.J. McCarthy was when he threw the ball to his receivers. He threw it in a place where it was easier for them to catch, other than there was one, I think, diving catch by Roman Wilson, where they were able to catch and run, gain yards after the catch. That's where there's great growth. And I think, other than the 4, incompletions, it was as near perfect a game as you're going to get.
The run game for Michigan, I'm sure there's been some emphasis on getting that going this week.
Yes, there has been. And it's, there's a lot of talk around town about what happened to the run game. It was so dynamic last year, so dominant last year. When you put 9 and sometimes 10 guys in the box, it becomes a challenge to run. And they weren't forced to. They were able to get yardage through the air. They were able to get touchdowns through the air, so they weren't forced to get that run game going.
Last week, this UNLV defense, Bryant had 3 running backs average over 5 yards per carry. And the Wolverines, 2 coaches will don the headset today. Jay Harbaugh, first half. Mike Hart, second half. You talked to both those guys this week on In the Trenches. What do you think?
Well, it's a great honor, and that's what we heard from Jesse Minter. That's what we've heard from both of these guys this week. It's still a little bit weird, but both of those guys today they're excited about the opportunity. They're excited about that title being next to their name, and whether it's just for a half or for a game, it's a big deal.
UNLV, they go with something on offense. It's called the go-go offense, and they got some speed on the edges and weapons. And Michigan's defense, this is going to be their biggest challenge of the non-conference schedule.
Well, it will be, and obviously with Will Johnson still questionable, when you look at the defense, we're still going to get a chance to see Keyshawn Harris. I liked what I saw last week. Same thing from Josh Wallace. Mikey Sammerstill, we've seen the growth from him. We saw him line up at corner. We still see him at nickel. I'm really excited about the secondary, and I do want to see them challenged. I want to see how they are in man coverage. Can they go man coverage and allow more pressure on the quarterback? And hopefully we'll get a chance to see that today.
Michigan better be sharp on kick kick coverage as well, kick and punt coverage. Jacob DeJesus, number 21. This kid is dangerous, and a lot of times in upsets, special teams play a big role.
They can, and this is going to be one of those, I mentioned keys to the game earlier. It's, hey, build trust with every facet of the special teams. Last week there was an opportunity with heels on the end zone, the back line of the end zone, Tommy Doman. Hey, it's catch, snap, ball is off. All those little moments build trust, and hopefully today, whether it's a kick return or a punt return, all those coverage teams can get down there and do their 111. Nobody has to be outstanding. Nobody has to do something unique or special. Just be 1 of 11 and go down there and make plays.
The weather, 70 degrees right now. Sun is hanging around. We got some cloud cover here in Ann Arbor. Minimal wind shouldn't be a factor today. Coming up, our scouting reports, offense, defense, and special teams. Brian Bush anchoring our coverage. We'll hear from former Wolverines, Jack Miller, and number 8, Jason Avant. And later, Michigan acting head coaches, Jay Harbaugh and Mike Hart. It's number 2 Michigan and UNLV coming up this afternoon. Right here from the Big House, you're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
And we're back with the action. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an irresistible taste and zero sugar, Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any sports fan. So make sure you... Wait, Jim, I didn't mean try it right now. We're still on the air.
Best Coke ever? Take a taste, Jen.
Really?
No, not right now, Jen. We got a game to call.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go! Run, James! No. First base! Go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Michigan will answer the mantra for Lloyd Carr with one more win.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience better for you energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're here in the Big House or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain, and at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, we're giving you 2,500 reasons to choose Lexus. Right now, get up to $2,500 off MSRP on a new NX, RX, or ES, all in stock and available today. Come experience amazing at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started at LexusofAnnArbor.com. Exclusions apply. See dealer for details. Available to qualified customers on approved credit.
We're live for today's non-conference clash between Michigan and UNLV. Today's broadcast is presented by Belfour Property Restoration. Your home, your life, our promise. For more information, visit Belfour.com. That's BELFOR.com. Now, here's your host, Brian Bush.
Well, today marks the midpoint of non-conference play. Today also marks the midpoint of Jim Harbaugh's 3-game suspension as the Wolverines welcome UNLV to the Big House. Last week, easy 30-3 win over ECU without Harbaugh leading the way. Coach Harbaugh compared his inability to be at the game before it happened as a baseball bat to the kneecaps. After watching his team play last week, he summed it up a bit differently.
The needs of the team are what's most important. I mean, your needs are very secondary. Mm-hmm. So it's tough not to be there, tough not to be part of the competition, but they're getting to do it, and that makes me happy.
Harbaugh watched it at the home of offensive coordinator Sherrone Moore, who was serving a 1-game suspension due to the same NCAA issue. Coach Harbaugh brought his son John with him, raved about Sharon Moore's wife Kelly's sandwiches, even startled the Moore family dog Bentley, a husky shepherd, on a few big plays by the Wolverines. Here was Sharon Moore on the experience and how the offense fared.
Probably the hardest part was waking up knowing that I wasn't going to be with the players, we'd be with the team, and then couldn't really talk to them, reach out to them, contact them, so that was really hard. But when the game came on, I was just rooting for them, pushing for them. I had my call sheet out, my notebook, my computer. Like, it felt like I was making adjustments at the game, so just taking notes and being ready for Sunday to work. But I thought the guys did a good job. Obviously, I think there's always things that we can get better at, improve on, and fix. And I wasn't there for the tempo of everything, so I always am I'm hard on them about getting the tempo, being fast at the line of scrimmage and out the huddle if we huddle, and changing the tempo. So it was good. Felt like it was good, and the players executed. So happy about the win.
So John Jansen, both Harbaugh and Moore mentioned they were in sync with acting head coach Jesse Minter, play caller Kirk Campbell while watching the game in real time on Saturday, and that's going to be even more critical maybe today with two head coaches, in Mike Hart in the second half and Jay Harbaugh starting things out.
Yeah, well, and the nice thing is that both of those guys they're so in tune to details. And, both of these guys are going to have a feel for the game, what's going on in the first half when Mike takes over. And if there's anything going on they're going to be able to communicate with each other. And quite honestly, it's going to be the coordinators, it's going to be the position coaches that are, really running the show.
In challenging circumstances, difficult matchups, big moments, a great quarterback can be quite the equalizer. And in his 2023 debut, Michigan's quarterback J.J. McCarthy was outstanding, 26 of 30. That's the best completion rate by a Michigan quarterback ever with 30 or more pass attempts. He threw for 280 yards and 3 touchdowns. Here's Sharon Moore on McCarthy's showing.
He missed very few things. He missed one throw and one open guy. Made one bad throw, he thought, to Colston, that he should have checked it down to a different guy, and then had CJ on a route, thought he could have threw it to him. But other than that, man, he was on point, checks the line of scrimmage, his feet, his hips, fundamentally was really good. So kind of progressed in the way he thought he would on game day, and very calm and cool and collected.
ECU loaded the box. Donovan Edwards admitted this week that he looked up his stats at halftime and couldn't believe it because of just how much ECU was playing the run. But McCarthy and the pass offense made UNLV pay. John, how can a J.J. McCarthy performance like that make things easier for the ground game?
Well, all of a sudden, now you can't commit 9 guys to stopping the run. And, yeah, it's the play-action pass. And if that's what you're going to do, that play-action pass is going to be very effective. And you're going to leave a lot of guys on islands deep. And if we're Michigan fans, that's great. It's going to be explosive. It's going to be fun to watch. Defenses are not going to be able to always continue to do that. So if they pull that extra guy out of the box, now all of a sudden your numbers start to get back to the advantage of the offense in running the football.
They'll face a UNLV defense that played an FCS foe in Bryant last week, winning it 44-14, loaded with SEC transfers, including Jackson Woodard from Arkansas, led the team in tackles last week with 11, and JUCO transfer Thomas Anderson, who had a interception and 7 tackles last week. We'll have our defensive scouting report when we come back, counting down to the Wolverines and the Rebels. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
How are you the ultimate Michigan fan? Because I got this air horn installed in my throat. Pretty sick, right? Yes, you look really sick. What doctor would even do this? Doctor? I did this myself. I mean, I can't swallow whole food, but still. Wait, what? Just gotta plow through it. Hey, can I get a couple of soups up there? What about some chamomile tea? Don't be that guy. Get a fan card. The smart way to be the ultimate Wolverines fan. Just go to WolverineCards.com.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
Wolverines football plays here.
Fires to the end zone. Caught. Touchdown, Wolverines.
Right here on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Non-stop fun and entertainment is closer than you think at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Whether you're an experienced gambler, sports fan, or food enthusiast, we have something for everyone to enjoy. Place your bets on over 45 live table games or spin to win on over 1,700 slot machines. Plus, enjoy live entertainment every weekend and one of the region's only Forbes 4-star steakhouses, Final Cut Steak and Seafood. It's all right here at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
The bloodline of these brothers is fearless and uncompromising. The fun, adventurous Tacoma, outselling everything in its class for 18 years. The legendary 4Runner, proving itself off-road for 4 decades. The best-in-class Tundra, designed and engineered in the USA. And introducing the powerfully efficient Sequoia, all new from the ground up, with technology and comfort for all. Toyota's 4 brothers, sibling rivalry at its finest. Toyota. Let's go places.
Less than an hour away from the second all-time meeting between Michigan and UNLV. Of course, Jay Harbaugh coaching the first half, Mike Hart the second half, while Jesse Minter, 1-0. Jesse Minter returns to his normal responsibilities as defensive coordinator. How did the rest of that defensive staff help Minter during his 1-week stint as head coach last week? Here he is.
They did a great job. Number one, just having their guys ready on game day in particular was probably where it felt the most of get done calling a series, and they did a really good job. Kind of a very, very brief conversation with them about maybe any adjustments or anything we needed to talk about, and they handled it like champs. They covered it really well. You know, I think when anytime you're missing somebody, everybody just tries to maybe pitch in just a little bit more, and I felt like that was the effort on the defensive staff, so it was great.
And the proof is in the pudding, John. I mean, the only points allowed came on the final play of the game, an ECU field goal. Ton of guys got reps, and ton of guys got and earned commending for their play.
Yeah, Keon Saab, Keyshawn Harris, and we saw a number of guys, play linebacker, play up front. It's always fun to be able to see what the future holds for Michigan football, as well as some of those dominant performances at the beginning of the game. But in these early season matchups, you're going to get a chance and to get that little peek. And when you see guys come in knowing that they're going to have a brief opportunity, hoping they can earn some more chances this season, but obviously solidify what it's going to be in 24, it's fun to be able to see those guys come out and perform well.
In particular, lots of praise for the interior of Michigan's defensive line. That's a unit replacing a first-rounder in Mozzie Smith, yet Minter was thrilled with what that group did on Saturday.
I saw a dominant game from our interior D-line. Right from the jump, not being able for them to establish the run was a big key. Without us having to really commit extra hats down there, which is sort of makes it nice calling defenses. And then to our edge guy, to their defense, probably corralled them a little bit with some of the worries about draws and the quarterback running and doing that. So want to turn those guys loose more. But then we kind of made Coach Elston made a great adjustment to start running a couple interior stunts, and those worked great. They executed them really well. We got some pressure on the quarterback.
I thought their work, and Minter's point about not having to commit extra hats down there, allowed that somewhat inexperienced secondary dealing with some injuries to settle in pretty quickly.
Yeah, they did. They got comfortable in a hurry, and they were playing with confidence throughout the entirety of that game. But going back to what Jesse said there about, hey, being able to go to some games, and we saw, Cam Good come across the face of the center, allowing Kenneth Grant to put pressure on the quarterback. We saw those guys be able to, basically swell up and take on 2 blockers, allowing Junior Colson, Mike Barrett, Ernest Hausman to play downhill. They really did a great job of, going out there and somewhat being unnoticed and allowing other players to make plays.
And the availability report came out a little while ago. No Makari Page today. He is out in that secondary. Questionable. Will Johnson and Rod Moore. We'll see if they're able to give it a go coming up at 3:39. John will be back closer to kickoff. When we return, Colston Loveland, Michigan tight end. Boy, is he a breakout star in the making. I'll catch up with him as we get you ready for the Wolverines and the Rebels. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Stay hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure all-natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan or have water delivered direct to your home or office with their convenient delivery service. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, celebrating 35 years as the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
Michigan versus Michigan State. Mays out. Chrysler Center. You don't want to miss one of the biggest games of the season for Michigan volleyball, Friday, September 22nd at 7 o'clock. Not only are the Wolverines eyeing a win over the rival Spartans, but they're hoping to set a new home volleyball attendance record. So be part of it all for as low as $6 at mgoblue.com/tickets. That's mgoblue.com/tickets for a Michigan volleyball maze out against Michigan State on Friday, September 22nd.
Subscribe to the official podcast home of Michigan Athletics and Go Blue Podcasts on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
It's Ford SUV season. Time to gear up for adventure on or off-road. Get great deals on our capable lineup of Ford SUVs, including Ford Explorer, Ford Bronco Sport, and Ford Edge, all designed with technology to give you the confidence on the road. Returning AZ plan lessees can lease a 2023 Bronco Sport Big Bend for $349 a month for 24 months, with $3,429 due at signing. Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $1,000 trade assist. Offer ends October 2nd. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. Lease a 2023 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend today for $349 a month during the Ford SUV season. See your Southeast Michigan Ford dealer today. Think Ford first.
Michigan and UNLV gearing up for a kickoff at 3:39. We're with sophomore tight end Colston Loveland. And first off, Colston, your impressions of your performance, the offense's performance in Week 1.
I think we can't complain about too much. Came out with a win, which is good, but obviously a lot of things to clean up Week 1. They say the biggest increase in cleanup is Week 1 to Week 2. So we got a lot to work there, but overall pretty happy with how we performed, and just got to keep going.
It's one thing to come in as a freshman. I'm sure it's a whirlwind. You got a full off season, and you got to go through everything, be with Coach Herbert and the strength side of things. Where have you seen your most individual growth from the end of last season to now?
I would say, there's growth in a lot of areas, but kind of just as a leader and fitting the role in the offense now. You know what I'm saying? Last year, kind of just all happened so quick. So, like you said, having that off season to really get my body right, get my mental right, just made it a smooth transition coming into this camp this season.
How have you seen your relationship, your on-field and off-field camaraderie with J.J. McCarthy improve during that stretch too?
Yeah, no, it's drastically. It improved drastically just from, hanging out at his place or he's coming to my place, going golfing over the summer or whatever it is. I think a lot of that off-the-field stuff definitely translates to the field. So, yeah, I mean, that's my guy right there. And he had a really, really good game last Saturday as well.
Quick detour. Who's the better golfer?
He's got it. Yeah, I'll give it to him. He's got it.
All right. So if you're playing at the Michigan course for an 18, what do you think you would shoot?
Hopefully high 80s. Yeah.
And JJ?
I think we won one time. He shot a 79.
Okay. There's
that
some.
was his best. Yeah, but yeah.
There's some work to do there, but I have confidence in you. Receiver-wise, Roman, Cornelius, those two made some incredible catches last week. How have you seen those two kind of grow into? You mentioned your leadership, your voice increase. How have you seen those two guys do it?
Yeah, I mean, last year those guys were leaders, and they've been leaders for a while. But it's not like a big change for those guys coming into this year. Obviously, it's another year of off-season under your belt. You're getting stronger, faster, really tuning in on the playbook even more. But, yeah, those guys have, since camp, since spring ball, those guys have been doing what they do. Since last year, they've been doing what they do. So it's not a big surprise when they come up with catches like that.
Take us through the impact that the staff has on you and this team. To be able to navigate these first 3 weeks without Coach Harbaugh, with 4 different head coaches, including 2 coming up for this game against UNLV. Why is this staff able to do that? What is it about it that allows them to kind of come together in a unique spot like this?
I think it's the culture, just of this program in general. I mean, I know Coach Harbaugh has no worries in his mind that this staff is prepared when we're prepared. You know what I mean? So when he's not there, I don't think he's worried at all. And that's just kind of came over the years, just building the relationships and the trust. And I mean, you see that all over the building. Everyone's just so close to each other, and so just got such good relationships. So it's easy to have those guys lead as well.
Lastly, impressions of UNLV week 2 coming in. What will be important for you guys offensively against their defense?
I think we just got to just do what we do. We don't have to change anything, put anything exotic in the game plan. Just do what we do and do it at a high level, and just attack them.
Colson, appreciate the time. Good luck.
Appreciate it.
There's Colson Loveland from that Michigan tight end group. We'll come back with more here on the pregame show. Wolverines and Runnin' Rebels. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's okay to be stressed, but it's also okay to realize that sometimes what you think is just stress might be something more. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we're here for you whenever you're ready. With access to support for physical and mental health wherever and whenever you need it, even from the privacy of your own home. We're here for it all and always will be. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Confidence comes with every card. Learn more at hereforitall.com.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear. Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
He can't any stop, and it is Michigan's ball game. Look at those Wolverines.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
The Auto Show sales event is on now at your Detroit area Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram dealers. Amazing deals all month long on some of our hottest selling models, like the Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab, named America's best light-duty pickup for new vehicle quality by J.D. Power, and Jeep Compass Limited with over 80 standard and available safety and security features. Even the most awarded SUV ever, Jeep Grand Cherokee L, featuring 3 rows of seating. Hurry in to a Detroit area Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram dealer.
Your morning shave with Barbasol is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. There's football on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do. Ever just want to start over? Take a mulligan in life? With a smooth, clean Barbasol shave, every day is a clean slate. So who cares if you put all your money in crypto and called your boss an idiot? Start fresh with Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
It's time for the Michigan Answer Spotlight from Michigan Medicine. Great to be joined today by Dr. Ebony Parker Featherstone, a family medicine physician and interim regional medical director for the West Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti Health Centers. Dr. Parker Featherstone, thanks so much for joining us. Let's talk about flu shots. Why is it important to get a flu shot?
Yeah, thanks, Brian. Well, as you know, the influenza virus causes a respiratory illness, which can be mild, but it can range from mild to severe illness and can even, in the worst case, lead to death. The reason it's important to get an influenza vaccine or the flu shot is because it helps protect against influenza really in 2 important ways. One, it can help decrease a person's risk of ever developing the influenza illness. But secondly, if someone is still going to get the influenza illness, the vaccine helps decrease the risk of complication and the severity of the disease that they might get. For that reason, the flu shot is important for both of those causes.
So who should be getting a flu shot?
So the influenza vaccine or flu shot is recommended for all people ages 6 months and up. And so anybody age 6 months or older would be a candidate for the influenza vaccine and then should be immunized. There are rare exceptions. And so if someone is concerned about their personal health history, we encourage them to talk to their medical provider for clarity.
And lastly, when is the best time to get a flu shot?
So flu season becomes most active. It starts in October and then goes throughout the winter season. So we'd say the best time to get the flu vaccine is now in the months of September and October, and ideally by the end of October, though at any point folks can get the influenza vaccine if they don't have an opportunity to get it during that time frame.
You heard her. Get it as soon as you can. Listeners can visit uofmhealth.org/flu shots to learn more and find information about how to get a flu shot this fall. Dr. Parker Featherstone, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Brian, and go Blue.
We're back here at the Big House. Michigan and UNLV gearing up for kickoff about 40 minutes away. Before we go any further, let's pause 10 seconds. Let our stations identify themselves as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield. Well, back here at the Big House, Brian Bush and Jack Miller high atop Michigan Stadium. Jason Avant down on the sideline. And, you know, Jason, we've discussed the approach to replacing Jim Harbaugh in these first three games. Today, the most unique aspect of it, Jay Harbaugh in the first half, Mike Hart in the second half. Starting with you, when you played, what did you look for, need from your head coach during the flow of a game?
You want the calm, steadying effect of a head coach. You want them to be able to command the team and also let everybody know that everything is going to be okay. Not too high, not too low. A guy that you look for with constant confidence and belief, and I believe those guys can do that today.
Yeah, Jason, I entirely agree, and I think it's a unique opportunity with Coach Harbaugh out, having some of his assistants replace him as head coach. You know, the old adage, it's about the position, next man up, right? And these coaches, you know, they preach that all the time to the players. Now they got an opportunity to show it, and the credibility that comes with that, the belief that comes with that these guys, you know, they walk the walk, they talk the talk. They're truly going to do what they're asking their players to do. There's a respect that comes with that. Hopefully it motivates them to play even harder and better.
How about areas of growth you want to see, Jason? Obviously a lot to take away from in week one, a lot to like, but areas that you're hoping this team can clean up. We heard it from Colson Loveland in that last segment. Normally the most improvement comes week one to week two. Where do you hope it comes from?
Well, we hope it comes from the offensive line. I didn't like the performance last week. Now, we got the win. It was convincing. It was a satisfying win, but you want to see that big offensive line move around ECU, and hopefully they can move around UNLV today. We want to see some of that symmetry go to a different level with Drake Nugent and also Miles Hinton. The other guys have been here before. So getting these guys blocked, we're going to see a bunch of different formations. We're going to see multiple fronts and all those types of things, movement, because of the things we gave up last week. So if they can get that blocked, I'll be satisfied.
Jason, you didn't have to hate on the offensive line. That's my job.
I'm just waiting for you to say the wide receivers need to be better.
That's my job in the booth. No, but I totally agree. I mean, I think it does. I think the offensive line didn't have their best performance last week. You know, you can talk about loading the box, which ECU did, and that does make it difficult to run the ball. But still, against an inferior opponent, you should be able to impose your will. Blake Corum, that offensive line should be able to get in sync today, get downhill, you know, kind of prove that they can get that going and let JJ and the wide receivers get into sync as the year goes on.
Oh, man, that was great. Way to go, Jason. Way to go, Jack. We're ready to go. Michigan and UNLV coming up. We'll get the guys' prediction. What are we going to be talking about post-game? They'll tell you pregame when we come back. Wolverines and Runnin' Rebels. Coming up, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
No matter where you're headed, Citgo is a good place to start. And whether you're crossing the state line or just going cross town, Club Citgo can save you money on every fill-up along the way. Like 3 cents off every gallon every day. Download the Club Citgo app and start saving instantly at the pump. Whether you're heading into work or just to work out, when you start with Citgo, you're good to go. Savings good up to 30 gallons, only at participating locations. Data rates may apply.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Donovan Edwards throwing deep down the sideline. He's got a receiver wide open. It's a house call for Michigan.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience better for you energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're here in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Welcome back to our coverage of the second all-time meeting between Michigan and UNLV. Today's broadcast is presented by Belfour Property Restoration. Your home, your life, our promise. For more information, visit belfour.com. That's BELFOR.com.
Yeah, Michigan and UNLV played back in 2015, the third game of the Jim Harbaugh era. Today, no Jim Harbaugh. Jay Harbaugh and Mike Hart will lead the team first half and second half, respectively. Doug Karsh will sit down with them coming up here later on in the pregame show. But now, gentlemen, we talk about what we're going to discuss in postgame. Jason, I'll start with you. What's a storyline, player, situation that you think we're going to be breaking down come postgame?
I think it's going to be the dominance of our linebacker core. This is a game that's geared toward them. Brennan Marion has this patented offense called the go-go offense, where it's 2 running backs to one side of the quarterback that's in shotgun, and it's all about speed and funky formations. And it's a game that plays right into our linebackers' hands, and I just think that we have one of the best linebacker cores in the country, and it's going to be proven today.
Yeah, I'd say offensively, I think everyone's watching the offensive line in the running game, right? So whether we do run the ball or we don't run the ball, I think we're going to be talking about that post-game, and if it works, why. If it doesn't, what exactly happened. I think defensively, Jason, you're right on. I think the linebacking core very underrated. I think in part maybe due to the defensive line, how good they're playing, not letting the offensive line get up to the second level, allows those linebackers to run freely and make plays. But, in a game like this where you're 37-point favorite, it's really going to come down to you don't want to see mistakes. You don't want to see things where you shoot yourself in the foot. So if it's 3rd and 1, 4th and 1, get 1 yard, right? No stupid penalties, no turnovers. Defensively, create some turnovers, right? I think you cannot allow UNLV to hit big chunk plays. They won't be able to sustain drives more than likely. And this go-go, fast-tempo, highly paced offense is built on a big play that gets the defense on its heels. They run right back to the line of scrimmage. Everyone's kind of scrambling. You can't substitute. You can't bring anything exotic because it's tough to communicate in such a short window. So try to limit those plays. If they do that, defense will be fine. And then, like I said, it's really going to come down to did we run the ball effectively today or did we not, and why?
Jason, I love the comment Junior Colson made to you in postgame last week. Anytime someone touches a ball, it's got to feel like there's 15 guys going after him trying to tackle him. Colson, Jack and I talked about it on the Tailgate Show, so underrated. I think he's underappreciated nationally, but this is the type of game, to your point, where it could feel like there are 15 guys going after each running Rebel ball carrier.
It definitely will, and Junior definitely is underrated. He's around the ball. If you watch last year to this year, he diagnoses the play extremely fast. He knows where the ball is, and he sifts through the line of scrimmage in order to make plays. And this guy's amazing. And like I said, this is one of those games that highlights it because they're in so many formations, and it's a big spotlight on the linebackers because their goal in all of this fast pace is to be able to run the ball out of funky formation and create numbers within the box. So I just believe it plays in his hands. And him, Ernest, and Barrett as a cover guys is amazing, actually.
Yeah, and you talk about tenacity from the defensive side of the ball. Part of that is due to the fact that they have so much depth. So they're rotating guys in and out all the time, which allows them to stay fresh, to be hungry, to go full speed all the time. They don't get worn down very quick. And, very rarely do you see guys in the back end like a Mikey Sainristil who wants contact, who's looking for it, right? And Makari Page, I don't think he's playing today, but played really, really physical last week. That's a credit to those guys and the depth that this team has defensively, that those guys are hungry and at full speed all the time.
Go ahead, Jason.
To kind of get in there and kind of switch gears just a bit, I don't know if I've seen an opening game where we saw as many young receivers as I have that last game. That was a bunch of guys that Ryan Bellamy played, and I believe that he believes that he has a strong group coming in. So that's exciting to see as well.
And one thing I'll say, with Bakari Page out, Will Johnson, Rod Moore questionable, I'll call that one of those young or inexperienced at Michigan defensive backs, whether it's Keon Sabb, Josh Wallace, who was so close last week, maybe a Quentin Johnson will come up with a turnover, maybe a pick, maybe a fumble. That's what I say we're talking about post-game. We've got pregame thoughts coming up from both head coaches, Jay Harbaugh and Mike Hart, in a bit. We'll also have Rob Joyce check the out-of-town scoreboard next. Michigan and UNLV a half an hour away. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student-athletes. Champion Circle's mission is to empower Wolverine student-athletes through NIL and ensure Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. Visit championscircleufm.com to learn about exciting upcoming events or to contribute to Michigan student-athletes' NIL platforms. That's championscircleufm.com. Champion Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
Michigan football and Founders Brewing Company are teaming up for another exciting season of championship football. Together, we're launching a new social media series, In the Vault, where we'll recount classic Michigan games, moments, and rivalries using archived footage, broadcasts, and images. Check out the Wolverines social media before each Big Ten game this season to catch each episode of In the Vault, presented by Founders Brewing Company. Founders, born and brewed in Michigan.
44 Big Ten championships, 11 national titles. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Bank like a victor with the University of Michigan Credit Union. When life calls an audible, we are here to help you stay on top of your game with local low-rate loans to meet all your financial needs. Access your account with our conveniently located branches and ATMs, 24/7 online banking, and our mobile app. To learn more about our services or find a branch near you, visit umcu.org. UMCU is a proud partner of Michigan Athletics. The University of Michigan Credit Union is federally insured by NCUA.
This is University of Michigan football, live on WWJ.
The home of the Wolverines and everything else you need.
After the game and all week long, stay with WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8th.
It's everything you need on your radio, online at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950. Depend on us.
Michigan fans, we're back at the Big House and just about ready to tee it up for another non-conference battle. But before we get underway, let's check in with Andy Hetzel from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Hello, Andy.
Hi, Doug. It's great to be with you again. Games like this for the Wolverines help set the stage for an epic Big Ten schedule and a huge game, as always, lurking at the end of the regular season.
Andy, speaking of huge, that word describes the role Blue Cross plays for its 5.2 million members when it comes to quality, affordable health insurance coverage. But another key component is the role Blue Cross plays in partnerships with hospitals and physicians.
That's right, Doug, and it's a role we're very proud of. Blue Cross working hands-on with doctors and hospitals to make it easier to provide the high-quality care you just mentioned. Through the deep relationships we've built over the past quarter century, we're delivering solutions now that bring better care for seniors and chronically ill members. And we're helping providers spend more time with patients and become more successful in delivering value-based care.
Andy, is it true that Blue Cross has its own team of doctors who are out there listening to and gathering input from physicians who treat your members every day?
It is true, and it's all about making improvements, navigating challenges, and getting to a future where healthcare works better for everybody. As we continue to pursue that outcome, we're growing our clinical team and broadening their perspectives around eliminating health disparities, increasing quality and affordability, and improving the patient experience.
Those Blue Cross clinical leaders have been or continue to be practicing physicians. They bring experience from working in hospital ERs, operating rooms, and clinics.
They do, Doug, and they know what it's like to deliver patient care. They also know what what practitioners are dealing with and what works for them because they live it themselves. Their insights can help bring Blue Cross and providers closer together to create the best clinical decisions.
Andy, that collaboration has led to programs like Blue Cross's Personalized Medicine, which helps physicians tailor their patients' medication around their specific needs. A great way to find out more is to go to valuepartnerships.com. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you, Doug. Go Blue.
Counting you down to Michigan and UNLV at 3:39. Rob Joyce here in the Learfield Network studios with a look around the Big Ten, including a few games already in progress. We'll start in Boulder. Nebraska, a rivalry game against number 22 Colorado. All Buffs in this one, 29-7 Colorado. Early in the fourth, Huskers have turned it over 4 times today. Elsewhere, Purdue leads Virginia Tech 7-0 in Blacksburg. That game has been stuck in a lightning delay for 3 hours now. Game is only 6 minutes old. Boilermakers with the early lead, and the Big Ten's and 2 other Big Ten top 10 teams playing FCS foes today. Penn State all over Delaware 63-7 in the fourth quarter, and just going final, Ohio State a 35-7 victory over Youngstown State. Everything else in the conference still to come. Other 3:30 kicks. The annual Cy-Hawk rivalry matchup. Iowa heads to Iowa State. Northwestern tries for its first win since week 0 of last year, hosting UTEP. And the 3:30 starts round out in East Lansing. Michigan State dips to the FCS ranks facing Richmond. Everything else, 7:30 tonight. A Power 5 road trip for number 19 Wisconsin. Badgers at Washington State. Maryland plays host to Charlotte. Minnesota taking on Eastern Michigan in Minneapolis. And the night in the conference wraps up in Piscataway. Rutgers battles Temple. Again, all of those night kicks are at 7:30. Last night, Indiana won its first game of the year, 41-7 over Indiana State. Illinois dropping to 1-1, a 34-23 setback at Kansas. Top 25 of note, the early window, number 12 number 12 Utah just tied it up with Baylor, under 2 to go, tied at 13 in regulation there. The rest of the games kick off later on tonight. Again, Michigan and UNLV in a few minutes. Pregame continues. We'll get the thoughts of today's co-head coaches, Jay Harbaugh and Mike Hart. Both chat with Doug after this as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
SeatGeek's the ticketing app for fans like the sideline shot caller.
Come on, boys, pick up the pace.
SeatGeek got him a great deal on seats right near the action, so when he yells,
"What are you doing? Block him!"
he can be absolutely sure the players heard him. SeatGeek handles the tickets to sports, concerts, and more, so fans can fan.
Feel the sun on your face and enjoy the ride in a brand new Silverado from your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. With 9 models to choose from, Silverado is the perfect tool for all your jobs. And with features like the most functional bed of any pickup or the available multi-flex tailgate, you'll always be Silverado strong. Whatever road you choose to travel, Silverado will take you there. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Getting you set for Michigan and UNLV, and it's time to talk with acting head coach for the first half tonight, Jay Harbaugh, joining us prior to Michigan and the Runnin' Rebs. And let's just start with the overall feeling of how this feels, head coach for the first half.
Thanks for having me. It's great to be here. Just excited for it, excited to serve the team, and anytime you get entrusted with the responsibility, it's an exciting thing. So just going to try to do the very best I can to carry out the vision that the head coach has for us.
Jesse Minter said last week that it's really the staff does everything collaboratively, so the head coach is just the guy making the calls that you all agreed upon before the game. Is that pretty accurate?
Certainly. That's one of the great things about Coach is that he includes us with everything, and we have a really good sense of the why behind what we're doing, and he doesn't really keep us out of the loop on things. So that definitely makes a situation like this probably easier to navigate.
How much does it help that it feels like you've coached just about every position on the field?
Probably a little bit helpful just to have some awareness of, what the offense is trying to do, their terminology. So, you hear them say, hey, we're thinking this or this. I know what those things are, and, have some more familiarity with that side of the ball, clock management-wise, too. So probably helpful.
All right, let's talk about what you saw last week from the special teams. What is your evaluation overall of all facets of special teams?
Overall, I would say we were pleased. We didn't really make any big plays or anything like that, but oftentimes in those first games, you're trying just as hard to avoid any real negative plays. And, we had a tricky situation punt return-wise with the way that they were punting the ball. to avoid any turnovers. That was big. Being able to handle the backed up punt was well. We covered one kickoff well, and you always like when you don't get any chances to return a kickoff. So all those things were great. Would love to be in the 100% range for field goals and all that, but really solid start.
And you're going to have your hands full with Jacob DeJesus, number 21, for them tonight. He's a dangerous offensive weapon, but on special teams last week, he almost took one back to the house on a kickoff. Talk about the challenge of slowing him tonight.
He's a dynamic player. They have a nice scheme, and they block well for him. He had the big return last week that should have been a touchdown, and a couple more big chunk returns as well, one of which came back with a penalty. So he's an explosive player, and it's going to take all 11 guys to be disciplined, be where they're supposed to be able to eliminate him.
How tough was it scouting these guys this week with 55 new players?
You know, we're really focused on the film from this year, and you understand that they're going to be pretty different. You look at some of the old stuff just to see, okay, you know, what has this guy done in the past, et cetera. But, you know, the most recent film gave us a pretty good feel for, you know, who their guys are, what they want to try to be. So, you know, more often than not in college football, it's a little bit becoming the norm, is dealing with a little bit of uncertainty personnel-wise.
How would you describe this go-go offense, as they call it?
It's fun to watch. It's an exciting opportunity to be able to defend it. They do a lot of different things. There's a lot of opportunities to display really disciplined eyes and be able to match up against the different formations, different backfield sets and all that stuff. And if you're not disciplined, they'll make you look silly. And they got some explosive players that they can get the ball to. So we need to be locked in from the jump and be, you know, focused on what we're supposed to be focused on.
You have to rely on some young guys on the back end of the defense. You work with the safeties. Zeke Berry, Keon Sabb, evaluate their games last week.
We were really pleased with both those guys just really getting their first action. You know, a lot of guys get in there and everything goes haywire. They both did some really good things. They ran around, they were physical, made some plays on the ball, and just a really good, you know, launching point for them to build on and continue to grow. Really, really excited about both of them.
And their quarterback you'll face today, Dougie Brumfield, left-hander, set a record last year with completion percentage. What challenges does he present?
Big guy, super strong arm. He's smooth, fast. They'll run him in the run game. He can tuck it and scramble. So he's a guy that we got to do a great job corralling in the pocket and then being disciplined like we mentioned before. Just being able to match up with the deeper stuff because he has the arm strength to push it downfield. Last week, their numbers didn't quite represent some of the opportunities that they had. They just barely missed a couple of huge shots, and we're really close to having a monster passing day. So we need to be locked in on the back end.
Coach Jay Harbaugh, enjoy wearing the headset. Good luck today.
Appreciate it. Go Blue.
There he is. We'll talk with the man who will have the headset in the second half. Mike Hart next. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
For over a century, Michigan Medicine has been on a mission to bring Michigan answers to patients and families across Michigan and beyond. It's why University of Michigan Health is honored to have been named Michigan's #1 hospital once again by U.S. News & World Report, and to have been named year after year to the prestigious honor roll of the nation's top hospitals. If you need a Michigan answer in your life, think Michigan Medicine and visit michigananswers.com.
It's Ford SUV season. Time to gear up for adventure on or off-road. Get great deals on our capable lineup of Ford SUVs, including Ford Explorer, Ford Bronco Sport, and Ford Edge, all designed with technology to give you the confidence on the road. Returning AZ plan lessees can lease a 2023 Bronco Sport Big Bend for $349 a month for 24 months, with $3,429 due at signing. Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $1,000 trade assist. Offer ends October 2nd. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. Lease a 2023 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend today for $349 a month during the Ford SUV season. See your Southeast Michigan Ford dealer today. Think Ford first.
Counting you down to kick off Michigan and UNLV. Doug Karsh joined by acting head coach Mike Hart, who have the second half tonight. And first of all, how does it feel to be the head coach?
Obviously, it's a dream come true, and keep saying it, but I appreciate Coach Harbaugh for giving me this opportunity. The trust and belief he has in me is great. I respect him a lot as a coach, look up to him. So for him to trust me with this situation is huge.
I asked Jesse Minter last week, and I'll ask you the same question. Will the game plan or anything that happens on the field reflect your personality or your style of coaching, or is it just keeping the train on the tracks?
It's just keeping the train on the tracks. Just don't mess it up. I think it's great we have Coach Harbaugh all week. Nothing's really changed until game day. And just don't mess it up. Keep them on the track, keep them focused, keep them playing hard.
All right, let's talk a little bit about last week and what you hope to improve, and we'll start with the run game.
Obviously it was tough last week with the way they played. A lot of, 9 guys in the box, pretty much zero coverage on a lot of those plays. And that's why the play action was so great. But obviously we want to run the ball more, get more yards. But again, if UNLV plays us that way, then we got to pass the ball. So plan is to always be 50-50. And we go into the game doing what we need to do. But we plan for everything. Play action, deep balls, quick game, run game, doing what we need to do just to win.
Colston Loveland mentioned earlier in the week that he could tell running downfield, all single coverage, no save. Like he said, it was pretty easy in the pass game. And with JJ at the helm, it seems like you guys are equipped to take advantage of that if teams want to do that to you.
That's the development of JJ and the development of our receivers and tight ends. I think we have guys that we think can win one-on-one battles. So if you want to load the box and stop the run, you got to stop those guys. So makes us better, makes us more dangerous. And the biggest thing is we have to do what we have to do to win. So if that's Blake getting 10 carries and Donald getting 10 and throwing the ball 40 times, we'll do that. If that's running the ball 50 times, then we'll do that.
How prepared is JJ not only for this game but for this season? Because he looks like he took that step forward in the offseason.
Yeah, I think he knows it's his team. There is no competition. Obviously, Kirk Campbell's doing a great job with his development, helping him know the game plan, helping him understand the game plan, knowing where to go with the ball, and if it's not there, what to do. He's changing protections. He's checking calls at the line of scrimmage. So he's just a year older, and it's something that you expect to see out of a quarterback as they grow and as they develop. And he just studies so hard and wants it so much that he's not going to be stopped.
We kind of saw last week, we know who your go-to guys are, but as you look down the depth chart, running back, the receiver spots, tight ends, who stood out or who do you think has big things to come that we might see starting today?
Yeah, running back-wise, I think, everyone knows the 2 guys we got at the top of the depth chart, but behind him, we have Khalil Mullings, we have Ben Hall, we have C.J. Stokes. Those guys are more than capable of playing. Tavi Dunlap, once he gets off the injury list, more than capable, and we believe in them, and hopefully we can get them in the game more. That's a good thing when we can. And then, we have some young receivers that are developing and getting better. Fred Moore made a couple big catches last week, and, you have Samaj Morgan in there getting reps, and those guys are, in mellow English, who made plays during camp, who you can see the potential, but it's just them doing it on game day and getting them more opportunities.
All right, let's talk about the UNLV defense, 3-3-5. A little hard to know. They had the one game against Bryant, but what have you seen from them?
Yeah, I think that's the tough part going to this game, right? I think, you get one game from them against Bryant, and then you have to go back to Arkansas where they did a lot, right? They were 3-3-5. They were odd. They played a lot of dime packages. They did a lot of different things. And so you have to go into this game planning and expecting everything. Are they going to do what they did at Arkansas? Did they keep it simple against Bryant? We don't know. You have to plan for 4 down. You have to plan for bear. You plan for dime, odd. So those are all different type of run schemes and different type of things we have to do. So, give them a lot early and see what they're doing, and we'll find out and we'll adjust. And that's going to be the main thing at the beginning of the game is adjusting to what they're doing, because honestly we don't know what they're going to do. So we have to plan for everything.
Final thing for you, Donovan Edwards said they watch you play some of your old games, and there was a play against Penn State, 2-minute drill. You stayed in bounds. He said, Coach would kill us if he'd do that in a 2-minute drill. You need to get out of bounds there. Did they bring it up to you, and what was your response?
Oh, of course they brought it up. We actually watched it in the running back room because it was on the Big Ten. It was on Big Ten, the Fast 60, and I watched it with my son that night, and then we watched it the next day in the running back room, and I showed him the clip and said, if you guys did this, you'd be out of the game fast. So it was a joke in the room. They said, they know. I know I was supposed to get out of bounds, and I didn't. If they did that, they'd be on the bench.
Coach, good luck.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Mike Hart, Michigan and UNLV coming up. Keep it locked in. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Olga's Kitchen is bringing their great Mediterranean flavor to Michigan Stadium. Enjoy Olga's in the Big House on the second-level concourse at Gate 9, where Wolverine fans can get favorites like the original Olga, the Philly Olga, and Olga's Snackers. Can't make the game? Visit one of Olga's 24 restaurants to enjoy these classics or new items like the 3-cheese dip, Hellfire Detroit wings, or Brussels sprouts. Having a party? Go to Olgas.com for wing platters and hot buffet catering. The best fans in the world deserve the best bread on the planet. Olga's Kitchen, the restaurant you know and love, is more than you remember.
Foguth Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. To celebrate, we're inviting those already retired or nearing retirement to attend our second annual Night Out at the Big House on Thursday, October 12th. Learn strategies for managing the risks of retirement and enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks, door prizes, and get exclusive access to tour Michigan Stadium. Just go to mgoblue.com/bighouse to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/bighouse. Limited seats are available.
Michigan versus Michigan State. Mays out. Chrysler Center. You don't want to miss one of the biggest games of the season for Michigan volleyball, Friday, September 22nd at 7 o'clock. Not only are the Wolverines eyeing a win over the rival Spartans, but they're hoping to set a new home volleyball attendance record. So be part of it all for as low as $6 at mgoblue.com/tickets. That's mgoblue.com/tickets for a Michigan volleyball Mays out against Michigan State on Friday, September 22nd.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
There's a military saying that the truest sign of your leadership is what your unit does when you aren't there. For us, I thought it was really great. Our captains, our senior leadership, our coaches, all were phenomenal.
Coach Minner did a great job. It kind of felt like Coach Harbaugh was there, the way he handled his business. He took care of everything.
We all had the right mentality and tell each other what we see, and just being able to have like the brotherhood with each other.
Everyone was connecting on all levels.
Fires end zone, Roman Wilson, touchdown. Fires intercepted. Mikey St. Bristol's got it. Pump fakes, fires end zone. Roman Wilson goes up and gets it. Touchdown, Wolverines. Wow, what a throw from J.J. McCarthy.
Talk last year was we could only run the ball, and we're making sure that does not happen because that's not who we are as a team. We're a complete team.
We're striving to do that every week, no matter the opponent, and was proud of our effort and look forward to trying to improve from week 1 to week 2.
I loved how we worked as a team. There were still some things we can clean up.
The biggest increase in cleanup is week 1 to week 2, so a lot to work there, but overall, pretty happy with how we performed, and just got to keep going.
Michigan football is brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Coke Zero Sugar. Best Coke ever. And by the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Remember, don't regret the bet. Once again, here's Doug Karsh and John Jansen.
The 144th season of Michigan football, and the Wolverines today looking for win 991. Michigan 1-0 on the season after a 30-3 win over East Carolina last week, and UNLV 1-0. They beat FCS opponent Bryant 44-14. Welcome inside the Big House on a sunny day in Ann Arbor. And John, a beautiful sight down below. The Michigan band, they have parted, and the Wolverines will gather in that eastern tunnel momentarily for one of the great traditions in college sports, something that you do each and every game day on your own, 6 in the morning, all by yourself, running out in front of an empty stadium.
Well, I do, and today I got a chance to share it with the family, and it was the first opportunity for Teddy to run out of the tunnel. So he did that, and these guys are going to take the field, and we just had the flyover. This is another beautiful Saturday in the fall in Ann Arbor, and it really doesn't get any better than what it is right now.
The Black Hawk helicopters just flew over the stadium, part of the pregame ceremony on Military Appreciation Day. We have the parachuters. John, watching them parachute in, my palms got sweaty, something Doug will never do, ever, under any circumstance.
Come on.
Only in an emergency. Only if the plane I am in is going down when you see me jumping out of a plane with a parachute.
You don't want to jump out of a perfectly working
never.
plane?
Yeah, not going to happen.
Even if you made a proclamation, like if Michigan were to win a national championship, you'd jump out of the plane?
We can talk.
Okay.
Here come the Wolverines as they gather in the eastern sideline. Today's opponent, UNLV, coached by Barry Odom, 26-25 all-time the last 4 years. In 4 years as a head coach. The last 3 years, he has been at Arkansas as the defensive coordinator. 110 players on their roster. That's an all-time high. 55 of them are new transfers from Arkansas, Utah, Arizona, Purdue, Pitt, plus junior college transfers as well. They'll provide the opponent today as here come the Wolverines.
Yeah, Doug, other than the University of Colorado, one of the higher turnover rates in the country in terms of new players. And that, when you saw him play last week against Bryant, it was trying to figure out what this team was, what their identity is going to be. They got the go-go offense. What does that mean? What's it going to look like? Who are the players that are going to be making plays, tendencies, all of those things. You really got to try and figure out off of one game film because everybody is so brand new.
Well, they're coming at Michigan with either a 3-3-5 defense or a 3-2-6 defense, or will they change it all up, put some more beef in there and try and stack the box, which is what Michigan has seen their last two opponents do in TCU last year in the Fiesta Bowl. East Carolina followed the same game plan against Michigan in the season opener.
It's always going to be that puzzle of finding out what a defense is going to do offensively to try and stop you. Last week it was, hey, commit as many resources to the run. So Michigan went to the air and was very successful. If they are forced to do that again today, I believe, hey, they're going to do the same thing. JJ has grown so much over the last year. It's been very impressive. And then seeing him perform last week, we saw it in practice. We saw it a number of different in the spring game. But to see it on the field with the stands full, it really gave you hope that this year, not only can they win a Big Ten championship, but that unfinished business for so many guys making that decision to come back is a possibility.
The UNLV offense can be tricky. They run this go-go offense. They'll hustle to the line of scrimmage, shotgun, two backs. Brennan Marion, their offensive coordinator, was the passing game coordinator at Texas last year. This is his first year at UNLV running his own offense. But he was also the OC at Howard when they actually went out to UNLV back in 2017 and pulled off, by point spread, the largest upset in the history of college football. Howard won on that day at UNLV 42-40, and Howard went in as a 45.5-point underdog. 45.5 points.
And they scored 44 on the day.
Yep. Equivalent would be if Youngstown State can come back and beat Ohio State. They're a 44.5 point.
That'd be outstanding.
Although, at this point, not trending in that direction. Yeah. All right, the captains have made their way to the center of the field. Dougie Brumfield, the quarterback for UNLV, along with Amani Trigg-Wright, Jeray Williams, and Jackson Woodard. For the Wolverines, Mike Sainristel, Trevor Keegan, Blake Corum, and
UNLV,
Mike
you
Barrett.
are the visiting team today.
Today's coin toss
this
brought
is
to
a
you by
head,
Rude.
and this is the tail. What is your call? Tails is the call. It is a tail. Michigan, you've won the toss. Your choice.
Michigan won the toss? UNLV won the toss. UNLV, the visiting team gets to call it. Let's see if they make the correction.
Michigan has won the toss. They've chosen to defer the choice to the second half. UNLV will receive the football, and they will defend the north goal. Good luck, gentlemen.
Just for the record, we would be willing to let them make the
call.
That's an official's call, not the stadium.
Let's go down to number 8 on the sidelines, Jason Avant.
Great to be here today. That was a head and not a tail. He just mixed both.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Thank you very much. Just for the record, so people know, Jason Avant today in the black and royal blue Jordan 1s. His footwear always getting noticed. So
top notch.
Yeah, looking sharp, as always. Today's coin toss brought to you by Rude. You can rely on Rude. So the Wolverines will get the football. Jason's cleared it up for us there. And check that. UNLV will get the football. Michigan will kick off. And it looks like Barry Odom wants an explanation. He's come out to the center of the field to talk it over with the officials. Look at that. Already controversy. Our lead official, Jerry Cervinsky, over there talking with Coach Odom. Well, as they sort this one out and explain to him that they just simply misspoke. Odom isn't happy about it. He's still out there arguing. Well, we're eventually going to get this one going.
I'm sure they'll get it ironed out. We are, if nothing else, cordial to our guests and would let them certainly call the toss. Oh, you think we're going to? I guess they're not going to do anything over.
Right. It's going to be Michigan kicking off to this go-go offense. Last week, 268 yards rushing. The pass game, however, inconsistent for the Rebels. They wanted to make it clear they are the Rebels, not the running Rebels. That only pertains to the basketball program there. But the man deep is very dangerous. Jacob DeJesus. He took one nearly to the house last week, got tackled on the 2-yard line. He also took another one back that came back because of a penalty, averaging 52 yards per return. Tommy Doman, touchbacks can be useful if you can do it. Wind shouldn't be a factor today as Doman approaches the football, puts his right foot into it, and kicks it deep, and it'll sail over the head of DeJesus and into the end zone just barely. Yeah. A little surprised he didn't want to bring that one out given his skill set, but UNLV's offense will take the field. And we mentioned Doug Brumfield, their 6'6", 225-pound quarterback out of Inglewood, California. His weapons include DeJesus, number 21, keep your eye on him, and Ricky White. Yes, that Ricky White, who had 8 catches for 196 yards and a touchdown against Michigan during the COVID season here at the Big House. He transferred from Michigan State to UNLV, where he has settled in as one of their top receiving targets. We'll set the Wolverine defense in a moment. Split backs in a shotgun formation as UNLV chooses to put the ball in the right hash with 2 receivers split to the left. First snap of the ball game, Brumfield's got it. The lefty's going to roll to his left and fire, and the pass complete quickly out there for a gain of 9, maybe 10. Mikey Sainristil on the catch.
To the field, they were playing off coverage. Yeah, playing off coverage, giving quite a buffer, and UNLV took advantage of it. They saw it and easy pitch and catch.
Seneca McKee with the catch. And now UNLV is going to run it left, and not much there. As the Wolverines, Chris Jenkins brings down Vincent Davis Jr., the transfer from Pitt.
Yeah, Michigan, a lot of size up front, as we talked about last week, and they will shuffle those guys in and out to keep them fresh all day long.
2nd down and 8 for the Rebels. From their 37-yard line, back to pass as Brumfield fires in the flat. He's got his running back out of the backfield. Davis again, and Mike Barrett brings him down for a short gain of 2 yards. And that'll set up a 3rd and 6 for the Rebels early on here in Ann Arbor and scoreless. UNLV, red helmets, white jerseys, gray numbers, red pants. They're moving left to right. The Wolverines, of course, in the home navy blue uniforms, the traditional winged helmet, the maize pants. Rounding out the jersey, and a 3rd and 6 here for UNLV. Brumfield in a shotgun with Davis in the backfield off his right hip. 2 receivers split right, 1 split left. Brumfield back to pass, looking, fires, and it's caught just short of the sticks, but making a move and getting downfield for the first down is DeJesus. He is slippery. The ball's out to the 46-yard line, a gain of 7.
Well, one thing's apparent is Brumfield in this offense, they want to get the ball into his hands, obviously in the shotgun formation, and out as quickly as possible. Anytime they're going to take, length of time, they're going to roll them outside the pocket.
Bunch formation right. They're going to run it left, and get tripped up in the backfield is Jaden Thomas running left. It was Braden McGregor with the TFL, a loss of 4 as UNLV went with 4 receivers to the right, then ran a sweep to the left. Michigan not fooled.
No, and all they tried to do with Jalen St. John, the left tackle, was get to the edge and try and hook Braden McGregor. Braden McGregor saw it, stepped inside, and then straight upfield to try and cut everything off, and he was able to grab a shoelace.
Brumfield now with 2 running backs to his left from a shotgun. 2 receivers split wide right, 1 split left. They're going to run an inside handoff for a very short gain. Vincent Davis again, a gain of about 2. Kenneth Grant leading the Michigan tacklers. It's going to be 3rd and long for the Rebels.
I think we'll be surprised to see the Rebels run back-to-back run plays. I'm surprised to see it there, especially at 2nd and long, losing as much as they did on 1st down, simply because it's going to be a hard offense to run, or a hard defense to run against.
12:05 to go, first quarter. Initial possession of the game. 3rd and 12 for UNLV on their own 44-yard line. Brumfield in a shotgun, has the snap, back to pass, stepping up in the pocket, and triggers, and behind his receiver, and incomplete. He was looking for Ricky White, and that one sails out of bounds right in front of the Michigan bench on the near sideline, and it'll be 4th and 12 for UNLV.
Yeah, it sailed out of bounds, and they had Mikey Sanders still covering a receiver over there. Keyshawn Harris covered the intended receiver. Both of them had really good position, and Brumfield just tried to put it somewhere that might be catchable and just sailed that one out of bounds.
Marshall Nichols on the punt. He averaged 46.5 yards per kick last week. Jake Thaw is deep for Michigan. High snap. Nichols gets the kick off. Thaw backing up to the 10. Now he's going to let it go over his head and into the end zone. It'll be a touchback, and Michigan will take over on the 20-yard line for their first possession of the ball game. We are scoreless here at the Big House. 11:43 to go first quarter. Michigan will have the ball. When we continue, you're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
You already know Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan gives you access to the largest network of top doctors and hospitals. What you may not know is that with our 24-hour nurse line, online visits, whole health support, urgent care, and more, you can access the care you need whenever and wherever you need it, giving you the confidence in knowing that you're covered anytime, anywhere. We're here for it all, and always will be. Learn more at hereforitall.com.
Friday, October 27th, TVs and Practical Jokers are up to their usual tricks.
If you're not here, you are missing out.
It's the Tenderloins at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Sal, James, and Brian for 2 shows and twice the laughs. 7 and 10 p.m. Tickets start at $59. On sale now at the box office and etix.com. Don't miss the Drive Tour with the Tenderloins, October 27th. Party hard, laugh louder. Details at SoaringEagleCasino.com.
What am I going to watch? What food am I going to order? Who am I going to unfollow? The internet is full of tough choices, but picking an internet provider isn't one of them. You gotta have good internet. Like super fast, extra reliable internet 1 gig from WOW for just $50 a month. Choose your perfect plan today at Wowway.com. And for a limited time, get a free modem for a year and $200 on us. Limited to new customers with auto-pay and paperless billing. Subject to change. Terms and data limits apply. Taxes and fees extra.
You can afford to go blue. The University of Michigan's generous Go Blue Guarantee financial aid offer provides free tuition for in-state families who meet the income, asset, and academic requirements, keeping a world-class education affordable for Michigan residents. Learn if you qualify at goblueguarantee.umich.edu. That's goblueguarantee.umich.edu.
Well, synced up to your TV in the comfort of your own home. Go to syncmygame.com to find out how. That's syncmygame.com. Doug Karsch, John Jansen back at the Big House, just underway. Michigan forcing a UNLV punt. The Wolverines will take over with the ball on the left hash on their own 20-yard line. Jay Harbaugh, the acting head coach in this first half. In his 9th season at Michigan, he's coached tight ends, running backs, safeties, and special teams, but that's it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hell of a resume that he's put together, and he's very, very familiar with both sides of the ball, and obviously the special teams has been a huge weapon for Michigan over the last couple of years since he's been coordinator.
Some question about how the Wolverines would come out in the offensive line, and we see Carson Barnhart is at left tackle, Keegan, Nugent, and Zinter in the middle of the line as expected, and at right tackle is Ladarius Henderson getting the start today. 2 tight ends now for Michigan to the top, and JJ's going to give a play action fake to Blake Corum. Back to pass, and now he'll trigger it to Corum. A lot of room, 30, 35, 40, and he's dragged down right in front of the UNLV bench on the far side for a gain of 20 on the first play. J.J. McCarthy to Blake Corum.
They used A.J. Barner and Roman Wilson to basically run everybody off on that side of the field, the right outside the right hash, and it opened up a huge, gaping, just vast openness for Blake Corum.
Correction, it's Miles Hinton getting the start at right tackle. JJ in a shotgun, pistol formation with Blake Corum directly behind him. Wolverines have everybody jammed in tight. 2 receivers include Cornelius Johnson and Carmelo English. Handoff to Corum running left, and not much room as he scampers across the 40, dives forward for a gain of 1.5. And it'll be second down for Michigan.
You know, one of the things I'm going to be watching for this offensive line, last week they struggled a little bit. Yeah, there were a lot of guys in the box, but they were moving that defensive front. Every snap it was, hey, slant right, slant left. And Michigan just needs to solidify and tighten up the technique of those offensive linemen to be able to block that movement. Let's see if they can do it today.
JJ in a shotgun, Blake Corum in the backfield. Directly behind him, pistol formation. 2 receivers to the right, 1 left. Handoff up the middle. Corum hesitates at the line of scrimmage, falls forward and gets about another yard. Jackson Woodard, the transfer from Arkansas, one of 3 Razorbacks that have come along with Coach Odom from Arkansas on the tackle. And it's going to be a 3rd down and long for Michigan.
Yeah, chipping away at that run game. Still not a lot there. And it's not surprising early in the game. But obviously going to have to open things up. And if you can open things up downfield, it will clear the picture up in between the tackles.
Bunch formation to the right. Donovan Edwards now shifts into the Michigan backfield. 3rd and 8 for the Wolverines on their own 42-yard line. JJ in a shotgun, back to pass, looking downfield, lets it fly over the middle, and he's got his man. It's Cornelius Johnson into, check that, Tyler Morris into UNLV territory down to the 42-yard line. The Bolingbrook, Illinois native, high school teammate of J.J. McCarthy, a gain of 16 on 3rd and 8, moved the chains. And Michigan looking at 1st and 10 on the 42-yard line of the Rebs.
UNLV only rushed 3 defenders on that play, and if they're going to do that, J.J. literally should have all day to pick apart a defense.
Wolverines now with 4 wide. And we get a whistle, and it looks like a timeout is going to be taken by Barry Odom.
Timeout. UNLV. Their first of the half.
Yeah, I actually
Full
think
media timeout.
UNLV only had 10 players on the field. That's why they called the timeout.
Good use of your timeouts then.
Yep.
9:27 to go first quarter. We're scoreless. Michigan, however, on the move. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
The winningest program in college football. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
It's Ford SUV season. Time to gear up for adventure on or off-road. Get great deals on our capable lineup of Ford SUVs, including Ford Explorer, Ford Bronco Sport, and Ford Edge, all designed with technology to give you the confidence on the road. Returning AZ plan lessees can lease a 2023 Bronco Sport Big Bend for $349 a month for 24 months, with $3,429 due at signing. Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $1,000 trade assist. Offer ends October 2nd. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. Lease a 2023 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend today for $349 a month during the Ford SUV season. See your Southeast Michigan Ford dealer today. Think Ford first.
Scoreless in the Big House first quarter, 9:27 to go. Myers, the presenting sponsor of the 2023 Michigan football season, a proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Doug Karsch, John Jansen. Wolverines converting on a 3rd and 8 and a pass over the middle to Tyler Morris. While we have this opportunity, UNLV is playing this season with heavy hearts, and today so are 2 of the Wolverines, including Tyler Morris. All UNLV players have the number 47 on their helmet bumpers. That's to honor number 47, Ryan Keeler, who passed away of natural causes back in February. Keeler played youth football with J.J. McCarthy and then through into high school, where he was a teammate of McCarthy and Tyler Morris. J.J., who typically puts the smiley face on his hand, today is replacing it with the number 47, and Morris is writing RK47 on his wrist tape. Again, our condolences to the UNLV football family and the family of Ryan Keeler. Michigan 1st and 10 from the UNLV 42-yard line. Donovan Edwards in the backfield, play action pass. Back to throw is McCarthy. Downfield, he's got Roman Wilson at the 16-yard line, and he is met immediately on the near sideline. Another laser from J.J. McCarthy. Cameron Oliver in coverage brings down Roman Wilson, a gain of 25.
You know, Michigan hasn't found a lot of success yet on the ground, yet they're still able to sell the play-action pass. And Max Bredesen is doing a tremendous job in pass protection. He was the only one on the right edge and did a nice job of holding up, giving J.J. just enough time to find Roman Wilson downfield.
Shotgun from the UNLV 17-yard line. Khalil Mullings in the backfield now. And they go inside handoff to Colston Loveland, and there's no running room there, and he gets dropped for a 2-yard loss, similar to the play they ran last week with Donovan Edwards. Unsuccessful to be second and long. Cameron Oliver coming up from his corner spot to make the stop.
Yeah, he's just not able to get to the edge quick enough. Khalil Mullings was out there, and it was just Cornelius Johnson got beat across his face, and that's the one player that Colston Loveland had to beat, the corner, and just wasn't able to get outside.
Blake Corum back in the game for Michigan. Wolverines 2 receivers. Tight formation to the right. Cornelius Johnson split left. Now they'll bring Roman Wilson in motion. Back to pass is JJ looking downfield. And looks off a receiver. Now fires underneath to Cornelius Johnson inside the 15 down to the 14. You are giggling, John.
Yes, Zach Zinter had no work to do. So as the right guard, he found some work and helped out Miles Hinton and just absolutely waylays the defensive end. That was an absolute thing of beauty, and that will slow down every rusher. If they look down, they know that Zach Zinter's uncovered that. Every end that rushes over the right tackle is going to be, I'm going to stay outside. There's no chance I want to come inside and get any part of that.
Scoreless here at Michigan Stadium. 3rd and 7 for Michigan from the UNLV 14-yard line. 3 receivers stacked to the right. JJ in a shotgun. Has the snap. Delayed handoff. Blake Corum's got some room to the 10, to the 5. He's got the first down as he's tripped up on the 3-yard line. 3rd and long, and the Wolverines catch UNLV off guard with a draw play. Blake Corum with the best run of the day, 11 yards for Michigan. And the Wolverines will go quickly. JJ has the snap, hands it off to Corum up the middle, and he powers into the end zone behind the offensive line. The Wolverines flexing their muscle and taking a 6-0 lead.
That was basically the flying wedge on both of those plays. They obviously set up that draw thinking that, 3rd and long, that JJ's going to throw the ball, trying to find one of the big targets in the end zone. Hands it off to Blake, and there was nobody because Zinter, Keegan, Nugent had removed everybody on the inside, and everybody else was rushing the passer. So nobody to stop him till he got down to about the 3-yard line, and then just hurry up and wedge right into the end zone.
Great sequence of plays there from offensive coordinator Sharon Moore, who's back in that role this week. James Turner on for the extra point out of the hold of Tommy Doman. The kick is up and the kick is good. And Michigan takes a 7-0 lead after a 9-play, 80-yard drive, which took up 4 minutes and 37 seconds of clock time. Wolverines on top in the early going. UNLV gets the ball back. When we continue from the Big House, you're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No. First base!
Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Online betting can be fun. It's kind of like whitewater rafting. The rush of excitement, the thrill. Well, until your raft is heading straight for a huge waterfall. For tips that will help keep you afloat, go to don'tregretthebet.org. Sponsored by the Michigan Association of Broadcasters and the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear.
Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
We're here in Ann Arbor for the Wolverines and the UNLV Rebels. Today's broadcast is presented by Belfort Property Restoration. Your home, your life, our promise. For more information, visit belfort.com. That's BELFOR.com.
7-0 Michigan on top of UNLV. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Blake Corum's 3-yard touchdown run brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. All right, John, once again, we see the dangerous Jacob DeJesus deep for UNLV. Tommy Doman will kick it off for Michigan. A touchback the first time.
Yeah, he probably went to the sidelines and the coach said, hey, if it's only going to be a yard deep, let's bring that out.
And DeJesus very dangerous. This one will also sail into the end zone, and we're going to get a flag. That one actually slipped out of bounds, just shy of the pylon. Well, DeJesus won't get the chance to return it.
Kick out of bounds. Kicking team. The ball is at the 35-yard line. First down and 10, UNLV.
But giving them that kind of field position is suboptimal.
No, it's not. And, you know, I know you don't want to kick it to DeJesus, but I mean, for the fact that you still have a really good coverage team, you've got to test them at some point because you're going to go against other returners. I know you want to kick it outside the hashes or you want to kick it into the end zone, but on a day where maybe you don't have a full leg, you could go out there and still allow your coverage team to get some reps.
A couple of Wolverines were listed as questionable. Neither have played yet today. Will Johnson and Rod Moore in the Michigan secondary. Brumfield takes the snap, running right, and met in the backfield and thrown to the ground by Kenneth Grant. I believe it was Vincent Davis.
Yeah, just absolutely nowhere to go. And Kenneth Grant, we're going to see this a bunch this year, where he just makes short work of any offensive lineman that's in front of him. All he does is slip around, actually, Mason Graham, and comes unblocked. And when that happens, he's too good of an athlete in a hole like that to not make a tackle.
Loss of 3, 2nd and 13, and the ball over the middle, tipped in the air, tipped again, and diving and coming up with it is Keyshawn Harris, but they're saying incomplete. The side judge coming in and saying that ball hit the ground as Brumfield's pass over the middle, tipped by a receiver, then tipped by a Michigan defender, and then Keyshawn Harris. Jason Avant, did you have a look at that one?
It hit the ground first. When you ever see a DB not get up really fast, it means it hit the ground. They can't catch that well.
Trying to.
Oh, shots fired.
There's the wide receiver.
Oh, come on. Tips and throws. You got to get those. Let's go.
Well, the fans think he caught it, but Keyshawn Harris would have been his first career interception. 3rd and 13 for UNLV. Brumfield back to pass. Heavy rush. Down he goes. Derek Moore off the edge. Shot out of a cannon. And Brumfield had no chance, and the sophomore drops him for a loss of 6, and that'll force a Rebel punt.
I've talked about Derek Moore all offseason and didn't get a chance to talk much about the pass rush last week, but Derek Moore, they lined him up super wide, and the offensive tackle just took a very poor first step, basically opened his shoulders, gave Derek the two-way go. He chose the outside and got there in a heartbeat.
4th and long for UNLV. Marshall Nichols will punt. Jake Thaw coming up and is going to let it bounce at the 38-yard line and a roll inside the 30 down to the 25, and that's where it will stop, and that's where Michigan will take over. They're on top 7-0, 5:44 to go here in quarter number 1 after a 49-yard punt. Let's go to the update desk and our Rob Joyce. Rob?
Thank you very much, Doug. Taking a look at the Big Ten scoreboard, Iowa leads Iowa State in Ames 3-0 midway through the first quarter. Hawkeyes blocked a field goal, then turned it into 3 points of their own. Northwestern and UTEP all square at 7 midway through the first in Evanston. Purdue lead Virginia Tech 7-0 early in the first quarter. It's been that way forever. Game has been in a lightning delay for over 3.5 hours. Not expected to start again until later this evening. And Michigan State with an early 7-0 lead on Richmond midway through the first in East Lansing. Finals from earlier include Nebraska losing big at Colorado, 36-14. Huskers 4 turnovers, now 0-2 on the year. Then a couple of games against FCS competition. Ohio State eases past Youngstown State 35-7. Penn State routs Delaware 63-7. Heavy slate of games to come tonight, all at 7:30. Wisconsin heads west, taking on Washington State in Pullman. Everyone else at home. Maryland playing host to Charlotte. Minnesota meeting Eastern Michigan. And Rutgers welcomes in Temple. Again, all of those games begin at 7:30. That's your Big Ten scoreboard, brought to you by Absol Pure Water, celebrating 35 years as the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Coming up at the half, we'll run through the rest of the country, give you the first half highlights and more. For now, back to Doug and John. Guys.
Michigan on top 7-0 here at the Big House. Let's go down to the field and number 8.
When it comes to Will Johnson and Rob Moore, both of them have their helmets. Both of them are going back and forth to the exercise bike. I got a feeling that if this game, if they needed them, they will be playing. But since we're playing UNLV and I think we have this in hand, I don't think we'll see them today.
Wow, you sound very confident,
You do.
Jason,
It's a
in
bit
the
early
first
to
quarter.
say in
Yeah,
hand, but
5:44 left to go in the game. Wow, how about a little respect?
Did you see them take their defensive line into the end zone like they were pushing the sled? Like, you got to be able to see these types of things from the field level. You can see the height and weight difference and the strength difference. It's just one of those games. You see it.
Yeah, I give you a hard time, but Jason, I agree with you. And you watch, I mentioned Zach Zitzer blowing up the defensive end. I think this offensive line, even though on the first 2 run plays only came up with a yard apiece, we saw them impose their will inside the 5-yard line. And they did. They took that defensive line and planted them about 6 yards deep in the end zone.
Exactly.
That was one of Blake Corum's easier touchdown runs, thanks to his friends up front. And again, it's Hinton at the right tackle spot. Zach Zinner at right guard, Drake Nugent, Trevor Keegan, the center and left guard, and Carson Barnhart is your left tackle. And the Wolverines will come out with the double barrel personnel group, which includes Blake Corum and Donovan Edwards on the field at the same time.
I like that, the double barrel.
Well, if you come up with something better, we can roll with it.
I
asked down at the building if they had this personnel package had a nickname yet. I haven't heard back. So both Corum and Edwards on the field at the same time. Corum comes is in the backfield and Donovan Edwards split wide right. Now he comes in motion back to the left. JJ's got the snap. He's going to hand it off to Corum, running right. Weaving through defenders across the 30 to the 31-yard line. A gain of 6 on first down. Good gainer there in the run game. Jet Elad, a transfer from Ohio U, comes up for the stop.
And that's the conflict that a defense is in when you do have both of those guys in that double barrel personnel group. When you've got Donovan Edwards and he goes in motion, you've got to respect that because he could get flipped the ball. He could keep going and be thrown the ball. And now all of a sudden you got to think, okay, well, where is Blake Corum? You hand it off to him, and it's really hard to defend both of those guys on the field.
Now they split Edwards all the way out to the left on the numbers. Wolverines going right to left. JJ in a shotgun, pistol formation. They'll run it with Corum to the left, big hole to the 35, out to the 40, and he's dragged down from behind, but first down. Well-blocked play up front. Marcel McDuffie getting the tackle, a gain of 8 for Blake Corum.
And going back to trying to create advantage for this offense, when you have Corum and Edwards on the field, now you've got to decide, okay, if we line up Donovan Edwards as a receiver, who are we putting on him? If we put a corner on him, and I know that there's 5 defensive backs out there, so they can start matching up, but then what do you do with Colston Loveland? It's a matchup nightmare for a defense.
Wolverines now with a single setback. It is Donovan Edwards now shifting into the fullback spot as Max Bredesen. Toss sweep. Edwards running left. Not much there, and he's knocked out of bounds as he gets across the line of scrimmage and knocked into the Michigan bench area for a gain of, well, they're going to say no gain. Mark him out at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, and I think Donovan, if he gets a chance to look at this one, a little bit of patience. They were bound and determined not to let him get outside. Max Bredesen couldn't get to the outside number of that outside linebacker. If he was just a little bit more patient, could have kicked it up inside and behind Bredesen. There was some yards in there.
A.J. Barner in the game now, the tight end. He and Colston Loveland both wing left. 2 receivers to the right. Ball on the left hash. 2nd down and 10 for Michigan. Up 7-0. 3:46 to go. Quarter number 1. J.J. back to pass. Fires far side. He's got Roman Wilson out near the 44-yard line. Short gain there. It'll set up a 3rd and medium for Michigan.
Yeah, I think JJ's he may want this ball back because it was a quick throw out to Roman Wilson, but Cornelius ended up breaking free deep, and I think it was just a quick trigger for J.J.
Sharon Moore said J.J. last week, 4 incompletions on the day, but he said really only had 2 bad throws. And really just decisions went to the wrong guy. But it was a pretty good day for J.J., who was precise.
Yep, 6 for 6 already today.
3rd and 6, J.J. from a shotgun. Looking downfield. Now he's threatening to run, and he'll fire it over the middle to Tyler Morris just as he gets to the line of scrimmage. The UNLV staff is arguing he was over the line of scrimmage. First down for Tyler Morris into UNLV territory, down to the 42-yard line. This looked a lot like last week. J.J., the threat of the run, helped create the pass. Wolverines going quickly, pistol formation, handoff to Edwards, up the middle, nothing there as UNLV stacks him up for no gain.
Yeah, I think the Michigan got away with one there. Obviously, last week it resulted in a touchdown. They reviewed it, and it stood. This one, if they had a chance to go back and look, I think it was at least a yard over the line of scrimmage. But they get up there, run a play real quick. No gain, but the gain was on the previous play.
2nd down and 10 for Michigan. They lead at 7-0, 2:09 to go first quarter. Ball on the UNLV 42-yard line. 2 receivers split to the right. It's Cornelius Johnson and Roman Wilson in the slot. J.J. back to pass. Standing on the 50, fires underneath to Blake Corum. Met immediately at the 40, falls forward to the 39-yard line for a gain of 3. That'll set up another third down, 3rd and medium for Michigan.
Yeah, J.J. wanted to go deep on that ball. There was nobody open, and the protection broke down just a little bit. Carson Barnhart overset on the inside. J.J. felt a little pressure. I'm glad that he dumped the ball off, but given just a little bit more time, I know that he wanted to pull the trigger and go deep.
Wolverines going 4 wide here. Tyler Morris and Colston Loveland split to the left. Barner and Johnson to the right. Shotgun for J.J. Back to pass. Steps up in the pocket. Over the middle, he's got Barner. First down yardage inside the 30, down to the 27-yard line. And again, J.J. looking down the progression. Looked off 1 receiver, maybe 2, before finding Barner. Tackled by Jackson Woodard.
Yeah, J.J. went all the way left to right. Looked left, nothing there. Took a look at the right, stepped up in the pocket, and right in between 2 linebackers was able to find A.J. Barner. That was as precise a throw as you're going to find. If it's off either way, it's either tipped and incomplete or possibly intercepted.
Now he's going to take a snap from under center. Single setback is Blake Corum. 2 tight end set for Michigan. 1st and 10 from the UNLV 32. They'll run Corum right. Lots of room across the 25 rather, down to the 20. Tripped up by Jackson Turner, the transfer from Arizona. Gain of 8 on 1st down. Well blocked play.
It was, and I think Nugent at center right now is doing a good job of identifying who they're going to. When you got a weird look, and it's kind of what this is. It's just, trying to figure out who that Mike is on a 3-3-5. And who you're identifying as your blockables for the offensive line. Zinter actually ends up coming around the right tackle for the block on the linebacker.
J.J. from a shotgun, inside handoff to Blake. Nope, J.J.'s going to keep it on the play fake around the right end, inside the 10, down to the 5, where he's undercut, down to the 4-yard line. Great play fake, and J.J. around the right end on the last play of the first quarter has set up the Wolverines with 1st and goal.
I tell you what, he faked me out on that one too. I thought for sure, as I'm looking at Miles Hinton, what are you doing? Then all of a sudden, J.J. keeps the ball. Well, as an offensive lineman, sometimes you know that you can bait a defense, not just the end, but the linebackers as well. If you can make it look like, hey, I'm making a mistake, and I'm going to make it look like don't have any idea what I'm doing. It buys everybody, and it sold me on it, and J.J. runs around. That was a beautiful ball fake.
17-yard gain, and the Wolverines will have it 1st and goal when we get the second quarter underway. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
And we're back with the action. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an irresistible taste and zero sugar, Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any sports fan. So make sure you... Wait, Jim, I didn't mean try it right now. We're still on the air.
Best Coke ever? Take a taste, Jen.
Really?
No, not right now, Jen. We got a game to call.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Touchdown, Donovan Edwards!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Focus Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. To celebrate, we're inviting those already retired or nearing retirement to attend our second annual Night Out at the Big House on Thursday, October 12th. Learn strategies for managing the risks of retirement and enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks, door prizes, and get exclusive access to tour Michigan Stadium. Just go to mgoblue.com/bighouse to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/bighouse. Limited seats are available.
Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are changing the game with their impressive family of SUVs, like the attention-getting Chevy Blazer. Blazer is the midsize SUV you've been looking for. Its bold design and athletic stance will turn heads wherever you go, and its roomy interior offers seating for up to 5 passengers with plenty of space for cargo. Chevy Blazer. It's the SUV that has it all. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Doug Carter, John Jansen back at the Big House, 7-0 Michigan on top of UNLV, and the Wolverines will have it first and goal following that run by J.J. McCarthy. First quarter, Michigan 153 yards to UNLV's 10. J.J. McCarthy in quarter number 1, 9 of 9 for 98 yards. Wolverines 8 first downs to UNLV's 2. Wolverines possessed it for 10 minutes and 21 seconds. Wolverines 4 for 4 on third down. And we mentioned Jay Harbaugh, the acting head coach. Television just showed a shot of the head coach, Jim Harbaugh, working the chain gang at his son Jack's football game today.
Good for him. You don't often get a chance to see any of your other kids play their sports when you're the head coach of a college football team. So he's taking advantage of, let's just say, a day off.
Yeah.
And,
hey, he's around football.
Yes. Yep.
So he's doing
staying involved.
What he likes.
Yep. But, yeah, going back to that last play, I mean, it looked like Miles Hinton just jumped out a window, and he brought in the linebacker, brought in the corner. That defensive end crashed down all on Blake Corum as J.J. slipped around the outside. It was a beautiful ball fake in the backfield and a great sell job by the offensive line.
So the Wolverines have it first and goal from the 2-yard line, and J.J. will be in a shotgun. 3 receivers split out, ball on the right hash. The Wolverines now moving left to right towards the southern end zone. J.J. takes the snap, hands it off to Corum up the middle, and he plows into the end zone for a Michigan touchdown, and the Wolverines lead it 13-0.
Well, pretty much the same script as the first touchdown. You get the ball down there that close to the end zone, and you got that mass on the interior of that offensive line. There's really no coaching point other than, hey, everybody take a gap step in, and you put them in the middle or to the back of the end zone, and we'll score, and that's what they did.
On for the extra point is James Turner, as the officials will confirm on the television replay that Blake was into the end zone. And as best I could tell, he is.
Yeah.
11 plays, 75 yards, over 5 minutes and 49 seconds, and they do indeed confirm the touchdown. William Wagner will snap, Tommy Doman will hold, and James Turner on for the extra point. Snap good, ball's down, the kick up, and the kick is good. And Michigan extends the lead to 14-0 here on the first play of quarter number 2. And the most important thing here on that drive, John, Michigan got the run game going.
They did. 11 plays, 75 yards, time of possession, 5:46. And, you know, when you can start being that offense that's a two-headed monster and you involve your quarterback in the run game, that play, don't underestimate the influence of that play in the coming games. When teams see that and they view, hey, your quarterback has the ability to stick that ball in there and then make the decision whether to keep it or not and becomes a threat on the edge, that's a game changer for trying to prepare for this offense.
A 2-yard touchdown run by Blake Corum, his second of the game, brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. John, while we have this moment, what do you think of the scoreboards? A little different look this week. Last week it was a maize background for the maize out. This week they've gone with the blue.
Yeah, I'm a little partial to the blue. It's a little easier to pick up all the numbers. There's a lot of data on that board, but the beautiful thing is how clear and beautiful those replays are up there.
Tommy Doman will kick off. DeJesus is going to let this one sail as that one goes out of the back of the end zone. He has no choice, and UNLV will take over on the 25-yard line. The two new scoreboards here at the Big House, the most video space by square footage in the country. There are single scoreboards that are bigger, but there's only one in stadiums, Texas, Purdue, for example. But these two, I think Auburn has a huge one. These two combined make up for the most video space in the country.
And the great thing about it is no matter where you're sitting in the stadium, you got a great view of one of them. If you're in the end zone and the only board is behind you, you got to turn around and watch the replays all the time. Now you just look across the field and there's a beautiful board there for you.
All right, full backfield. Two running backs split to the left of Brumfield, who will play action pass and get it off to DeJesus at the 35-yard line. Makes a move out to the 40-yard line, a gain of 15 on first down. Junior Colson downfield making the tackle, and that's the dangerous Jacob DeJesus.
Yeah, and you know he's dangerous when Josh Wallace is playing about 8 or 9 yards off, giving him a cushion. That speed is something that you got to respect, and Josh is going to have to decide, hey, do I at some point want to come up there and pressure him?
Shotgun for Brumfield. Fakes a handoff. Now he's under heavy duress, and down he goes. Jalen Harrell with the sack. The first man in the backfield was Quentin Johnson on the blitz from his safety position, and a loss of 6 on first down. But it gets UNLV behind the sticks.
Well, they added in Quentin Johnson on the end of the line of scrimmage and came unblocked. It's the first time this year that we've seen them get a little creative in bringing a pressure. Didn't see any of it last week.
And for the first time this year, we see Will Johnson on the field for the Michigan defense. Shotgun, Brumfield, inside handoff, no running room, and spinning forward there is Vincent Davis. Maybe 2 yards. The Michigan defensive line collapsed the hole. It'll be 3rd and long for the Rebs.
Well, the D-line collapsed the hole, and then Junior Colson came shooting in there from the linebacker position. He was backside and came all the way around to pressure him there. And what that does is it cuts off any cutback. He is then forced the running back to go north and south, and it's hard to do against this defense. There's just not a lot of holes until you get something set up.
3rd and 13 for UNLV. Back to pass is Brumfield. Heavy duress. He's got no room, and down he goes. Jalen Harrell again in the backfield as he led a host of Michigan tacklers in on the sack there. Mike Barrett was back there. Junior Colson, check that. Mason Graham was back there. A loss of 7 as the Wolverines now with 4 sacks today so far?
Yep, 3 or 4, but they brought Mike Barrett. He picked the tackle, opening things up, and that was a beautiful setup, allowing just a floodgate for defenders to get in there.
Jake Thaw standing on his own 26-yard line to field Nichols' punt. On 4th and long, another short punt, and it's going to bounce at the 41-yard line of Michigan, and it's downed right there by UNLV special teams, and that's where Michigan will take over with decent field position. When we continue, the Wolverines on top 14-0 from the Big House. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Stay hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure all-natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan or have water delivered direct to your home or office with their convenient delivery service. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, celebrating 35 years as the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
For over a century, Michigan Medicine has been on a mission to bring Michigan answers to patients and families across Michigan and beyond. It's why University of Michigan Health is honored to have been named Michigan's #1 hospital once again by U.S. News & World Report, and to have been named year after year to the prestigious honor roll of the nation's top hospitals. If you need a Michigan answer in your life, think Michigan Medicine and visit michigananswers.com.
Hey drivers, Ball's here, and so are 2 quick tips to keep you driving safely. Tip 1, swap out those worn out, streaky wiper blades. Rain or leaves, you'll see clearly again. Tip 2, brighten up. Clear headlights cut through fall's early darkness. Stay safe with new blades and bright new lights. Your autumn essentials from your locally owned Auto Value Auto Parts store or by shopping online at myautovaluestore.com. Come see us. Auto Value, where service is the difference. We get it.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain,
And at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, we're giving you 2,500 reasons to choose Lexus. Right now, get up to $2,500 off MSRP on a new NX, RX, or ES, all in stock and available today. Come experience amazing at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started at lexusofannarbor.com. Exclusions apply. See dealer for details. Available to qualified customers on approved credit.
Doug Karsh, John Jansen, Jason Avant down on the field. Michigan on top of UNLV, 14-0. Early second quarter from here at the Big House. Michigan football is brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Blue Cross is ready to help with physical health, mental health, and everything in between. Learn more at bcbsm.com. So, John, early in this game, Michigan's got the run game going, and they got the pass rush going. Held without a sack last week. 3 here early into the second quarter today.
Yeah, and they've done it by bringing pressure from different areas. You look and you see, okay, you got a safety lining up on the end of the line of scrimmage, and Quentin Johnson, protection doesn't account for him. He comes in, flushes the quarterback out. There's Jalen Harrell. The second sack on third down, it's Mike Barrett coming in, and then all of a sudden, hey, quarterback flushed out of the pocket. Again, Jalen Harrell for the sack.
From a shotgun, JJ back to pass, looking downfield, has got his receiver Colston Loveland over the middle to the 48-yard line, now into UNLV territory where he's dragged down just shy of the sticks on first down.
Well, JJ has no shortage of big targets. You got A.J. Varner, you got Colston Loveland, who's in his sophomore year, and obviously we've talked about the backside of the backfield, the receivers. Last week it was Roman Wilson with 3 touchdowns. It's just he's got so many weapons at his disposal.
He's just fully in command. 10 of 10 in this ball game. He had a streak last week of 15 consecutive completions. Now they'll run left with Donovan Edwards, and he gets the first down to the 46-yard line. Gain of 4 for Dono. Move the chains.
Just a nice off-tackle run. Good placement by the offensive line, and Donovan Edwards knew he only had to get 2 yards, so he stuck his foot in the ground, got downfield right behind Nugent, who's doing a really good job on the nose. And Michigan, as we stated in the pregame, hey, they need to impose their will. Right now, they're doing anything that they want.
Ball on the left hash, Wolverines going left to right. First and 10 from the UNLV 46. Back to pass is JJ. He's got his man, Cornelius Johnson. Boy, did he thread a needle down to the 26-yard line. Cornelius Johnson, a gain of 20 yards. What a throw.
Yeah, you want to talk about threading a needle. The corner had actually dropped back off of the outside wide receiver and just out of the outstretched reach of that corner, and there is Cornelius Johnson, found a little pocket in front of the safety behind the corner. If that ball again is off at all, it's tipped or it's intercepted.
Double barrel personnel on the field now for Michigan. In motion, Donovan Edwards. Inside flip pass, running to the left is Edwards, down to the 25-yard line, puts his head down to about the 22. Jason, I want to make a comparison here. This looks like Chad Henne, one of your quarterbacks back in the day, who just had a heck of a fastball and really was a pinpoint passer.
Well, that pass was outstanding. That cover 2 defense, is hard to fit that corner out in between the corner and the safety, and that was a work of art for JJ. And yes, it did look like Chad Henne.
2nd and 7 for Michigan from the UNLV 23-yard line. They're on top 14-0, the Wolverines. 10 minutes to go here in the first half. JJ in a shotgun. And inside handoff to Donovan Edwards, and he can't get out of the grasp of the tackler. Boy, Marcel McDuffie, a great tackle there, as Edwards might have scored if McDuffie didn't drag him down in the hole. A gain of 2 on the play.
Well, they pulled Miles Hinton from that right tackle position, and Nugent just didn't get enough on that defensive end. Could have been a tackle in the backfield, and Donovan was able to escape 1, not able to escape 2. Lucky to just gain a few yards on that play.
3rd and 5 here for Michigan from the UNLV 20-yard line. Wolverines have gone 3 wide. Cornelius Johnson to the left, Roman Wilson and Tyler Morris to the right. And they're going to run it with Donovan Edwards, who will bounce it outside, put his head down, dive forward, and come up just short of first down yardage. Looks like it's going to be a 4th and 2, and Jay Harbaugh has a decision to make.
Yeah, I think it's clear as Blake Gorham is already out in the huddle. A.J. Barner comes out. They're going to go for it.
Corum isn't out there to kick it.
Nope.
So 4th and 2, and Jay Harbaugh says, let's go for it. 8:50 to go, first half. Michigan 4th and 2. They're on top 14-0 from the UNLV 18-yard line. JJ in a shotgun. Blake Corum off his left hip. Inside handoff. Corum puts his head down, and I'm not sure he got there. This is going to depend on a spot.
Yeah, he had to get to the 16-yard line, and I think they came up a little bit short.
A lot of pointing. The UNLV guys pointing.
Oh, yeah, of course. Defensive
short.
guys are going to say you didn't get it. Offense is going to say, hey, we got it.
Roman Wilson saying they got it. And A.J. Barner saying they got it. And they're short.
Yep.
No need to even measure.
Just not enough. Right after I said they're doing whatever they want to do. And nice job by taking a stand by that UNLV defense, creating penetration. They just had the lower pad on that play.
Jason, do you have a good look at that one down there?
Yeah, from where the official spotted the ball, it's short. It's short by a good half a yard.
So UNLV will take over on their own 17-yard line. And now we're going to take a timeout. Michigan on top 14-0. 8:32 to go first half. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Over 100 years ago, Pioneer State Mutual Insurance Company started with the simple idea to help our neighbors. That attitude shaped who we are and drives how we do business today. Our employees and independent insurance agents are Michiganders just like you. We know the state and your insurance needs. Insurance can be confusing, but with Pioneer State Mutual, it doesn't have to be, because you're buying our promise to put you first. Visit psmic.com and give one of our 230-plus agents a call. Pioneer State Mutual, insuring Michigan since 1908.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Unbelievable! Made a spectacular interception.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Vibrant colors and crisp fall breezes. Autumn in northern Michigan is more than savory harvest menus and scenic winery tours. More than the perfect drive on the golf course or finding peace of mind at the spa. More than ciders shared around a warm bonfire. It's having all of those at your fingertips. You won't believe it if you haven't seen it. Get up and go at GrandTraverseResort.com.
The Auto Show sales event is on now at your Detroit area Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram dealers. Amazing deals all month long on some of our hottest selling models, like the Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab, named America's best light-duty pickup for new vehicle quality by J.D. Power, and Jeep Compass Limited with over 80 standard and available safety and security features. Even the most awarded SUV ever, Jeep Grand Cherokee L, featuring 3 rows of seating. Hurry in to a Detroit area Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram dealer.
Doug Harsh, John Jansen, Jason Avant back at the Big House. Michigan on top 14-0 here. Midway through quarter number 2, UNLV, their defense stiffens on their own 17-yard line. Michigan comes up short on a 4th and 2, and that's where UNLV will take over. After getting something going on the ground, kind of a disappointment there.
Yeah, it's disappointing when you have 2 yards to go. It's 4th down. Your coach has faith in you to go for it, and you don't pick it up. You're not going to get every one, but when you've been so dominant, whether it's, hey, 2 yards to go into the end zone, we've seen them be able to push them back into the end zone 2 times now. I thought for sure they were going to be able to pick that one up.
See Will Johnson back on the field for Michigan. He did not start this game, came in last possession. This is his 2nd snap of the season on defense. Brumfeld in a shotgun with 2 receivers split to the left. Back to pass, under pressure, a blitzing Keon Sabb. He escapes from him. Now he's going to run, and he's got some room running to his right across the 25-yard line out near the 30. Elusive there, the UNLV quarterback Chris Jenkins down the field with the stop after a 12-yard gain.
Yeah, for being as big as he is, he's got some move and some shake to him. Does a good job of picking up that 1st down. Could have been tackled in the backfield. And
he had a touchdown run late 2nd quarter. For about 20 yards out last week against Bryant. Donovan Lester now in the backfield, and they'll fake a handoff to him, and Brumfield will roll to his right, and he gets away from one tackler, and now he gets corralled and thrown to the ground, and the books is a sack. It's Kenneth Grant who eventually tracked him down. A loss of 4. Cam Good in there as well.
Yeah, doing a really nice job of putting pressure on Brumfield. And I think Cam Good he was the first one that had a shot at him, and is sitting there going, boy, I just missed out on a great opportunity. But there's Kenneth Grant in mop-up duty.
14-0, Michigan on top. 2nd and 14 for UNLV. Snapping from their own 25-yard line. Brumfield back to pass. Fires. He's got his man DeJesus. He's dangerous in the open field across the 35 out to the 36-yard line. Ernest Hausman downfield with the stop. That'll set up a third and medium here for UNLV after an 11-yard gain.
Well, they're getting pressure on the edges. We just saw Derek Moore with a bull rush and putting a tackle right in the quarterback's lap. Quarterback is just getting the ball off Brumfield, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that he's a big quarterback. It feels like he can stand in there into the last second to deliver it. And when you got a weapon like DeJesus, you know you got someone to go to.
Ball across the 35-yard line. UNLV needs to get it out to the 39. Brumfield back to pass in the flat. He's got DeJesus one-on-one out there with Barrett. Barrett drags him down, but enough for a first down. Good open field tackle by Mike Barrett. A gain of 5 and move the chains for UNLV.
A nice job by Mike using the sideline as that extra defender and making sure, hey, DeJesus is a better athlete than Barrett.
UNLV going quickly. Snap throw out to the right sideline and up the right sideline for a gain of 8 is Seneca McKee. Ernest Hausman downfield with the tackle for Michigan, a gain of 8. Michigan really wasn't ready. That's where the go-go offense got the better of them.
Yeah, I was going to mention that go-go offense, it was in full effect. Now the offense makes some substitutions, and obviously Michigan can take their time getting bodies on and off the field, so UNLV is going to huddle up. But there's going to be teams in the Big Ten that are going to run that hurry-up style of offense, and Michigan has to figure out what that communication is to make sure you get lined up and set when you got an offense that's operating that quickly.
2nd and 2 for UNLV from the 49-yard line. Their own 49, back to passes. Brumfield under duress, and down he goes. Chris Jenkins and Kenneth Grant met at the quarterback, and Brumfield is slow getting up. They wanted to take a deep shot, but the Michigan pass rush was too quick. A loss of 7, and that'll set up a 3rd and long.
Boy, that's 2 really big bodies coming together on a quarterback, and Chris Jenkins was the first one there. Basically had him spun around, and Kenneth Grant came in and just laid the lumber.
5 minutes to go here, first half. 3rd and 9 for UNLV. The fans getting into this one now. UNLV in a shotgun as they break the sugar huddle. Brumfield with 3 receivers, 1 to the left, 2 to the right. Back to pass. Steps up. Fires. He's got his man for first down yardage, and the ball comes out, and they're going to say incomplete. As Mikey Sainristil out there knocked it free. Would have been a first down, but it was DeJesus who couldn't hang on, and the Wolverines force a punt.
Wow, we've seen Mikey Sainristil with some big plays, and nobody's going to sit here and talk about how big a play that was, but his closing speed and the ability to get to a position with violence to cause a drop pass. That one was by all accounts already completed.
Cenk Thaw standing on his 13-yard line, and he'll signal for a fair catch and make it at the 16-yard line. I gotta tell you, he was looking up into the sun there. That was probably more difficult than it looked.
Yeah, difficult catch, but boy, I'm really impressed with the additions that Mikey Sainristil has made to his game this year.
Wolverines will take over. Up 14-0 with 4:30 to go here. Half number 1. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Neighbors help neighbors. That's why when the unexpected happens, floods, fires, or tornadoes hit, Belfour has your back. At Belfour, we are the people who live next door. Faces and names you know, right here in Michigan. For us, the only thing more important than restoring your property is helping you rebuild your life whenever disasters strike. 24/7, 365. Belfour Property Restoration. Your home, your life, our promise. Call 800-800-BELFOR or visit Belfour.com.
Hey, Wolverine fans, it's tough to win without teamwork. And Rocket Homes and Rocket Mortgage are a championship team. Buy with Rocket Homes and finance with Rocket Mortgage, and you could get up to $10,000 toward closing from Rocket Mortgage.
Now that's what I call teamwork. Yeah.
It's like having a great coaching quarterback duo on your team. Visit onlywithrocket.com today.
Let's go!
Rocket Mortgage, proud mortgage provider of Michigan Athletics.
For purchase transaction only, call 1-833-7-ROCKET for conditions and restrictions. Equal housing lender, licensed in all 50 states, NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Let's talk numbers. The money you pay to keep your home warm in cooler weather, and the money you can save with a new heat pump from your local Ruud dealer. Give them a call and ask about the benefits of an energy-efficient, climate and budget-friendly heat pump system. Your family will stay comfortable, and the numbers will look good when your utility bill arrives. Stay warm for less. Visit Ruud.com. That's RUUD.com to find a dealer near you. Ruud. Rely on Ruud.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear, Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
Duck House, John Jansen, Jason Avant back at the Big House, Michigan on top of UNLV, 14-0. Late here in quarter number 2. Foguth Financial is proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. To celebrate, they're inviting retirees and pre-retirees to attend the second annual Night Out at the Big House on Thursday, October 12th. Visit mgoblue.com/bighouse for more details. Well, we got the pass rush with 5 sacks.
Yep.
The official stats say 4. Our statistician is Bruce Motti, who ran this press box for years. And Bruce,
accurate.
I want you to go down there and make some changes.
Nobody ever argues with Bruce's stats. When he tells you something, you just go with it.
You believe it.
Yep.
Bruce actually was here when the Big House opened back in
1927.
All right, Wolverines from their 17-yard line, 1st and 10, 14-0. They're on top, 4:30 to go here, quarter number 2. JJ back to pass over the middle. He's got Cornelius Johnson, another threading of the needle across the 35-yard line. Took a big hit there, and Jeray Williams, the former walk-on.
Jason, when you have a quarterback that's hitting tight windows like that, how aware do you have to be as a receiver that you could have the ball in your hands at any time?
You have to be head on a swivel at all times with a guy like this, and I'm sure that he knew that ball was coming to him. He was number 1 read, but yes, you have to be available at all times.
2 receivers split to the left, 1st and 10 for Michigan from the 35-yard line. Back to pass. McCarthy once again, and this throw is going to be behind his receiver, Fred Moore, going down the left sideline right in front of the UNLV bench, and that is JJ's first incompletion of the day. 13 in a row to open this ball game.
Yeah, and I've got to kind of believe that if that ball goes to a Cornelius on a route or Roman Wilson, that the receiver adjusts. I think that's a freshman and a quarterback just not on the same page. Give it a couple of games, and I think Fred is probably going to be one of those guys that, hey, is good with that back shoulder throw.
Bunch formation to the left, split out, and the Wolverines are going to run it with Blake Corum. Spins out of a tackle, now spins again, and he's going to get snowed under by a host of UNLV tacklers. A lot of work there for a short gain for Blake Corum. Gain of 2, maybe 3, and it'll be 3rd down for Michigan. 14-0, Wolverines on top, 3:30 to go first half.
UNLV coming with some of that movement up front that I had talked about earlier. They're undersized. They're not going to sit there and just let that big offensive line like we've seen down on the goal line mow them down. They're going to be moving around, and that requires an offensive line to be very precise in their technique.
Donovan Edwards in the game. He's split out wide. Now they'll motion him back into the backfield. 3 receivers bunched up to the left side, 1 to the right. It's Cornelius Johnson. Shotgun. JJ back to pass. Goes underneath. Donovan Edwards, 1st down. Splits a pair of tacklers into UNLV territory. Dragged down at the 47-yard line of the Rebs. Move the chains. This drive stays alive with 2:47 to go first half. Gain of 15.
You know, I really like the decisions that JJ's making. He looks off the defenders and knows that, hey, I've only got to get 6 yards. And so I'm going to dump it off to Donovan. I know that if I throw that ball about 2 yards shy, he's going to have the room to pick it up. All you got to do is move the chains, pick up that first down, and he's doing a great job of moving them.
From a shotgun, handoff. Corum running right. Not much room there as he is ridden to the ground for a gain of 2 down to the 45-yard line. Alexander Whitmore, transfer from Austin P on the tackle. I like this kid a lot out in the desert.
They're running those linebackers across the top pretty quick. With the way they were lined up and where that ball started, I thought there was going to be a big gainer, but it closed quick. Got some speed at that linebacker position with McDuffie.
2nd down and 8 for Michigan. Minute 48 to go here, first half. They're up 14-0. JJ, play action fake to Donovan Edwards. Now he's going to fire to Edwards, who tries to spin out of a tackle and can't. Great stop there in the open field by UNLV's Jeray Williams again. Short gain there. With a minute 30 to go here in the first half and the clock running, the Wolverines are looking at a 3rd and 6.
I would have thought with Donovan in the open field and only one man to miss, that was a really nice open field tackle by Williams. I thought that was going to be a big gainer.
So, here we go. Minute 13 to go. The Wolverines taking their time. JJ's in a shotgun. 2 receivers split to the right. Takes the snap. Back to pass. Fires, and he's got his man. It's Tyler Morris across the 35 down to the 34-yard line. Good for a first down. B.J. Harris on the tackle. 9 yards on 3rd and 6. Clock running. 57 seconds to go. Now the Wolverines will hurry up from the UNLV 34.
Nice job by Tyler Morris, just finding a little hole on an easy out route.
JJ moving some guys around. 44 seconds to go first half. Claps his hands, takes the snap. Back to pass. Looking downfield. Now he's going to run to the 30, inside the 30, down to the 28-yard line. Call it the 27. A gain of 6 for J.J. McCarthy. 34 seconds to go in the half.
Well, Donovan leaked out on the left side, and I think J.J., if he hadn't been under just a little bit of pressure and hadn't escaped the pocket, if he's given just another half second, Donovan was standing over on the left side, the far side numbers, and literally there was no one on that half of the field.
Acting head coach Jay Harbaugh with all 3 timeouts in his back pocket. 34 seconds to go first half. 14-0, Michigan looking to add to their lead. JJ takes a snap and he's going to run up the middle. Across the 20, dives inside the 15, down to the 12-yard line, and Michigan will immediately use a timeout with 27 seconds to go. JJ up the middle for 15 yards, and he kept looking like he was going to slide, but he stayed up.
Yeah. It was nice to be able to see it. Basically a called quarterback draw. Knew he was going to keep that one the entire time.
Play clock operator, please put 28 seconds.
And put a second back on the clock. Michigan takes a timeout, and we'll take a break with them. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's Ford SUV season. Time to gear up for adventure on or off-road. Get great deals on our capable lineup of Ford SUVs, including Ford Explorer, Ford Bronco Sport, and Ford Edge, all designed with technology to give you the confidence on the road. Returning AZ plan lessees can lease a 2023 Bronco Sport Big Bend for $349 a month for 24 months, with $3,429 due at signing. Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $1,000 trade assist. Offer ends October 2nd. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. Lease a 2023 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend today for $349 a month during the Ford SUV season. See your Southeast Michigan Ford dealer today. Think Ford first.
Wolverines knocking on the door here, late first half, 28 seconds to go. Michigan with the ball on the UNLV 13-yard line. This drive started with just over 4 minutes to go. Michigan from their own 17-yard line, a couple third down conversions, and now the Wolverines knocking on the door. Let's go down to the field at number 8.
Yeah, just keep an eye on JJ. He walked over to the sideline, limped over to the sideline after that play, after that hit, so keep an eye on him.
I don't need that. He's been an absolute maestro of the passing game, and when that's not there, he's been making plays with his feet.
Well, it's nice to see them add that into his repertoire as a threat, whether it's that called quarterback draw, the read option we saw on the couple of drives ago inside the red zone. It's a huge threat, but you got to make sure you keep your quarterback healthy.
Ball's on the right hash, 5 wide for Michigan. 2 to the right, 3 to the left. JJ in a shotgun, claps his hands, back to pass. Downfield, Roman Wilson inside the 5, skips into the end zone for a Michigan touchdown. Roman Wilson from 13 yards, and the Wolverines have extended the lead to 20-0.
I really like how Sharon Moore is calling this game. You've got the threat of the quarterback running it. You got the run game going. And Roman Wilson, you talk about spacing and where CJ is on the field in regards to Roman Wilson, along with Colston Loveland and the running backs. He's got a number of options. JJ has a number of options to go to, and Roman Wilson just ran a beautiful route to get open in the middle of the field.
Got a downfield block from Cornelius Johnson right at the goal line to help free him up. As James Turner's extra point is up and good, and the lead is 21-0. That was 10 plays, 83 yards, 4 minutes and 6 seconds. Roman Wilson last year had 4 touchdown catches. This year, he's got 4 through 6 quarters.
Yes, he does. And JJ, 17 of 18 today, and we've talked already. There's 3 different passes that I can think of in this first half where it was tight windows. There's one to A.J. Barner that was in between 2 linebackers. We mentioned the one to Cornelius where it was that corner out, and Jason did a great job of talking about how difficult that throw is to get it over top of the corner and in front of that safety when they're running that cover 2 defense. He's been as accurate through 2 games so far, through those 6 quarters that you just mentioned, that I've seen a quarterback be able to be.
That Wolverine touchdown brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. 21-0, Michigan on top of UNLV. 24 seconds to go, first half. And DeJesus standing with his heels on his own goal line to field the kickoff from Tommy Doman, who sends this one deep, and it'll go over the head of DeJesus and land in the back corner of the end zone. And UNLV will take over on the 25-yard line. And John,
yep.
You think they get aggressive here?
UNLV? No, I don't think so. I don't think they want to risk the ball with 24 seconds left, only 2 timeouts. They'd have to hit a couple of really big plays. They'll probably come out with some type of a draw or a little bit of a screen pass just to see if they can pick up some yardage on first down. If there's not, we may only see that one play, and then they'll let the clock expire. They're just going to come out and see if they can test some things out.
Don't forget the Wolverines will get the opening kick to start the second half.
Yeah, I want you guys to know that JJ is pretty accurate right now. It's all about timing. These guys are running after the catch. That means that he's accurate.
From the 25-yard line, Brumfield will hand it off. And running left is Davis, and he'll get it out to the 27-yard line. The clock running, 15 seconds to go first half.
Yeah, I don't think 2 yards is not going to be something that motivates them to say, hey, let's take a shot.
Wolverines with 2 timeouts can't force a punt, so it looks like this clock is going to expire on half number 1. And Michigan will take a 21-0 lead to the locker room. Well, John, you got the running going a little bit. That 4th and 2 had to be disappointing, but ultimately, Michigan continues to hum offensively.
You've got 92 yards rushing. Right now, they're averaging just shy of 5 yards per carry. And then the big thing I've seen from this team is defensively being able to win one-on-one matchups up front and bringing different types of blitzes, whether it's a corner, whether it's a linebacker, freeing up other rushers to put pressure on the quarterback. With 5 sacks, that's great production in the first half.
Michigan with 280 total yards in the first half, including 188 through the air, as J.J. McCarthy goes 17 for 18 in half number 1. And a touchdown pass to Roman Wilson. The Rebs with just 42 yards. Michigan 15 first downs to 5. Only 1 penalty in the first half and no turnovers. So Michigan leads it 21-0 at the break. Lots to do here during halftime, including the thoughts of Jack Miller and Brian Bush, scores from around the country. And, of course, we'll hear what the message is in the Michigan locker room as Mike Hart will take the headset for half number 2. 21-0 Michigan on top. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain. And at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, we're giving you 2,500 reasons to choose Lexus. Right now, get up to $2,500 off MSRP on a new NX, RX, or ES. All in stock and available today. Come experience amazing at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started at lexusofannarbor.com. Exclusions apply. See dealer for details. Available to qualified customers on approved credit.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Choose Barbasol Shaving Cream for a thick lather and close, comfortable shave. Barbasol, the American original for over 100 years. Better by Barbasol. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Your morning shave with Barbasol is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. There's football on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do. Ever just want to start over? Take a mulligan in life? With a smooth, clean Barbasol shave, every day is a clean slate. So who cares if you put all your money in crypto and called your boss an idiot? Start fresh with Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Just like your favorite sports team, you need a solid defense to protect your home and family. Whether you're tackling unexpected accidents, fouls, or fumbles, Al Bordeaux Insurance Agency and Michigan-based Frankenmuth Insurance are on your team. Visit Al Bordeaux Insurance Agency today at www.albordeaux.com. That's www.albordeau.com.
Let's break down the first half of action. Welcome to the Halftime Show, driven by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics. Online at lexusofannarbor.com. Analysis, highlights, and stats are on the way. Now, here's your host, Rob Joyce.
Halftime from the Big House. Michigan leads UNLV with a dominant performance, 21-0. Time to recap the opening 30 minutes. Wolverines won the toss, deferred to the second half, so Rebels ball first. Did pick up a couple of first downs before ultimately punting. Michigan's first possession, cross midfield on a 3rd and 8 conversion to Tyler Morris. Inside the red zone a few plays later, another 3rd and long conversion on a Blake Corum run. Then he opens the scoring.
And the Wolverines will go quickly. JJ has the snap, hands it off to Corum up the middle, and he powers into the end zone behind the offensive line. The Wolverines flexing their muscle and taking a 6-0 lead.
Caps a 9-play, 80-yard drive. Midway through the first, it's 7-0 Wolverines on the Corum touchdown. After a Rebel 3-and-out, capped by a Derek Moore sack. Used to that in the first half. Michigan, a lot of sacks in the opening 2 quarters. Michigan gets it right back, ends the first quarter with a J.J. McCarthy scramble down to the 2-yard line. So the first play of the second quarter, Wolverines, basically in a replica of the first drive, double the lead.
3 receivers split out, ball on the right hash. The Wolverines now moving left to right towards the southern end zone. J.J. takes the snap, hands it off to Corum up the middle, and he plows into the end zone for a Michigan touchdown, and the Wolverines lead it 13-0.
The first drive, 9 plays, 80 yards, couple of 3rd down conversions, short Blake Corum touchdown. Second drive, 11 plays, spanning 75 yards, couple of 3rd down conversions, and a short Blake Corum touchdown. First quarter yardage totals in this one, 153 for Michigan, 10 for UNLV. The offense finally stopped on third down on its third drive. Jay Harbaugh choosing to roll the dice, go for it on 4th and 2 just inside the red zone. UNLV makes the stand. Corum comes up about a half yard short, but nothing comes of it as Michigan defense was pinning its ears back today. No sacks last week against that quick passing offense of East Carolina. 5 in the first half today. One last chance for the offense before halftime after another defensive stop. Michigan takes over, 4:30 left on its own 27-yard line. Another methodical drive gets inside the red zone with under 30 seconds to go. After a timeout, the Maize and Blue go through the air to cap the first half.
JJ in a shotgun. Claps his hands. Back to pass. Downfield. Roman Wilson inside the 5. Skips into the end zone for a Michigan touchdown. Roman Wilson from 13 yards. And the Wolverines have extended the lead to 20-0.
4th touchdown in 3 halves of football this year for Roman Wilson. That already matches his 2022 total. And how about the first half for J.J. McCarthy? 17 of 18 passing for 188 yards in that score in the half. He completed passes to 7 different receivers, none more than 3. Wilson, 3 receptions, 42 yards in that score. 3 receptions, 44 yards for Cornelius Johnson. 3 for 40 for Tyler Moore. So spreading the wealth for Michigan in that first half. Total yardage, 280 yards for Michigan, 42 for UNLV, including negative 16 rushing yards, again, because of all the sacks. And Michigan up comfortably at the break, 21-zip, and the Wolverines will get the ball to start half number 2. We'll take a timeout, come back, tell you what else is going on around the Big Ten and top 25. It's after this as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
Bank like a victor with the University of Michigan Credit Union. When life calls an audible, we are here to help you stay on top of your game with local low-rate loans to meet all your financial needs. Access your account with our conveniently located branches and ATMs, 24/7 online banking, and our mobile app. To learn more about our services or find a branch near you, visit umcu.org. UMCU is a proud partner of Michigan Athletics. The University of Michigan Credit Union is federally insured by NCUA.
Hail to the victors. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience better for you energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're here in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Michigan. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the express written consent of the University of Michigan and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the University of Michigan.
At the half, Michigan leads UNLV 21-0. Today's halftime show driven by Jermaine Alexis of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics, lexusofannarbor.com. We'll run through the out-of-town scoreboard after we pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Busy Saturday in the Big Ten. 3 games going on right now with an asterisk. We'll get to that. The 3 games actually playing football right now. How about Iowa? At Iowa State, the Hawkeyes have a 17-0 lead on the rival Cyclones, under 4 minutes to go in the first half there. UTEP and Northwestern are all square at 7. It looks like the Miners have an opportunity to kick a field goal, just missed it going into halftime. So at the break, Northwestern and UTEP all square at 7. Both teams scored on their opening offensive possessions, nothing since. And Michigan State has a 17-0 lead and are inside the red zone heading into, Richmond in the red zone. So Michigan State up 17-0. Last 30 seconds of the first half in East Lansing, Spiders trying to get on the board. There is another game kind of in progress. Purdue leads Virginia 7-0. The game is 6 minutes old. However, has been in a lightning delay since about 12:30 this afternoon. The estimated resumption of play in Blacksburg will be around 6:15, so Purdue will take over just at midfield with a 7-0 lead on Virginia Tech whenever that game continues. Finals from earlier, Nebraska lost big at Colorado 36-14. Huskers are now 0-2 after a 4-turnover day. A couple of games against FCS competition. Ohio State over Youngstown State 35-7. Penn State no issues with Delaware 63-7. Everything else coming tonight, all at 7:30. Wisconsin heads west, taking on Washington State and Pullman. Everyone else at home, it's Maryland hosting Charlotte, Minnesota at home against Eastern Michigan, and then Rutgers welcoming in Temple. Time now to look nationally at the top 25, brought to you by Pioneer State Mutual Insurance. Games in progress. 10th-ranked Notre Dame up big at NC State, 38-17, midway through the fourth. The Irish lead there. Number 24, Tulane, with a backup quarterback, has a 17-10 lead on number 20 Ole Miss in New Orleans. It's 17-10 Green Wave at the half. And number 23 Texas A&M leads Miami 17-14 early on in quarter number 2 down in Coral Gables. Notable finals from earlier. Top-ranked Georgia blasted Ball State 45-3. 12th-ranked Utah used 2 touchdowns in the final 2 minutes to hold off Baylor 20-13. Everything else still to come tonight, including the big one at 7 o'clock. Number 3 Alabama welcomes in future SEC member and 11th-ranked Texas in what is still a non-conference game for the two. That top 25 scoreboard brought to you by Pioneer State Mutual Insurance, a Michigan tradition since 1908. Again, 30 minutes complete in our game. Michigan 21, UNLV nothing. Brian, Jason, and Jack break down the first half after this as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
Michigan football season is here, and the MDIN, the official retailer of Michigan Athletics, is ready to help you suit up in officially licensed gear from brands like Nike, Jordan, and Lululemon. We have everything you need to rep the maize and blue. Shop the largest selection of Michigan gear online at mdin.com or visit the MDIN location nearest you today. The MDIN on State Street, on Main Street, or at Briarwood Mall in Ann Arbor. The MDIN at 12 Oaks Mall in Novi, or the MDIN in Detroit on Columbia Street. Get your game on with gear at the MDIN. Go Blue!
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
For Braylon, up in the air. Touchdown, Michigan! Do you believe this comeback?
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Get ready for rhythm and soul in the heart of Detroit at Motor City Casino's Soundboard. Bruce Hornsby and the Noisemakers bring their signature sound to the stage on September 16th. Followed by Freddie Jackson and Regina Bell on the 17th. And Morris Day brings us back to yesterday on September 23rd. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster.com today.
Bogut Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. To celebrate, we're inviting those already retired or nearing retirement to attend our second annual Night Out at the Big House on Thursday, October 12th. Learn strategies for managing the risks of retirement and enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks, door prizes, and get exclusive access to tour Michigan Stadium. Just go to mgoblue.com/bighouse to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/bighouse. Limited seats are available.
As expected, all Wolverines so far in this one, 21-0 in front of UNLV. Welcome back into the halftime show driven by Jermaine Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics, lexusofannarbor.com. Jason Avant, Jack Miller back with me here to break down the first half. Jason, I want to start with you, and can you elaborate a little further? You said it briefly late first half about J.J. McCarthy leading receivers well, having a lot of opportunity to run after the catch. Just how precise has that J.J. whatever receiver he's been throwing to, been so far today?
Yeah, 17 for 18 touchdowns. You know, he's doing an amazing job. The throw to Cornelius Johnson on the left sideline in between the safety and the corner was an NFL throw. Also, the one to Donovan Edwards on the 3rd and 7. It's all about getting the ball to the check down when he's open the most. And right when you hit the back of that 5-step drop, you take one hitch and you get it to the check down if no one's there. He's playing football at a high level. When you have an opportunity to catch and run, that means your quarterback is getting you the ball when you're open and on time.
McCarthy, 17 of 18, 188 yards and a touchdown. He's added 3 rushes for 38 yards on the ground as well. Jack, you wanted to see more from the offensive line. Assess how the big fellows have done so far.
Yeah, it's been really impressive. I think no matter if it's Blake Corum or Donovan Edwards running the ball, there's been a lot of push up front from the big guys. Some of the leakage that we've seen has come from maybe the tight ends or the wide receivers that they motion in to try to shore up the perimeter. And, again, you get 8, 9, sometimes 10 guys in the box. It's hard to block all of them. One's going to go free. So a couple of them that have hit have looked really good. The push is there, though, right? The line of scrimmage is moving back. Been really happy with the play of both sides of the ball, not only the offensive line but the defensive line as well.
Now, defensively, you segue perfectly. UNLV just 42 total yards. They're minus 16 in yardage on the ground. Take out the sacks, and there have been 5, and it's just 14 rushing yards. Jason, what have you seen from that defense, which has been swarming seemingly all afternoon?
We talked about the linebackers. The linebackers have made some plays, but they can't even get to the linebackers yet. The defensive line is playing outstanding. Jalen Harrell with 2 sacks. You got Kenneth Grant with a sack and a half, and Chris Jenkins. The play early in the game that kind of set the tone for the game was Braden McGregor. When he had, nobody backside but him, he kept contained, fighting off 2 guys to make a shoestring tackle. That was a big play to start this game.
Yeah, defensive line's been outstanding so far. The depth that they had, guys rotating in and out, staying fresh. I don't think they're necessarily afraid to put guys who are 2 on the depth chart in there in crunch situations, albeit a third down, whatever it might be. And then, in the secondary, a lot of man coverage, guys trying to sit in between zones at times. And so it's forced the secondary to tackle well. It's been a good test for them, and they've performed very well so far.
Time for our halftime adjustment today, brought to you by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. And not sure how much there is to clean up in this scenario against this type of an opponent. So, Jason, if you got an adjustment, give it to me. Otherwise, is there some young player or some situation you'd like to see Michigan show here in this second half with Mike Hart taking over as the second half head coach?
Yeah, you're going to, at some point, just like it was last year at the end of the season, you had to rely on another running back. And I would like to see another running back get in the game and have some production, and also these young wide receivers. And this is the last thing I'll say about JJ and how well he's playing. This kid is dynamic, and the thing that you love to see in this moment is that he's answering the bell against zone defense. You can't guard this team man-to-man because he can light you up running the ball. But to play like he's playing in zone these last couple games is making a statement.
I thought you were going to say JJ needs to work on that one incompletion in the first half there. You've been effusive in your praise, and I mean, he has been that good. Jack, something Mike Hart's talked about is that this team feels like they've got a handful of options as that number 3 running back. So, yeah, it'll be fascinating to see who will come off this bench if and when Blake and Donovan get their chance to take off the headset and cheer on their opponent or cheer on their fellow teammates down the depth chart. What are you looking for? What do you hope to see here in this second half?
Well, pretty hard to play much better than that. I guess you can make a 4th and 2. That's about all we could. That's about all we could point to. But to your point, if I'm Coach Hart, I'm probably giving the starters or some of those first team guys maybe one more series to go close this thing out and then get other guys in there. So you just look for efficiency, right? When you're playing an inferior opponent, you cannot beat yourself. You can't make plays that help them along, right? You got to prove your point and remain, the number 2 team in the country. Act like it, play like it. So if the starters get another chance in here, go down, score. Get to take off your pads, root on the other guys, and then let those guys get quality reps, right? They're playing for playing time later in the season, so they go out, give it 100%. Coach just like you would if you were in a tight ball game, and let those guys try to showcase it.
And we need some turnovers.
Yeah, no, I don't doubt. Sacks aplenty. Can they force a turnover maybe through that? It'll be fun to watch. Today's halftime adjustment brought to you by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Second half moments away, Michigan 21, UNLV nothing. That was the halftime show driven by Jermaine Lexus of Ann Arbor. Stay tuned. Doug Karsh, John Jansen, and Jason Avant bring you the second half next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's okay to be stressed, but it's also okay to realize that sometimes what you think is just stress might be something more. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we're here for you whenever you're ready. With access to support for physical and mental health wherever and whenever you need it, even from the privacy of your own home. We're here for it all and always will be. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Confidence comes with every card. Learn more at hereforitall.com.
More Wolverines football is a minute away.
He bounces outside. He's got a hold. He's in the clear.
This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Non-stop fun and entertainment is closer than you think at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Whether you're an experienced gambler, sports fan, or food enthusiast, we have something for everyone to enjoy. Place your bets on over 45 live table games or spin to win on over 1,700 slot machines. Plus, enjoy live entertainment every weekend and one of the region's only Forbes 4-star steakhouses, Final Cut Steak and Seafood. It's all right here at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
Toyota Camry has been America's best-selling car for over 20 years. But what you may not know is that Camry is now available with all-wheel drive for the confidence to handle any kind of road conditions. And now through October 3rd, you can get 3.99 APR financing on an exciting new all-wheel drive 2023 Camry with approved credit through TFS. Plus, you get 2 years no-cost maintenance. Get complete details at buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Today's broadcast is presented by Belfour Property Restoration. Your home, your life, our promise. For more information, visit Belfour.com. That's BELFOR.com. Let's return to Michigan Stadium for more of today's matchup between the Wolverines and the Rebels.
Well, J.J. McCarthy is off to the best start by a Michigan quarterback in school history. Through 6 quarters, J.J. is 43 for 48 for 460 yards, 4 touchdowns. That is through 6 quarters. John Navarre in 2001 went 45 of 76 for 453 yards and 3 touchdowns. But J.J. operating with high efficiency, to say the least. And let's go down to the field. Jason Avant, what was talked about in the Michigan locker room at halftime?
Yeah, Coach Hart wanted to point out that J.J.'s precise in the passing game, making great decisions, did a good job running the ball, left something out there on that 4th and 2. And for the defense, great effort. Those sacks are efficient plays, and got to be more disciplined in the second half, make more tackles, get a turnover, and for the team, keep the hammer on them, execute and play for 30 minutes.
Well, Jason and John, one thing I don't want to see in the second half, and one thing I do want to see that Jason just talked about. I think we don't need to see J.J. run the ball anymore.
Exactly.
And get a turnover.
It would be nice to see a sudden change situation, maybe force a fumble. We had an interception last week.
Kalel Mullings will field the opening kick of the second half. The Wolverines going right to left here at the Big House, leading 21-0, and Mullings has got some room down the right side, spins over the 30, where he is tripped up by the kicker out to the 31-yard line. Didn't really have anywhere to go, but nobody ever likes to get tackled by the kicker. 26 yards on the return.
No, it's nice to be able to get out. Obviously, if you just let it go into the end zone, that one wasn't going to reach it, but you only get to the 25. So getting that extra 6 yards takes a little effort off of the offense.
Double barrel personnel on the field for this first snap of the second half, as Donovan Edwards is slot left and Blake Corum in the backfield off the left hip of J.J. McCarthy. Ball on the right hash from the 31 of their own 31 rather, up 21-0. J.J. takes the snap and will roll out to the left, swing it out to Donovan Edwards, who gets across the 32, where he takes a big hit right there. Little option pass. Let's go down to number 8.
Hey, I was told to tell you guys that Mike Hart this second half will be the first African-American head coach in University of Michigan history. So this is history, this game.
Good for Mike, who said this is a dream come true for him.
It's great to see him down there.
Oh. 2 receivers split to the right, 1 to the left. 2nd down and 8 for Michigan. Pistol formation is Blake Corum directly behind J.J. McCarthy. And they'll run Corum left. And the offensive line plowing a big hole out to the 38, 39-yard line goes Corum. And it'll be 3rd and short for the Michigan offense. And we got an injury. Looks like Jeray Williams, who was in on the tackle, is the injured player. No, correct that. It's Darius Johnson from the defensive line, a defensive tackle out of Spokane, Washington, and he's being attended to by the trainers down below.
Well, nice job on that play by Trevor Keegan and the center, Drake Nugent, doing a good job of double team in the center. Little bump by Trevor Keegan, getting up to the linebacker. Here's what I like about this offensive line.
Timeout on the field.
They're going to give them some extra time. But I like the fact that they are doing a better job of keeping their shoulders square, getting up to the linebacker today.
Wolverines will be facing a 3rd and 3 when we continue. 21-0 Michigan on top of UNLV, just underway in the second half. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Some things are just made for each other. Chips and dip, socks and shoes. YouTube TV and WOW Internet. It's the ultimate bundle. Super fast WOW Internet and an amazing live TV experience from YouTube TV. Watch 100 plus channels, live sports, and unlimited DVR space included. For a limited time, get super fast internet and YouTube TV starting at just $82.98 per month. Sign up for our fastest speed and get $300 on us. Wow. Limited to new customers with auto pay and paperless billing. Subject to change. Terms and fees apply. Additional YouTube TV terms and conditions apply.
Sports betting can be fun, just like football. There's excitement, winning. But imagine that sports betting is a 300-pound lineman coming straight at you. For tips that will help keep you on your feet, go to don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear. Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
Imagine this, a day filled with indulgence, bursting with excitement, and packed with extraordinary moments that build memories to last a lifetime. A day that is unmistakably yours, at the place that is undeniably spectacular. Whether you're winning big, dining lavishly, or relaxing oh so comfortably, it's your getaway reimagined at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort.
Buck Harsh, John Jansen back at the Big House. Michigan on top of UNLV, 21-0 here early third quarter. Michigan football is brought to you by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Michigan looking at a 3rd and 3 following the injury timeout. Ball on their own 38-yard line. John, earlier today, Colorado dismantled Nebraska 36-14. Coach Prime's got it going.
He does, and it's great to see him out there have success. He's a guy that success just follows him around. He's very articulate. He's very passionate about what he does, and his players, you can tell that they play with that same passion.
Teammate of yours?
He was, and I loved playing with him. He's a great teammate, and he is one of the greatest athletes that I have ever been around.
3rd and 3, JJ back to pass, fires, and the ball is batted down by one of the men up front. They were looking for Cornelius Johnson on a quick slant, and Jackson Woodard breaks up the pass, and the Wolverines will be forced to punt on their initial possession here of half number 2.
Yeah, talking about Coach Prime, I played with him, played with Champ Bailey, Charles Woodson, Calvin Johnson. Those are a couple of the guys that had that unbelievable skill and talent, but also had the work ethic. The only drawback or shortcoming for Calvin Johnson, he only played one side of the ball in one sport.
Tommy Doman on to punt. Puts his right foot into it, and DeJesus backing up, and will field it at the 13-yard line. He's tripped up immediately. Great special teams play down there. I believe it was Joe Taylor, the Chelsea Bulldog, down the field making the stop on one of the most dangerous players in a UNLV uniform. Hey, Jason, talking about Prime there, in all your years, Big Ten, non-conference, and in the NFL, who was the best corner you ever faced?
Oh, the best Darrelle Revis. It's a funny story. I beat him earlier in the game, and I turn around, he knocks the ball down. My coach is berating me. He's like, dude, you got covered by a rookie. I'm like, this dude is special.
Yeah, you were the first one stuck on Revis Island.
From the 15, Brumfield back to pass, has nobody. Now will scramble up to about the 18, 19-yard line, where Junior Colson brings him down, gain of 4. Good coverage downfield, forcing the quarterback to run. Second down and 6 for UNLV as they quickly get to the line of scrimmage. Everybody jammed in tight. Rebels moving left to right here at the big house. Michigan up 21-0. Inside handoff goes to Donovan Lester. Not much there. Plows across the 20 to the 21-yard line. Gain of 2. Chris Jenkins leading the Michigan tacklers.
You know, Michigan's defense, we talked about the 5 sacks that they've had so far. The secondary has played well. You know, there's absorbing blocks, allowing the linebackers to run around. They've played a complete game, and so far they've only allowed an average of 8 yards per drive by UNLV.
UNLV looking at a 3rd and 4. Back to pass is Brumfield. He's going to scramble and be dragged down as he gets to the line of scrimmage. It's Mason Graham as Brumfield stepped up in the pocket, and it looks like they're going to come up with 7 yards on this drive, John, and here comes the punt team.
Yeah, the defense has just played such a dominant game, being able to control the line of scrimmage, run around at the linebacker position, and they've done a great job down the field of not allowing, other than some cushions that they've been given to De Jesus, there's not really been much to speak of in the pass game.
Marshall Nichols to punt. Jake Thaw is a boomer backing up inside his 20, fields it at the 16. Up the middle and breaks a tackle across the 25. He's met at the 35-yard line by a UNLV tackler on special teams. Good return there from Jake Thaw, and Michigan will have decent field position.
Yeah, he hasn't had a lot of time, a lot of opportunity to return punts.
Wolverines will have the football when we continue. 11:54 to go here. Quarter number 3. Michigan on top, 21-0. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street, you're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Deep in the end zone, touchdown, Desmond Howard. What a catch and what a call.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Feel the sun on your face and enjoy the ride with a brand new truck or SUV from your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Whether you're north, south, east, or west, your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are in your neighborhood. From their impressive family of SUVs to the strongest, most advanced Silverado ever, your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers will put you in the driver's seat. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
You already know Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan gives you access to the largest network of top doctors and hospitals. What you may not know is that with our 24-hour nurse line, online visits, whole health support, urgent care, and more, you can access the care you need whenever and wherever you need it, giving you the confidence in knowing that you're covered anytime, anywhere. We're here for it all and always will be. Learn more at hereforitall.com.
Nothing. Michigan on top of UNLV here, early third quarter. When you're out of town and want to keep up with live college sports, be sure to download the new Varsity Network app, available for both Apple and Android. Listen to college sports live with the Varsity Network app. John, I got a long drive ahead.
Yeah, where you headed
today? Actually going to Ottawa, Canada.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you got yourself a little bit of a drive.
Family function.
And that Varsity app is awesome, isn't it?
It really is. Be listening to some college football game. Got Alabama and Texas later tonight. Huh?
I imagine that one will be tuned into frequently by you guys.
Yep. Maybe checking out Eastern Michigan, Minnesota. Have my choice of the entire buffet of college football. So, John, JJ's thrown 49 passes this year, and he hasn't taken one shot over the top.
I know. That was one of my keys to the game. I wanted to see a deep shot. I mentioned that one earlier where he took the out route to Roman, and I saw Cornelius running deep. He's got plenty of time because the rush there really hasn't been much of a pass rush.
Quick pass out to Cornelius Johnson in front of the Michigan bench, and he's tripped up as he gets out to the 48-yard line on first down. Move the chains for the Wolverines.
And I want to somewhat be careful of, I don't want him to take a shot just to take a shot.
Right.
But if it's there, if this opportunity is there, I would like to see him unleash it, because just like we talked about the threat of him running it, you got to show it to make it a threat. You got to show that double barrel formation and personnel group to make it a threat. Now we got to make sure, hey, we want to make that threat of being able to blow the top off of a defense an actual reality.
JJ under center now. Blake Corum, the lone setback, takes a handoff, hesitates, skips across the 50 down to the 47-yard line of UNLV. Some good running there on a well-blocked play. Be second down at about 5 now for Michigan. Now Trente Jones comes in, the extra offensive line.
It's nice to have two of the best guards in the country when you're talking about some of those combination blocks. We saw it last year in the Ohio State game, those long runs by Donovan Edwards where Zach Zinter at that right guard position is able to bump off of that center or the nose guard up to the linebacker. They are so efficient and good at that.
JJ in a shotgun now, second down and 5, back to pass. Stepping up in the pocket, looking downfield, delivers to Roman Wilson. To the 30, down the near sideline, 20, 10, 5. Roman Wilson, touchdown Michigan. J.J. McCarthy to Roman Wilson for the 5th time this year, and the Wolverines lead it 27-0, 47 yards.
You know, Jason mentioned it earlier. I've mentioned it a couple of times throughout the course of this week and earlier today. When you have a quarterback as precise as J.J. McCarthy is right now, it's not just a matter of, hey, quarterback throws it, wide receiver catches it. It's about being able to put it in a position where a receiver can do something with it. That one led Roman Wilson just perfectly, so he didn't break stride. He was able to run away from the defensive back as soon as he caught it. If that ball is not thrown on the money, Roman Wilson's probably tackled at about the 20-yard line.
I mean, he was well covered. The man was with him step for step.
He was right on him.
But catching it in stride, taking it into the end zone, as James Turner's extra point is up and good.
Amazing stuff down here. I want to know what J.J. McCarthy did in the offseason in order to get his feet so perfect in order to deliver these strikes. That's the story of the offseason right now.
You know what, Jason, I'm glad you mentioned that because, you know, he got flushed out of the pocket there and did a great job of setting his feet, followed through on the pass. I mean, it's the way he is operating. He's so comfortable in the pocket. There hasn't been a lot of pressure, which has allowed him to do that. But to be able to set your feet when you're on the move like he's been able to do, he has put a ton of work into that, the decisions, the accuracy, it all works together.
28-0 Michigan on top of UNLV. 10:31 to go here, quarter number 3. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
If Big Ten football runs deep in your veins, then Sirius XM Big Ten Radio is what you need to listen to. We're talking conference and team previews, plus hear live games, news, and analysis from experts like Anthony Harris, Jake Butt, Mac McLaurin, and Ben Hartzog. Go in-depth with your favorite team with coaches shows, championship specials, and more. Get inside Big Ten football like nowhere else. Feed your fandom on the Sirius XM app. Stay up to date anywhere you go. Just download the app and start streaming.
SeatGeek's the ticketing app for fans like the sideline shot caller.
Come on, boys, pick up the pace.
SeatGeek got him a great deal on seats right near the action, so when he yells,
"What are you doing? Block him!"
he can be absolutely sure the players heard him. SeatGeek handles the tickets to sports, concerts, and more, so fans can fan.
Michigan versus Michigan State. Mays out, Chrysler Center.
You don't want to miss one of the biggest games of the season for Michigan volleyball, Friday, September 22nd at 7 o'clock. Not only are the Wolverines eyeing a win over the rival Spartans, but they're hoping to set a new home volleyball attendance record. So be part of it all for as low as $6 at mgoblue.com/tickets. That's mgoblue.com/tickets for a Michigan volleyball maze-out against Michigan State on Friday, September 22nd.
Michigan is in the thick of non-conference play. We're here in Ann Arbor for the Wolverines and the UNLV Rebels. Today's broadcast is presented by Belfour Property Restoration. Your home, your life, our promise. For more information, visit belfour.com. That's BELFOR.com.
That 47-yard touchdown pass to Roman Wilson brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Tommy Doman to kick off. Deep is Jacob DeJesus, who will let it go over his head and into the end zone. And UNLV will take over once again from the 25-yard line. Well, John, a little overcast. Actually, a little chill in the air right now.
I know. We're going to have a little bit of slice of everything that college football has to offer in these first 3 games. We had a noon start. We got a 3:30 kick. And next week, we're going to have the night game. We talked about the scoreboards. Next week, we're going to see the display of the new lights.
A light show.
Yeah.
Wolverines on top 28-0 here, 10:31 to go, quarter number 3. Brumfield continues at quarterback for UNLV. He's got 2 receivers split to his left. Takes the handoff, back to pass. The lefty fires, and he underthrows his receiver down the far sideline. At about the 50, Keon Sabb over there in coverage from his safety spot. We have not seen Rod Moore today. Bakari Page was ruled out before this game starts, so the Wolverines rolling with backup safeties. Will Johnson has played about a handful of plays in this one.
Nice to see him out there, just to have the confidence to know that it's nothing serious that he's out for. And he was questionable. It's not like he was deemed to be out today.
2nd and 10 now for UNLV. Brumfield in a shotgun. Takes the snap. Rolls to his left. Far sideline, delivers, and it's dropped. Right as Keon Sabb gets there, his receiver, Ricky White, dropped it. He didn't drop anything here a few years ago.
Yeah, I was going to say, it doesn't break my heart to see him drop that one. Wish it would have happened when he was wearing green and white. But, you know, you get some of these drops, and, you know, on the first down, that was just a bad pass. The second one, and that drop is, I think some of it is they know that when they catch the ball, they're going to get hit. We've seen Mikey Sammers still knock a ball out that should have been catched because of a big hit. This secondary is really, really getting there with some push and some violence.
Rebels 2 of 7 on 3rd down. Brumfield far sideline delivers, and well covered out there by Keyshawn Harris is the receiver, but we got a flag down in the backfield. Question is this going to be a hold or a late hit?
Personal foul. Roughing the passer. Defense number 26. 15-yard penalty includes an automatic first down.
Rayshon Benny, the guilty party. And on 3rd down, that effectively serves as a turnover.
Yeah, it's too bad. They would have been off the field. But they brought Rayshon Benny. It was a double split, and he must have just got there a split second too late. A double split or double shift, and Rayshon Benny came around.
UNLV from a shotgun is Brumfield. 2 running backs to his right. They're going to go option in a ton of room here. Across the 50 to the 45 to the 40. Pushed out of bounds there for UNLV is Vincent Davis Jr., the transfer from Pitt. And a well-designed play as UNLV goes old school option.
Yeah, and you got to be very careful. A nice shot by Josiah Stewart to staying on the quarterback, but I think the defense right now needs a little bit of a wake-up. You're over-aggressive on rushing the passer, you get a penalty. Over-aggressive on trying to defend the run, and you allow a big one to hit.
UNLV, first time in Michigan territory today, hands it off up the middle to Donovan Lester. Across the 37-yard line down to about the 36. Gain of 4 on first down. Junior Colson leading the Michigan tacklers.
Boy, I tell you what, Chris Jenkins and Mason Graham, they stood up 4 offensive linemen and allowed Junior Colson to make that play. The linebackers are going to have a huge advantage throughout the course of this season if the defensive line continues to play like that.
2nd and 6. Brumfield delivering far side. He's got his receiver who goes to the ground to come up with the tackle. It's Ricky White. Gain of about 4. That'll set up a 3rd and short for UNLV. Quentin Johnson out there in coverage. 3rd and 3 for the Rebs. Might be in 4-down territory here.
Yeah, down 3 touchdowns. I think they got to take all the shots they can.
Ball on the 32-yard line. They have to get it down to the Michigan 29. Brumfield from a shotgun. 2 receivers or running backs flanked to his right. They go handoff, and tripping up in the backfield is Vincent Davis. Oh, he loses 2 yards there, and he might have had the 1st down yardage.
Yeah, there was some green grass out there, or green turf, I should say, but I'm not sure how he got tripped up. Oh, I'll tell you how he got tripped up. Chris Jenkins absolutely blew up the guard, pushed him right in the backfield, and made that tackle simply by pushing the guard into the running back.
Okay, so it's going to be 4th down and 5 for the Rebels. Trying to get something going with 8:20 to go here, 3rd quarter. From the Michigan 34-yard line. Brumfield from a shotgun. And he'll go quarterback keeper and come nowhere close to it as he is stacked up. Chris Jenkins leading the Michigan tacklers. That was a fake handoff up the middle, and then Brumfield tried to follow his running back, Vincent Davis, and there was nothing there. And Michigan will take over on downs on their own 34-yard line.
No, other than a missed assignment on that option and a penalty, this defense, it's really hard to pick it apart, but those are 2 of the very few mistakes that we've seen through the first couple of games this year.
Wolverines will have the football back when we continue. They lead at 28-0. Let's go to the update desk and Rob Joyce. Rob?
Thank you, Doug. This Big Ten scoreboard update brought to you by Absol Pure Water, celebrating 35 years as the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Conference games in progress. We'll start in Ames, where Iowa leads Iowa State 17-3 early 3rd quarter. The Hawkeyes with an offensive touchdown and a defensive touchdown. Northwestern just took a 14-7 lead on UTEP midway through the 3rd quarter in Evanston. And Michigan State all over FCS school Richmond at 24-0 early 3rd quarter. Meanwhile, we have a start time in Blacksburg. Purdue and Virginia Tech will be back underway at 6:15. It will turn out to be a 6-hour lightning delay. Boilermakers lead 7-0 early in the 1st quarter in a game that kicked off a little after noon. Finals from earlier, Nebraska falls at Colorado 36-14, mired by 4 turnovers. And then a couple of Big Ten teams beat up on FCS foes. Penn State cruised past Delaware 63-7. Ohio State down in Youngstown State 35-7. Heavy slate tonight, all at 7:30. Wisconsin heading west to Washington State. Maryland hosts Charlotte. Minnesota at home against Eastern Michigan. And then Rutgers welcomes in Temple. All those games again at 7:30. We'll preview those, run through the highlights from this one, and get locker room reaction all on the SeatGeek postgame show in a bit. For now, back to Doug and John.
So, guys, check this out. Last week, JJ went 26 of 30, which had everybody scrambling to see what was the best completion percentage by a Michigan quarterback for an entire football game. And we all looked it up, and we all said, oh, yeah, Elvis Gerback back in 1991 against Notre Dame went 20 of 22. JJ McCarthy, so far today, is 20 of 22, matching Elvis Gerback. Now, he still has some snaps to play. One more completion, and he will break the record. But then one more incompletion.
Yes.
He'll fall behind Elvis's pace. But suffice it to say, this is an incredibly efficient performance by the Michigan quarterback and the Michigan passing game, really, because they have to run routes, get open, and then they have to catch the ball when it's delivered.
Yeah, and, they've done a good job of catching the ball, running good routes, and they've done a good job of, we talk about those tight windows, and it's up to the quarterback to fit it in there, but it's also a measure of concentration. I'd love to hear Jason's thoughts on how tough is it. I mentioned it earlier. One, you got to be aware that the quarterback can make that throw, but you also have to, you can't get distracted by those crossing defenders in front of you, and all of a sudden that ball's in your hands. How hard is the ball like that to catch?
It's extremely difficult, but you have drills for that. The distraction drills. You have guys pulling at your helmet, putting their arms in your face. The coach's job is to prepare you for those throws. So, but JJ's playing amazing, and these guys are helping him out today.
1st and 10 from their own 33-yard line. JJ in a shotgun with Donovan Edwards to his right. A handoff to Edwards, now slow developing run play, and gets a couple of yards before he's pushed backwards by Marcel McDuffie. short gain on first down.
Yeah, it felt like a little bit of penetration on the right side of the offensive line. Really, as you mentioned, it was a slow developing run play. It's hard to get around that penetration as they pull Zach Zinter, and it was, Donovan wasn't able to take the same angle he normally would because of a little bit of that penetration. When that guard pulls, it's tough for that center sometimes to block back and not give up that penetration. You got to get the helmet across.
Shotgun for JJ on 2nd and 9. Back to pass. Boy, does he have time. Will come out to the flat far side, get it to Donovan Edwards, who puts the jets on, tries to turn the corner, and gets chopped down at the 37-yard line for a short gain. B.J. Harris, the man out there in coverage. It'll be 3rd down and 6 for the Michigan offense.
I can't tell if it's the ultimate respect that UNLV has decided we're only going to rush 3 and we're going to try and drop 8 guys into coverage, knowing that, hey, if we bring more, we're still not going to get home on the quarterback, or if it's just a kind of a bad design. You got to be able to put at least a little bit of pressure on the quarterback.
6:51 to go, 3rd quarter. Michigan on top, 28-0. Back to pass is JJ. Looking on this 3rd down and fires over the head of Roman Wilson, who is right in front of the Michigan bench in UNLV territory. Jackson Turner will transfer from Arizona in coverage, and Michigan will be forced to punt. And now JJ has fallen behind Elvis Gerback in terms of completion percentage.
Yeah, it's going to be a little give and take there. Little tug of war out there. Roman Wilson dropped the towel. UNLV defender decided he wanted a souvenir. Roman Wilson said, I'd like that back, please. So a little tug of war at the 50-yard line. Roman Wilson won again.
DeJesus standing on his own 23-yard line to field the punt from Tommy Doman. And Michigan's going to let the play clock, get all the way down to 2 seconds before they snap it. DeJesus ranging over to his left, breaks a tackle. And now running towards the Michigan sideline across the 20, 25, 30. Cuts back, dives forward to the 38-yard line where Tommy Doman, the punter, was down there. And I don't know if he'll get credited with that tackle, but he was the closest Wolverine defender as DeJesus got out of it what he could. Pretty decent return, and UNLV will take over after a 47-yard punt and a 22-yard return by Jacob DeJesus.
Yeah, it's too bad because they had 2 gunners in really good position to make a hit right when DeJesus caught the ball. They both whiffed, and that left a lot of green turf for him to get out in the open field and run.
UNLV from the 39-yard line, now 1st and 10. They trail at 28-0. Brumfield, quarterback draw, and he's going nowhere. He is dragged down in the backfield by Braden McGregor. Hello. And that'll give him back to the line of scrimmage, set up a 2nd down and long.
A very athletic play by Braden. Came off the edge, unblocked. He was the guy they were going to try an option. He didn't bite on anything, and then turned the corner quickly and changed directions to be able to make that play.
Shotgun again for Brumfield. Jaden Thomas in the backfield to his left. Back to pass. Brumfield going to deliver into traffic. It's tipped in the air and falls incomplete. I believe Caden Colasar was amongst the defenders.
Yeah, there were 2 guys right there to defend that pass. Caden Colasar, one of them.
He almost jumped the route and came up with a pick. 3rd and 10 for UNLV. Wolverines looking to get another stop. They lead at 28-0. 5:56 to go here. Quarter number 3. 5 wide for the Rebs. From their own 39-yard line, they move left to right. Brumfield in a shotgun, back to pass. Looking far side, and his pass is tipped at the line of scrimmage. We'll have to see who gets credited with that. Might have been Kenneth Grant. I think it was Kenneth Grant, and it'll be 4th down.
It was. I think we're going to see a lot of those. When you have a quarterback and a system that's really going to try and get the ball out quickly. Last week we saw it. We've seen it for the most part this week. They're trying to get that ball in and out of the quarterback's hands as quickly as possible. If you're not going to get home, you got to get a big paw up, and Kenneth Grant certainly has a big one.
Tyler Morris will return this punt. And we're going to get a roughing the punter call as Morris ranges over and fields it and breaks a tackle across the 20 to the 30 down the far sideline and knocked out of bounds right in front of the UNLV bench. But there's some laundry back inside the 30-yard line.
Some
flag
laundry
over there.
Yeah, there's some laundry after the play as well.
Looked like there might have been a face mask on Morris on the return. And if that's the case, we'll get offsetting penalties and do it all over again.
Yeah.
Which is probably the best that Michigan can hope for, unless this is running into. Did they let the plant leg come down as we see a replay? And the answer is no.
Yeah,
I think this is going to be roughing. But if it's offsetting, we'll just do it all over again.
Yeah. As the referees put their heads together and come up with a plan here.
Jeffrey Cervinsky, our lead official today.
You know, it's been a fairly clean game last week and this week in regards to penalties called.
Here we go.
A few mistakes here with Rayshawn Benny roughing the quarterback. Now we've got an issue with the punter, but we'll see what happens on the back end of this play as well.
Cervinsky was about to make the call, and now they decided they want to talk it over with Barry Odom, which is probably not a good sign.
No, it might be both of them are on Michigan.
He's got some options, apparently. Michigan leads at 28-0 with 5:40 to go. If this is a penalty on the Wolverines and UNLV retains possession, that'll be the second consecutive drive the Wolverines have committed a penalty, which kept them from getting the ball back.
Yeah, it was that Rayshawn Benny roughing the quarterback, extended that last drive.
There are 2 fouls on the play, one against each team. Running into the kicker, the return team number 82. That 5-yard penalty will be enforced. After the play was over, personal foul, late hit out of bounds, kicking team number 78. That 15-yard penalty will also be enforced. 4th down.
So you can go up 5 and back 15 with a net of -10.
I call this a win.
Yes, that's certainly a win.
Well, the only thing is it erases a very nice return from Tyler Morris. But a very costly penalty. Well, it was a running into. It wasn't roughing.
It's awkward as well because it's 5 yards before the change of possession and then the change of possession. So they actually do walk it off 5.
Do the ceremony of walking off 5 and then
why not just go back 10?
15. Might be a math issue. Jason Avant, you down there always rooting for whoever's wearing number 8? Is that something you've always done?
He's cheering for number 8 right now.
Yeah. He's probably barking some commands at him out there.
Yeah. Take this one to the house is probably what he's telling him.
So Tyler Morris in that number 8, standing on his own 24-yard line, and we'll do it all again. And a low-line drive that's going to bounce in front of Morris and roll to the 20-yard line where he fields it on the roll. And breaks one tackle, now another. And as he gets to the Michigan sideline, he's spun out of bounds for a return of 4 yards. And Michigan will take over after that 52-yard punt. Wolverines will have it on the 24-yard line.
Well, they escaped extending that drive for UNLV. Change the possession, and we'll see J.J. McCarthy at least one more time.
Jason, you always aware of who's wearing number 8? You find yourself rooting for him?
Oh, yeah. He's catching 3rd down, so he looks like me, baby. I like it. He got like 4 3rd down conversions today. I'm a fan.
Yeah, we
and
got
he's
70.
from Chicago area.
JJ in a shotgun with Blake Corum behind him. Hand off to Corum, and here we go. Blake Corum in the open field. Little hesitation move, and he gets tripped up as he crosses the 40-yard line. Blake Corum with a good run. It's Cameron Oliver. Maybe a touchdown-saving tackle as Blake delayed at the line of scrimmage and let the hole open up and a gain of 19.
I mentioned it just a minute ago about Donovan using that patience. Blake did it there, allowed Max Bredesen to come over, get his block, and then cut right in behind him.
Good 19-yard run. The Wolverines have it on the 43-yard line. Looking at 1st and 10. JJ in a shotgun. Fakes a handoff to Corum. Back to pass. Over the middle. He's got Cornelius Johnson in Rebel territory. Across the 40 down to the 35-yard line. Dragged down from behind right there. Cornelius Johnson with the big gainer as JJ delivers a strike against that zone coverage. Move the chains, and Michigan's knocking on the door again after that 26-yard gain.
You know, Roman Wilson did a great job there of drawing the attention of the safety as well as the corner, and that opened things up right in the middle for Cornelius Johnson to sneak in there and basically be uncovered for an easy completion.
Now J.J. under center with everybody jammed in tight. Lone running back, Blake Corum, 1st and 10 from the UNLV 31. And they're going to go reverse Cornelius Johnson, and he's got a host of blockers in front of him to the 20, to the 15, to the 10. Knocked out of bounds at the 5-yard line. Cornelius Johnson on the reverse. And Michigan is knocking on the door. Jet Elad, the man that forced him out of bounds. 26 more yards for Cornelius Johnson. Back-to-back gains of 26 yards.
You know Cornelius wanted to score there. Roman Wilson's got 5 touchdowns, man. I wanted him to score so bad.
You had a host of blockers out there. You had Nugent, you had Zinter, you had everybody out in front of him.
Yeah, he had to do a somersault or something. Get in there.
Wolverines 1st and goal from the 5-yard line. J.J. McCarthy under center. Blake Corum, the lone running back. Turns, hands it to Corum. Up, Blake Corum to the end zone. Touchdown, Michigan. Blake Corum from 5 yards out, and the Wolverines extend the lead to 34-0. John, well-blocked play there, and Blake had to make a man miss and took it into the end zone.
I like the odds. Hey, sometimes you try and block as many as you can, but at some point, running back's going to have to make one man miss, and I'll take the odds of Blake against pretty much anybody on defense in the country with Blake with the ball in his hands.
That 5-yard touchdown brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. James Turner on for the extra point. Looking to make this one 35-0 with 3:16 to go, third quarter. Snap is good. Tommy Doman's hold is good, and the kick is good. And Michigan has extended their lead to 35-0, and perhaps we have seen the last of JJ today.
Yeah, we may have. And if that is the last one, 22 of 25. 278 yards, 2 touchdowns, completion percentage of 88%. You don't, obviously you could say, hey, those 3 incompletions, you could be better. But, that is as near perfect a performance. Throwing it in tight windows, putting it where Roman Wilson on his second touchdown could do something with it. It's been an impressive start to the season for JJ.
Yeah, we got to expect more out of JJ. He can't miss those 3 passes. I don't know what's going on with him. I'll talk to him after the game.
I appreciate it. Why don't you talk to him now?
Yeah, you get him in line, Jason.
Yeah, I know, right?
Wow, what a start. And hey, Ron Bellamy, the wide receiver coach, Kirk Campbell, the quarterback coach, who JJ called a wizard.
Yep.
Those guys, their groups are getting it done. As Doman, again, with a touchback as it sails beyond the end line in the northern end zone, and UNLV will take it at the 25-yard line. 3:16 to go, quarter number 3, Michigan on top, 35-0. I'll tell you who else whose position group is having a good day, Mike Elston.
Well, I think that position group's going to have a lot of good days this year. When you can basically run a hockey shift change, and at the edge position, you got Braden McGregor, Jalen Harrell, Josiah Stewart, Derek Moore. There's 4 guys that can be rotating in and out. Chris Jenkins, Kenneth Grant, Ray Shetty, Mason Graham, Cam Good. You go right down the list, and normally you're looking at it going, hey, we got one guy that we could put in there we'll rely on. You could do it with multiple guys.
Brumfield fires and has the ball caught by Ricky White at the 40. Little naked bootleg, and Ricky White came wide open at the 40, and he's pushed out of bounds at the Michigan 48-yard line by Mike Barrett.
And here's where I think it becomes a huge asset to have that many guys. I mentioned kind of jokingly the hockey shift change, but every single one of those guys, they are demanding that they pursue the football every single time. And if you are out of breath, hey, tap your helmet, come on out, and Chris Jenkins, you're down, let's put Kenneth Grant in. Mason Graham, you're down, let's put Rayshawn Benny in. You have that ability to have interchangeable pieces and keep everybody fresh all the way through the course of a game.
27 yards there to White from the Michigan 48, handoff, and the ball's fumbled as Davis puts it on the ground, and he tracks it down back on his own 40, and he's met and knocked out of bounds there by Jair Hill, the freshman, seeing his first action on this drive.
I think that was Mason Graham that got in the backfield, got a hand on the running back, knocked that ball out.
See a replay, see if he gets credited with a forced fumble, and I think he does, yeah. Punch that one out, loss of 9.
You doubt me?
Yes.
Oh, wow, those are fighting words.
Second down and 19 for UNLV from the 43-yard line. Pair of running backs to Brumfield's left. Back to pass. Delivers near sideline, and he's got it back near the original line of scrimmage to Ricky White. And are they saying incomplete?
Yeah, they said he bobbled it. Yeah.
That's 2 drops from Ricky White. A couple years too late. But
yeah, well, hey, no time like the present. Doesn't break my heart.
3rd and forever for UNLV.
You know, when a player makes a play, you kind of, the next play, you just keep your eye on him. Mason Graham beat the guard right off the snap, drew the attention of the running back. I mean, we've got one-on-one matchups being one inside. We've got guys that are taking on double teams, allowing running backs or linebackers to make plays. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch this defensive front.
Brumfield back to pass. Delivers underneath. He's got his receiver to the 50 to the 46-yard line, where he's dropped right there. Vincent Davis out of the backfield, I believe it was. Nope, check that. It was Timothy Connery, his first catch of the game, number 8. A gain of 11, and that'll set up a 4th down and 8 for UNLV, and they're going to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, they don't really have much of a choice. There's no sense at punting right now. Down 35. You got to see if you can pick up a 4th down. If anything else, just keep the ball out of the hands of whoever the next quarterback is for Michigan.
Minute 15 to go here, quarter number 3. The Wolverine defense wanting to get the stop, and we're going to get into another one of these situations where they're trying to preserve a shutout late in the ball game. 4th and 8 for UNLV. 3 receivers split to the right, 1 to the left. And we're going to get a whistle, and Barry Odom's going to take a timeout. The UNLV coach wants to talk this one over.
30 seconds.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. John, Junior Colson this week was discussing how disappointed they were not to preserve the shutout. As East Carolina, you may recall, kicked a field goal on the last play of the game to give us last week's final, 30-3. And now, I mean, I don't know if it's real deep-seated disappointment or if it's faux disappointment, but I'm sure this defense wants to put up a 0 here today.
Well, I don't care who it's against. Anytime you could keep a team from scoring, whether it's out of the end zone or not even getting a field goal, that means you did a great job of winning the field position battle.
All right, following the timeout, UNLV looking at a 4th and 8. 2 receivers split to the right, 2 to the left. Now they bring a man in motion from left to right. Shotgun for Brumfield. UNLV has to get it to the Michigan 38. Back to pass, heavy pressure. They go screen pass, and Brumfield floats a balloon out there, incomplete, as his receiver Davis couldn't get underneath it, and the Wolverine defense gets the stop.
Great job by the defensive front. TJ Guy putting pressure on the quarterback. Ball was thrown just a little bit earlier than Brumfield wanted to throw it, but Chris Jenkins had peeled off and was on the running back. It would have been a spectacular catch had the running back even been able to catch up to it, but I don't think they would have converted the first because Chris was right there.
Using context clues, I look down there, and JJ's no longer wearing a helmet. So I'm thinking he's not going to play again today.
Are you sure? Should we double-check that?
And we see Davis Warren out there, or is it Jack Tuttle? I think we're seeing Jack Tuttle, the transfer quarterback from Indiana. He'll be in a pistol formation. Whole new offensive line in as well. And it's Kalel Mullings at running back for Michigan. As Tuttle, his first snap in the big house from a shotgun, has it. And he keeps it, quarterback keeper. Jack Tuttle, far sideline, 45, 40-yard line. He's run out of bounds.
And thrown
He's
out
given
of bounds.
A shove, and he goes into the Gatorade containers, knocks him down off the far sideline behind the UNLV bench. Flags fly. Jack Tuttle, what a read on the zone read, and he is down, and he looks hurt. Oh, no. Looks like he's holding his left shoulder. This is awful.
Well, I'm glad that the officials were over there right away because, as you would expect, the offensive line followed him over there, and he is down. Glad that there's no more extracurricular activity headed out over there, but it was unnecessary to push him as he was out of bounds. He couldn't stop himself, went over a couple of chairs.
After the play was over, personal foul, late hit out of bounds, number 5. That 15-yard penalty is added to the end of the run. It was an automatic first down.
Cameron Oliver, the offending party, and boy, Jack Tuttle, that was a great read on the zone read, quarterback keeper, and Tuttle gave him that extra shove, or excuse me, Oliver gave Tuttle the extra shove as he went over the Gatorade holder behind the bench.
Gosh, on a play like that, it just doesn't feel like 15 yards and a first down is enough of a penalty. It was just so unnecessary.
Yeah, I'm over there. They're dealing with his left shoulder. He's up now, walking back toward the sideline, but all the trainers are looking after him. You see a security team around him. Some of the Michigan coaches didn't like that either.
Well, let's hope he's okay, because that's his first snap in the big house. And I got to tell you, he's taking on the posture of somebody who wants to stay in the game here.
Well, thankfully, I mean, if it is, the left shoulder, it's not his throwing arm.
He's still got his helmet. He's moving his arm around. They're going to take him out. It looks like Davis Warren's going to go in. And he's talking with Sharon Moore. And there's only 49 seconds to go here in the third quarter. Michigan on top, 35-0.
Yeah, you sure hate to see a cheap shot like that cost somebody time on the field.
I mean, Tony, you're going to see the replay of this, people, and what a great read by Jack Tuttle. Yeah. And you know who's fired up down there on the sideline? J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah,
that's his guy.
Jason, am I wrong? And JJ?
No, the sideline's fired up. Everyone's talking about his BS down here. They're pretty agitated now. So DBs don't like that stiff arm from a quarterback. That's a no-go everywhere. It starts some conflict.
After the penalty is walked off, Michigan will have it 1st and 10 from the UNLV 25-yard line. Davis Warren in at quarterback now. Turns and hands it to Kalel Mullings, running left. Tries to cut inside, and he gets chopped down as he gets to the 22-yard line by B.J. Harris. Clock running, 35 seconds to go, quarter 3.
Got Ladarius Henderson in there at left tackle, Gio left guard, Greg Crippen at center.
And the Wolverines are going to let the clock expire here on quarter number 3 as it is running with 20 seconds to go. So Michigan leading 35-0 here at the Big House. There's still 10 seconds left, but they're letting it wind down, and Wolverines will take the big lead to quarter number 4. And Jason, if we can get an update there on Jack Tuttle, let's hope he can get back in this game.
Yeah, let me go down and check him out.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough kid to be able to see him get up like that, trying to shake it off. He wants the opportunity to be in the game.
Sure. With
as much playing time as he had at Indiana. I had a chance to sit down with him. And when we come back, I'll tell you a little bit about what I learned from Jack Tuttle.
Wolverines facing a 2nd and 7 from the UNLV 22 when we continue. 35-0 Michigan on top. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Neighbors help neighbors. That's why when the unexpected happens, floods, fires, or tornadoes hit, Belfour has your back. At Belfour, we are the people who live next door. Faces and names you know, right here in Michigan. For us, the only thing more important than restoring your property is helping you rebuild your life whenever disasters strike. 24/7, 365. Belfour Property Restoration. Your home, your life, our promise. Call 800-800-BELFOR or visit belfour.com.
Subscribe to the official podcast home of Michigan Athletics and Go Blue Podcasts on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
It's Ford SUV season. Time to gear up for adventure on or off-road. Get great deals on our capable lineup of Ford SUVs, including Ford Explorer, Ford Bronco Sport, and Ford Edge, all designed with technology to give you the confidence on the road. Returning AZ plan lessees can lease a 2023 Bronco Sport Big Bend for $349 a month for 24 months, with $3,429 due at signing. Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $1,000 trade assist. Offer ends October 2nd. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. Lease a 2023 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend today for $349 a month during the Ford SUV season. See your Southeast Michigan Ford dealer today. Think Ford first.
Wolverines lead at 35-0 here at the Big House as we go to the fourth quarter. Michigan 448 yards of total offense to UNLV's 106. UNLV held to 6 rushing yards. Michigan 22 first downs to 8. Wolverines efficient on third down, 6 of 9. UNLV just 2 of 10. Look down below. And Jason, any update on Jack Tuttle?
Yeah, Tuttle went into the tent. He's out of the tent. He's trying to convince the coaching staff to let him back in. He's talking to Mike Hart now. Let him know that he's okay. It's up to Mike Hart now.
All right. We'll see if the graduate transfer from Indiana gets a chance to get back in this game. Indiana, he started down there, threw 52 passes in a game against Michigan State a couple of years ago. He's battled some injuries.
Yeah, and he joined me on the podcast this offseason, and I asked him the question, like, okay, you know J.J. McCarthy is the incumbent starter. He's a returning guy. He's going to be the starting quarterback. Why would you choose to come to Michigan? He talked about what he wanted to do with his degree, but he also talked about his future as whether it's a quarterback, but his future in football. He wants to be a coach someday. Said, I would love to be able to learn from Coach Harbaugh, Sharon Moore, Kurt Campbell, this entire staff, and wants to provide any service that he can. And some of that is just leadership in that quarterback room. He's got a certain way of seeing things that can help JJ out as well.
It's going to be Davis Warren continuing at quarterback for Michigan. As here we go in the fourth quarter. Wolverines on top 35-0. Warren in a shotgun. Has the snap, back to pass. Looking downfield. Over the middle, delivers, and it's dropped. Kind of a tough catch there for, looked like Josh Beetham. So rumor has it Beetham actually caught a foul ball when the Wolverines were on the East Coast and they went to a Washington Nationals game. Beetham came up with a foul ball in that game.
it's always...
One Wolverine dropped a foul ball.
Oh, who was that?
Defensive lineman.
Oh, well, let me put on my shocked face. If it didn't hit him in the head.
I'll give you a guess here in a second. 3rd and 7 for Michigan. Pistol formation, Davis Warren continuing at quarterback. We're going to get a whistle and a timeout. Look at the roster and see who you can come up with.
Michigan. They're first of the half.
Defensive tackle?
Yep.
Okay. Well, I'm going to guess Mason Graham.
That is correct.
Yeah. You know what? He looks like a guy that would drop a foul ball.
Team went on that East Coast trip this past summer when they were visiting the Washington, D.C. area. Went to a Nationals game, and Beetham with a foul ball and Mason Graham with a dropped foul ball.
Yeah. Well, as position appropriate, you wouldn't expect a defensive lineman to have that skill set per se, but you would expect a pass catcher to be able to come up with a foul ball.
Can you see Thor? You sit up. Make sure you sit up tall. We got a visitor here. Buddy Thor here from Grand Rapids, making sure he can see the game. All right, 3rd down and 7 for the Wolverines. Back to pass is Davis Warren. Delivers, and it's intercepted. Picked off by the Rebels, and returning it across the 20 out to the 23-yard line from the Rebels secondary. I believe it's number 1, Jeray Williams, who was hurt early in the game. And the first turnover of the ball game goes to the running Rebs.
Looking for Camelo English. Didn't see the corner. Sneaking underneath on the coverage. And it's unfortunate to have a turnover this late in the game.
And we're going to get a timeout with 14:45 to go here in the fourth quarter. And Michigan leading 35-0. It'll be Rebels football when we continue. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Want my tip for how to lower stress during fall prep? Head to Kohl's. I just went and found epic deals you don't want to miss that made getting ready for sweater weather so much better. I found super soft bath towels and pillows for just $3.99, cute long sleeve tees for myself at $7.99, and shoes for my whole family at just under $35. Plus, I earned Kohl's cash. So if you want to get what you need for low temperatures, low stress, and low prices, get to Kohl's. Select styles. Offers end September 10th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
You can afford to go blue. The University of Michigan's generous Go Blue Guarantee financial aid offer on the Ann Arbor campus provides free tuition for in-state families earning less than $75,000 who have less than $75,000 in assets. There is also tuition support for some families earning more, keeping a world-class education affordable for Michigan residents. Learn more at goblueguarantee.umich.edu.
Need metal? Alro Metals Outlet makes buying metals and plastics fast and simple. Our retail stores are open to the public to walk in and shop. Alro Metals Outlet customers include machine shops, job shops, contractors, welders, hobbyists, artists, and do-it-yourselfers. We offer saw cutting and shearing while you wait. Michigan locations include Ann Arbor, Livonia, Troy, Warren, Jackson, Lansing, and Kalamazoo. Visit us today or learn more at alro.com.
And we're back with the action. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an irresistible taste and zero sugar, Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any sports fan. So make sure you... Wait, Jim, I didn't mean try it right now. We're still on the air.
Best Coke ever? Take a taste, Jen.
Really?
No, not right now, Jen. We got a game to call.
Doug Karsh, John Jansen back at the big house. Wolverines leading 35-0 over UNLV. Jason Avant down on the field. Hey, everyday style, rather, is easy with your favorite looks for family fun and saving a ton. When you're savoring summer and gearing up for fall, we've got you covered. Shop Kohl's and Kohl's.com today.
John eliminated all the defensive linemen except for Mason Graham. The chances of three big black dudes at a baseball game is probably unlikely when it comes to Mason Graham.
Wow. Jason, have you ever caught a foul ball?
No, I don't show up to baseball games.
Well, that might be why. Handoff running right, and Braden McGregor tracks down the running back for the Runnin' Rebs. Looks like it was... Got a new running back as we got down the depth chart there a little bit. It's Courtney Reese. Jason, just football? Do you go to any other sports?
I'm just joking. I'll go to a baseball game.
I see you posting social media. You're a dancing guy. You're dancing all the time.
Yeah, I like to dance, salsa dance. I'll check out any sport. You know, we played all the sports. Nowadays, they're specialized.
2nd and 12, blitz coming, and ball's delivered, and on the far sideline, coming down with it for the Runnin' Rebs. We got a new quarterback in. It's Jaden Mayava. Completion for a first down to the 37-yard line, right in front of the UNLV bench.
Yeah, just a miscommunication on the far side of the field there.
Gain of 15 yards. Mayava in a shotgun. 13:38 to go. 1st and 10, UNLV down 35-0. Mayava hands it off, up the middle. And it's Thomas, Jaden Thomas, the freshman, nicknamed Jet, with a gain of about 3 yards before he's dragged down. Braden McGregor in there again, Cam Good as well.
Braden McGregor is doing a really good job. We mentioned him earlier about being able to close down and make an athletic move of being able to change direction. Does a good job of keeping his shoulders square, reading the quarterback, sees the handoff, and then again, still keeping his shoulders square, working down the line of scrimmage to be able to make that tackle.
Mayava, redshirt freshman, Las Vegas native, in a shotgun again here on 2nd down and 7 from their own 40-yard line. Back to pass is Mayava. Delivers and has a completion in front of the Michigan bench and being forced out of bounds in Michigan territory at the 47-yard line. It's Timothy Connerly, a transfer from Lamar, gain of 13. UNLV has it on the Michigan 47-yard line now, first down. And once again, defense protecting a shutout. Last week, ECU, kind of a similar situation.
Yeah, and now you're seeing these guys. And here's what I like about this team. Everybody is still involved in the game. Even the guys that, hey, started the game, they're playing, they're out, they're in there, coaching up the guys, cheering them on.
Shotgun, Mayava back to pass, now quickly delivers, and his receivers got it across the 45 down to the 42-yard line. It's Connerly again, Jair Hill, the man to force him out of bounds, the freshman from Kankakee. They got some big freshman defensive backs. Hill 6'2", 181, needs to pack on some weight, but DJ Waller, 6'3", 195, he's in the game as well.
That's a hard play to defend. Last year against Indiana, remember that quarterback screen, or the wide receiver screen that they kept throwing? They lined up 4 receivers to the boundary here, threw it to the back receiver, and you got 3 blockers out in front. It's really hard to defend a 4 or 5 yard gain.
3 wide for Mayava and a shotgun. Back to pass, looking downfield's going to go over the top, and his receiver well covered down there. Stride for stride was Connerly, Jair Hill, as they like to say, in phase. Really forcing the receiver there out of bounds. It's actually Zael Griffin. First time he's been targeted today.
Yep. Nice coverage, great position, good technique, and that's all you want to see right now, forcing a 3rd down. And again, we've seen the Rebels go for it on 4th down, so you got to assume they're going to do the same thing here. They just simply want to get down, try and make something happen.
Looking at a 3rd down and 6. From the Michigan 43-yard line, they got to get it to the 37. They're going to run it up the middle, and it's Jaden Thomas who gets about 2 yards. Cam Good leading the Michigan tacklers. Transfer from UCF, and it'll be 4th down and about 4 here, and UNLV predictably leaving the offense on the field.
Yeah, it's kind of unique. I'm curious as to why they would attack the inside of that line of scrimmage, where they've had success on this drive of attacking the edges. They've had no success in the middle of that defense, and yet on 3rd and 6, they try and go right up the middle.
Well, the Wolverine defense looking to get a stop here, leading 35-0. 4th down for UNLV. Back to pass, Mayava. Heavy pressure over the top, incomplete as he tried to find his receiver on a deep ball. And overthrows Zael Griffin and Keon Sabb down there in coverage, and the Wolverines take over on downs once again. Michigan on top, 35-0, 10:31 to go in the ball game. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
For high school seniors, the matchup of the year isn't on the field. It's actually online. That's right. When you fill out the FAFSA, the free application for federal student aid, you could also be eligible for thousands of dollars in additional money from the Michigan Achievement Scholarship. Yep, nearly 80% of students who fill out the FAFSA may be eligible. Now that's a matchup we can all root for. Get started today at michigan.gov/achievement. The Michigan Achievement Scholarship. It's a game changer.
More Wolverines football is a minute away.
Looking downfield, here comes the heavy rush, and down he goes.
This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are changing the game with their impressive family of SUVs, like the popular Chevy Equinox. Equinox is the perfect compact SUV. Its sporty style is versatile and spacious. Its safety features surround you with security. And with technology like an available built-in Wi-Fi hotspot, Chevy Equinox keeps you connected wherever you go. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Bank like a victor with the University of Michigan Credit Union. When life calls an audible, we are here to help you stay on top of your game with local low-rate loans to meet all your financial needs. Access your account with our conveniently located branches and ATMs, 24/7 online banking, and our mobile app. To learn more about our services or find a branch near you, visit umcu.org. UMCU is a proud partner of Michigan Athletics. The University of Michigan Credit Union is federally insured by NCUA.
Doug Karst, John Jansen back at the Big House. Michigan on top of UNLV 35-0. The Wolverines taking over on downs following the fourth down stop, and we'll see if Jack Tuttle gets back into the game here after taking that cheap shot hit by the UNLV bench. Wolverines did not like that, and of course one thing they do want to do is preserve this shutout, John, and the defense came up with a stop there.
Yep, nice to be able to get that fourth down stop. Still 10.5 minutes left in this game. Let's see what this offense can do, and I want to see this offensive line. We've heard a lot about the depth of this offensive line. I've seen it in practice, and obviously with Ladarius Henderson out there at left tackle, it's no secret how much I enjoy watching Giovanni El-Hadi play. And the guy that I think has really developed over the last year, the center, Greg Crippen, has really taken that competition. Last year with Olu Oluwatimi, taking some things from his game, making it a part of his, as well now with Drake Nugent coming over from Stanford, has really pushed for more time at that center position.
Got a new quarterback for Michigan. It's Jaden Denegal. The sophomore will take over. And C.J. Stokes now in the game at running back, also a sophomore. As the Wolverines getting some guys, some valuable experience here in the Big House. 35-0, and we still got 10.5 minutes to go. Denegal in a shotgun. Takes the snap, hands it off to Stokes, and he scoots between a pair of would-be tacklers out to the 43-yard line, gain of 3 on first down. Samaj Morgan checking into the ball game. First time we've seen him today.
Yeah, some of the things we want to see from these guys, obviously some push up front, which we got a chance to see there. And then C.J. Stokes, some patience, trying to hit the hole, make sure he gets the right one, letting things develop before he gets there. And sometimes, hey, you just got to put that head down and run straight forward. And I like the way that I've seen him run throughout fall camp here.
Christian Dixon in the game for Michigan. He's split wide left. Denegal in a shotgun, pistol formation with Stokes directly behind him. They'll hand it off to Stokes running right. Can he get the corner?
Hold the ball.
He can't, as he is knocked down as he gets back to the line of scrimmage. Ball security was good there, Jason.
Yes. The last time we saw him, he dropped the ball. We didn't see him again for about 9 games. So I would say, hold the ball, CJ, hold the ball.
Can't remember if it was Coach Hart or it was Donovan Edwards. One of them said this week, the ball is the program, and our job is to protect the program.
That's an amazing quote.
Khalil Mullings now flanked to Denegal's left from a shotgun back to pass on 3rd and 7. Denegal flushed out of there looking downfield, and he's going to get corralled as he gets back to the line of scrimmage. Jackson Woodard in the backfield. Credit him with I guess it's a sack. It looks like he lost maybe half a yard. And Michigan will be forced to punt with 8:55 to go in the ball game, up 35-0.
And I think he was going to look for Matthew Hibner, the tight end, who lined up in the wing, and as he went to release, gave a little bit of a chip and gave too much of a chip, knocked the defensive end over and fell on top of him himself. Just couldn't get up in time to get out in the route.
Jacob DeJesus with his heels on the 10-yard line. And Tommy Doman will punt for Michigan. And we get a flag as Doman delivers a booming punt. DeJesus signals for a fair catch and makes it at the 6-yard line, but this one might get a false start on Michigan here. And the officials talk it over.
Yeah, if it's a false start, they'll probably do this one over because they don't want to necessarily start on the 6-yard line. UNLV, if they have an opportunity to get any more of a favorable field position.
Illegal motion. Kicking team number 75. 5-yard penalty. Replay. 4th down.
It's too bad. Doman would have been credited for a punt inside the 10-yard line.
Mm-hmm.
Not a lot of stats for punters other than average yards per punt, but they love those punts that they can pin somebody deep. That was a 50-yard.
Yeah, he's got a hell of a leg. And, you know, last week we saw him the first punt of the year. On the very first series, they went 3 and out on the 2-yard line and had to punt, short snap. But he did a great job of getting the ball off. And we've seen when he has time or in a normal operation, he's got a heck of a leg.
Well, and back it up 5 yards, and Doman will get another crack at it. DeJesus now standing on the 15. The snap from William Wagner is good. Doman puts his right foot into it and booms another one. And again, a fair catch by DeJesus, this time at the 17-yard line, and that's where UNLV will take over. That punt, 44 yards. We'll take a break. UNLV will have the football when we continue. Michigan on top, 35-0. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student athletes. Champion Circle's mission is to empower Wolverine student athletes through NIL and ensure Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. Visit championscircleufm.com to learn about exciting upcoming events or to contribute to Michigan student athletes' NIL platforms. That's championscircleufm.com. Champion Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
Friday, October 27th, TVs and Practical Jokers are up to their usual tricks.
If you're not here, you are missing out.
It's the Tenderloins at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Sal, James, and Brian for 2 shows and twice the laughs. 7 and 10 p.m. Tickets start at $59. On sale now at the box office and etix.com. Don't miss the Drive Tour with the Tenderloins, October 27th. Party hard, laugh louder. Details at SoaringEagleCasino.com.
Olga's Kitchen is bringing their great Mediterranean flavor to Michigan Stadium. Enjoy Olga's in the Big House on the second-level concourse at Gate 9, where Wolverine fans can get favorites like the original Olga, the Philly Olga, and Olga's Snackers. Can't make the game? Visit one of Olga's 24 restaurants to enjoy these classics or new items like the 3-cheese dip, Hellfire Detroit wings, or Brussels sprouts. Having a party? Go to Olga's.com for wing platters and hot buffet catering. The best fans in the world deserve the best bread on the planet. Olga's Kitchen, the restaurant you know and love, is more than you remember.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup for the 2023-24 college athletic season? You can follow the standings of your favorite school or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at TheDirectorsCup.com. That's TheDirectorsCup.com and L Directors Cup on Twitter. Trophies will be awarded in June 2024 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Today's broadcast is presented by Belfour Property Restoration. Your home, your life, our promise. For more information, visit Belfour.com. That's BELFOR.com. We're live for today's non-conference clash between Michigan and UNLV. Once again, here are the voices of Michigan football, Doug Karsh and John Jansen.
Back at the Big House with Michigan on top, 35-0. And the Wolverines hoping to preserve the shutout as UNLV will take over on the 19-yard line. And, John, it looks like we've got some final stats for some of the Wolverines we don't expect to see again. Blake Corum, 15 carries for 80 yards, 3 touchdowns, averaging 5.3 a carry. J.J. McCarthy, boy, was he efficient again, 22 of 25, 278 yards and 2 touchdowns. Cornelius Johnson, 5 catches for 82 yards. Roman Wilson, 4 catches for 89 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, and here's one of the things I like about JJ. It's the no interceptions, very efficient and effective throwing the ball, but also that 38 yards that he had rushing the ball. And I know he came up slow on one of them, but that's a huge threat. If your quarterback can threaten the defense by throwing the ball or running it, it's really hard to defend.
Jaden Mayava continuing at quarterback for UNLV, and Caden Colasar coming up from his safety spot to chop down Jaden Thomas for a gain of 9 on first down for the Runnin' Rebels, who've got it on the 33-yard line with 7:56 to go.
And obviously the goal is always to win the Big Ten and make it to the college football playoffs. But they've done that the last 2 years, and they've reset their expectations. Not just that they get there, but they've got to find a way to get over that hump, win a playoff game, win a national championship, and the more your quarterback can do, the better odds you have of actually attaining those goals.
2nd and 1, Mayava takes the snap and hands it off up the middle. Jaden Thomas again out to the 31-yard line, good for a first down. Check that, it wasn't Thomas, it was Jordan Young-Humphrey. So we're getting down the UNLV depth chart here a little bit.
Yes, we're going to see a lot of guys. A lot of the UNLV guys. I was on a plane coming back from Vegas yesterday, and some of the families, some of the fans, just excited to be in the Big House. They knew there was long odds coming in here, but for these kids to have an opportunity to play in front of what was the attendance tonight? 109,000 people.
Mayava going deep down the far sideline, pass complete and knocked out of bounds over there by DJ Waller. is the wide receiver for UNLV. And again, down the depth chart a little bit. Wait to see who that was. 24 yards. UNLV will have it 1st and 10 on the 44-yard line.
That's a really nice ball thrown by Mayava.
1st and 10. Rebels, 6:30 to go. Ball at the 44-yard line. You bet those starters on the Michigan sideline are rooting these guys on.
Oh, yeah.
They're trying to hang on to the shutout. Mayava rolls out to his left, delivers, and caught by the big tight end, Christian Earls. Down to the 33-yard line, 1st down. Jaden Hood, the tackle for Michigan.
Yeah, and this defense is very well aware of what a field goal means at this point, and obviously they're not in a position to lose a game, but you want to be able to preserve that shutout. Giving away 3 in the first game. Right now, you're in that position. You got to try and do anything you can to preserve it.
Keyshawn Bennett in for the Michigan defense for the first time today. Mayava stepping up in the pocket, and he's going to run across the 30 down to the 27-yard line where he submarines under a group of Michigan tacklers. A gain of 6. 5:34 to go. Michigan up 35-0.
Yeah, you can see Mayava. He's trying to figure out, should I slide, should I dive? And he kind of did a little bit of both at the end of the play there.
Cody Jones in the neighborhood for Michigan's defense. 2nd down and 5 now for the Rebels. Mayava in a shotgun, 2 running backs to his right. I've never seen anybody else run this formation with 2 running backs side by side, flanked to the quarterback in a shotgun.
Prior to the ball being snapped, false starts. Offense, number 87. 5-yard penalty, 2nd down.
You know who else we're getting a chance to see there? A new move from offensive line to defensive line, Reese Atterbury, who just made that move, number 74. He's playing defensive tackle during fall camp, and that was one that I talked to Coach before. It was player-driven, and we mentioned how deep this offensive line is, and you know, guys just want an opportunity to play, get on the field, play defensive line in high school. And from all reports, and talking to Coach Elston, the defensive line coach, and Coach Harbaugh, that transition has been really good. He's really picked up that defensive tackle position pretty quickly.
2nd and 10. Mayava's going to run for it after he couldn't find a receiver. He's going to get 8 yards as he is knocked down as he gets to the 26-yard line. DJ Waller, the man credited with the tackle, to be 3rd and short for the Rebels. 4:31 to go in the ball game. Again, are they thinking 4-down territory, or are they going to just try and get on the board with a field goal? That's if Michigan comes up with a stop here. UNLV 2 of 11 on 3rd down. 3rd and 2. Mayava in a shotgun. Goes inside handoff, and it's going to be good for 1st down yardage. And it was Reese again, the ball carrier. Well, last week, UNLV rushed for 268 yards. And I'm looking at their numbers. They're going to come up short of that today with 38 yards on 29 carries.
Yeah, and obviously a number of those yards are affected by the sacks that they have taken. 5 in the first half. There hasn't been any sacks here in the second half, but I think they've lost 30 yards in total sack yardage.
1st and 10 now for Mayava and the UNLV offense. Going against Michigan defense, trying to preserve a shutout. Mayava hands it off, running right is Reese, who gets it down to the 20-yard line, a gain of 3. John, it's time to spotlight today's best in the game, brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Line. What was the best for the Wolverines today?
Well, I know we went with it. You know what? I'm going to go Jalen Harrell with the 2 sacks that he had in the first half, and the way that he has played defense, and this is going to be kind of a multi-game sort of deal, but Jalen Harrell is one of the most instinctive yet disciplined defensive players that we've seen here at Michigan in a number of years, and his production today, the easy one would be to go with J.J. McCarthy or Blake Corum with the touchdowns, but I'm going to go defense.
2nd and 7, draw play up the middle for UNLV, and into the end zone is young Humphrey on the draw play, untouched from 20 yards out, and UNLV is on the board with 2:43 to go. John's selection of Jalen Harrell, brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Line. works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to be Wolverines. Touchdown making it 35-6. And on for the extra point is Jose Pisano. Get this, John. 5'9", 220.
Probably has a nice leg behind that ball.
And his extra point is up and good, and UNLV has cut the lead to 28 with 2:43 to go. We'll take a timeout. Michigan up 35-7 here at the Big House in game number 2 of the season, closing in on win number 991 in Michigan history. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meijer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
35-7, Michigan on top, 2:43 to go in the ball game. Let's preview the upcoming schedule brought to you by Meijer. Next week, night game here at the Big House. Bowling Green's in town, John.
Yeah, and there's a lot of former Michigan connections. Former quarterback here at Michigan and GA. Scotty Leffler's their head coach, wide receiver coach, and former player here at Michigan. Eric Soup Campbell. And one of my favorite all-time Wolverines, Steve Morrison. He was captain in '94 as I was a freshman, a young freshman here, trying to find my way, and I always loved getting a chance to learn as much as I could from him. So a lot of guys coming in here. It'll be fun to be able to have a night game, see the new lights.
Samaj Morgan deep for Michigan here, and he'll field this kick at the 3-yard line. Coming up the near sideline, outside the numbers, he gets drilled, spins out of it to the 20, to the 25, out to the 30. Samaj Morgan with some tough running there as he took a big hit, didn't let it stop him. And Michigan will take over on the 31-yard line after that 28-yard return by Samaj Morgan. So the Wolverines, 2:36 to go. Jaden Denegal will continue at running back. Leon Franklin now in the backfield. That preview of the Bowling Green game brought to you by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2023 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. I formation, Leon Franklin, the Southfield A&T product, across the 30-yard line out to the 33-yard line for a short gain.
Getting a lot of guys in, getting some good experience out there. Got a lot of guys that have paid their dues throughout fall camp, through a number of years here at Michigan, getting a chance to try and show the coaches, hey, I want to earn the opportunity for more reps.
We see one of Jim Harbaugh's favorites. Looks like downhill Donahue's in there. Running back. to Donegal's right on 2nd and 8 from a shotgun. Donegal's got it. Hand off to Donahue. Pushes behind his offensive line and plows forward across the 35 to the 36-yard line. Henry Donahue has the same birthday as Jim Harbaugh. Maybe that's why Downhill Donahue's
his favorites.
one of his favorites.
I wonder how the Chain Gang did at the local Pee Wee football game.
If you are just joining us, Jim Harbaugh was on the Chain Gang at his son Jack's football game today. At some point, and if coach are listening, hello. Football team looks good. 3rd and 5 for Donegal from a shotgun. UNLV's offsides, free play. Donegal back to pass. He's going deep over the middle, and he's got his man deep in UNLV territory at the 30-yard line. Donegal to Samaj Morgan. How about that? You await the flag, but it looked like the Rebels were in the neutral zone.
Defense, number 28. The penalties decline. The result of the play is a first down.
Well, there's no way they're going to be calling any deep routes. So they got to benefit from being offsides, and then you go to the given. Everybody go deep and just throw it up for grabs. And Donegal got to take the arm out for a spin and found Samaj Morgan for a gain of 35.
Well, you like to be able to see young guys be able to recognize a moment. And when you know that somebody's offsides, you're going to take that deep shot because you got that free play, chance to go deep, especially in a moment like this.
And we're going to get a flag, and it looks like a false start on Michigan. Wolverines up 35-7. We have exactly 1 minute to go in this ballgame. Danny Hughes in at running back now for Michigan.
Offense number 51. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Greg Crippen has his palms in the air giving that, what? What'd I do?
Never guilty.
No.
But, yeah, it's one of those moments where you want to see guys execute the little things. And it's a lot of times when there's a false snap like that, sometimes the defense is going to be barking out commands, and there might be something that syncs up with what you're hearing from the quarterback, and all of a sudden, hey, you get a little flinch from the center.
Clock running, inside of 45 seconds to go. This likely to be the last play of the ballgame. Danny Hughes to Donegal's left. And they'll hand it to Hughes, and he's running right. Not much room there as he is corralled as he gets to the line of scrimmage. That's some guys blocking downfield, and a little surprised we didn't see a flag. That was getting awfully physical down there.
Anything is good to go if you're an offensive lineman downfield until that whistle blows. Don't be pointing fingers.
It was a wide receiver.
And we want to see some aggression out of those guys too, right, Jason? Jason's getting ready for that post game.
Yeah, I'm trying to get this guy on the field.
All right,
well, that's going to do it for this one as the clock runs out. 3-2-1, and the Wolverines get win 991 in Michigan history, 35-7 over the UNLV Rebels. Let's go down to Jason Avant.
I'm on the sideline now with Jalen Harrell. You had today. What was your mindset going into the game?
The mindset was, as a whole D-line unit, we weren't too satisfied with last week. So we've been chopping at the bit ever since the last game finished, and we know we had to step it up and get that pressure on the quarterback.
You guys played extremely well. It's a bit frustrating, ECU getting the ball out so fast. Going into this game, did Mike Elston tell you guys something that you had to do in order to be successful?
We just had to, take advantage. We had a little indicator on the tackles, you know what I'm saying? When we knew it was passed, we just had to get after it, pin the ears back, and just cause havoc.
Now, when it comes to all of the guys that you have rotating, the guys upstairs, Doug and John talked about it, guys rotating in and out. Is that making you guys fresh and ready for the next game or making you guys hungrier?
Yeah, for sure. We got a good room as a whole on the whole D-line. You know what I'm saying? We know everyone can come in and there's no drop-off. So we just got a whole bunch of dogs ready. You know what I'm saying? Just go out there, play your best ball, and the next man might come in and do the same thing.
Congratulations on a great win.
Thank you.
Jalen Harrell down on the field there, and he said something subtle, but perhaps you noticed. He said, we know when the pass is coming. Credit Jesse Minter and the defensive staff as they do a great job of preparing this Michigan defense. Last couple of years, they say based on formation, down and distance, they almost always know what play is coming. The Michigan Wolverines get the win to improve to 2-0 on the season, 35-7 over the UNLV Rebels. Lots to do here on our postgame show as we'll go into the Michigan locker room and hear from, we believe, both coaches, Jay Harbaugh and Mike Hart, following this victory over the Rebels. Also hear from players as well, as Jason Avant will make his way up into the Michigan locker room. And, of course, scores from around the country, the Big Ten, as we continue into the night here. Michigan wins 35-7. The Wolverines are 2-0 and await Bowling Green next week. Our post-game coverage continues. You're